Chapter 1. How is it that my eyes can scan QR codes? Water Blue Star. Tianhe City. Hangi Garden Community. What the hell is going on? What is going on with my eyes? Have I stayed up too late writing a novel recently? Has my mental consciousness hallucinated? Or is something wrong with my eyes? Why can my eyes see QR codes? Most importantly, why can my eyes seem to scan this QR code? This is a bit too ridiculous, isn't it? These are my eyes, not a mobile phone scanning software. Besides, under normal circumstances, how could a QR code appear on a person's body? Could it be that I have obtained a golden finger? No way. Is there really such a thing as a golden finger in the world? Isn't this a product of our author's imagination? Li Mo's eyes widened for a moment, unable to believe what he was seeing. He kept rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken. But no matter how many times he rubbed his eyes, Li Mo still found that there was a very strange QR code in his line of sight. If it was just a QR code, it would be fine. The key was that the QR code appeared on a person's body. More precisely, it appeared on a woman wearing slippers, holding a knitted bag, wearing an exaggerated pair of very large black framed glasses, with her hair wrapped around a lot of hair curlers, wearing a nightgown, looking very unkempt, and with a scar on her face. What's more, the QR code appeared on the woman's chest. Li Mo, you stinking little brother, where are you looking? Although I am indeed very big, you don't need to stare like you've never seen anything before. As Li Mo watched like this, he saw that the slovenly woman in front of him angrily snapped at Li Mo. This snapped Li Mo out of his daze. Landlord's sister. Li Mo smiled awkwardly. Okay, stop smiling, hurry up and give me this month's rent. You haven't transferred my rent for 2 months. Didn't you say that you would give it to me together with this month's manuscript fee? Hurry up and give it to me. I'm busy going to collect the next one. The slovenly woman glared at Li Mo again in a bad mood before speaking again. Oh, I'll transfer it to your WeChat. Li Mo nodded, and then took out his phone to prepare to transfer the money to the landlord. However, while preparing to transfer the money, he subconsciously glanced at the woman's chest again. When he looked, there was a very strange prompt in the distance, ringing in his mind. Asking him if he should scan the code. Scan the code. Li Mo sensed such a strange prompt and subconsciously confirmed it in his mind. Almost as soon as he did so, an incredibly strange virtual projection suddenly appeared in front of Li Mo. Name, Mu Qiuyan. Age, 26. Gender, female. Face value, 95. Height, 1.73 meters. Skills, Makeup Master, Sanda Proficient, Free Sparring Proficient, Muay Thai Proficient, Yoga Proficient, Swimming Proficient, Cooking Proficient, Non-Motorized Vehicle Driving Beginner, Motor Vehicle Driving Beginner. Occupation, Landlady. Real Estate, Building 17, Hangi Garden, Villas 7, 8, and 9, Wanyu Community, Tianhe No. 3 and No. 4 Villas, and the 8th floor of the office building in Financial Plaza. Liquid assets, 368,524,160.40 yuan. Means of transport, an e-bike. Relationship status, none. Favorability rating, 75. Special circumstances, at 10:20 p.m., at Villa 3 Tianhe, after eating a dragon fruit in her own home, she suddenly had an allergic shock and died on the spot because no one took her to the hospital in time. With the appearance of such a virtual screen, Li Mo could not help but understand that he had hit the jackpot. Golden finger. He had actually awakened the golden finger. However, what the hell was a 95-point appearance score? This was not the first time he had dealt with this landlady. Every time he met her, she looked unkempt. And yet she had a 95-point appearance score. This made Li Mo quite doubt the appearance scoring level of his golden finger. This scoring level was a bit too poor. She looked unkempt, with an old-fashioned pair of exaggerated black-rimmed glasses, a knitted bag, slippers, pajamas, and a scar on her face. And she still got 95 points for her appearance. This is absolute bullshit. Li Mo was so shocked that he couldn't help but look up and down at Mu Qiuyan again. Is there something wrong with my sense of beauty, or is there something wrong with the sense of beauty of the golden finger? Or maybe it's the landlord's makeup skills? Could it be that her scar is a disguise? While others deliberately put on makeup to look pretty, she, on the contrary, specializes in making herself ugly. With her exaggerated mastery of combat skills, even if she were to show her true appearance when collecting rent, no one would be able to take advantage of her, right? In addition, although I knew before that the landlord's sister did not only have one house to collect rent, but I never imagined that this entire 17 buildings were actually owned by her alone. Moreover, the 8th floor of the Financial Plaza office building in Villas 7, 8, and 9 in the Wanyu community are also hers. In addition, she has more than 300 million yuan in liquid assets. Is this really necessary? While looking up and down at Mu Qiuyan, Li Mo's expression was also very complicated at the moment. He couldn't help but want to speak directly at this moment. Rich woman, I'm hungry, it's time to eat. Li Mo, you stinking little brother, will you ever stop? Why are you constantly looking at me like that? Didn't you say before that I wasn't your type? What, have you suddenly come to your senses? Are you prepared to pay off your debt with your body? You're not going to say that you haven't been paid this month, are you? I told you long ago that there are millions of jobs out there, but writing books is hard. The path of writing books is a dead end. I don't know how many people have died trying. You're so handsome, you should have switched to making short videos or become an anchorman. If you really can't afford it, I'll recommend 2 ways for you. Either I introduce you to a job, and you go and work honestly to earn money to pay me back. Or as I said before, you can pay off your debt with your body. Since you look quite good, I'll support you from now on. Seeing Li Mo constantly looking up and down at himself, Mu Qiuyan froze for a moment, followed by a look of hatred for Li Mo's inability to succeed, and when she spoke at the end, it was quite domineering. Great! Mu Qiuyan's words had just fallen when she saw Li Mo suddenly put away his phone and then smile and say to Mu Qiuyan, "Ha!" This time it was Mu Qiuyan's turn to be stunned, and then she looked at Li Mo with wide eyes. Are you serious? You're not going to try, are you? Mu Qiuyan was truly shocked. She had simply been like usual today, just teasing her smelly little brother on purpose to get him to try harder. What, is this guy really not going to try? She was not her usual self. Not to mention that she looked hideous, but just the hideous scar on her face alone could scare away many people. Chapter 2, I don't want to try anymore. That's right, I don't want to try anymore. Landlord sister, didn't you say you wanted to support me? You're not going to trick me, are you? Li Mo looked at the landlord in front of him with a smile. Mu Qiuyan froze. She was suddenly in a difficult situation. She really was just teasing her smelly little brother on purpose. You're not afraid that I'm ugly and we'll walk out together and I won't be able to hold your hand? After a moment of silence, Mu Qiuyan followed up with a forced composure, looking sullenly at Li Mo and saying, I've chosen not to try anymore, so what am I afraid of? Li Mo. Mu Qiuyan. Very good, that's a very strong reason. She really didn't know that this little brother of hers could be so thick-skinned. Is this really a dead end? Has the book completely flopped? Li Mo, you rotten brother, I'd better introduce you to a job. Don't worry, I won't say it pays tens of thousands of yuan a month, but 10,000 yuan a month is no problem. After another moment of silence, Mu Qiuyan said to Li Mo in a serious tone. Landlady, you're not going to be someone who goes back on their word, are you? Li Mo. How could I? How could I go back on my word? I just think you're too young, and you'll regret it in the future. You should not make a rash decision. This is about the rest of your life. Mu Qiuyan. I was just touched that you, the landlady, were willing to support me, so I wanted to pay off your debt with my body. Now that I see that you care so much about me, I'm even more willing to follow you. Although you're not the prettiest, your heart is definitely the most beautiful. Li Mo. Mu Qiuyan. Don't worry, sister landlord, I'm easy to take care of, I don't want anything fancy, just don't use steel wool. Li Mo. Bah. Mu Qiuyan's pretty face suddenly turned red. Steel wool my ass. This stinking little brother, what the hell is going on today? Why is he suddenly like this? In the past, he was always defeated by her teasing. Why is he so sharp today? Or is this guy deliberately using a retreat as an advance? Okay, you little brother, you're sure you want me to raise you, right? Thinking about this, Mu Qiuyan looked at Li Mo with a smile. While saying it, she also looked up and down at Li Mo. Although I don't like to use steel wool, I'm afraid your body can't take much of my torment. I have many tricks up my sleeve, aren't you afraid? Mu Qiuyan. Really, sister landlord, as long as you don't use steel wool, I don't need pity for the rest, I can handle it. Li Mo. Mu Qiuyan. Stinking little brother, what on earth is going on with you? Tell me honestly, have you run into any problems? After looking at Liu Mo in amazement, Mu Qiuyan quickly composed herself and asked Liu Mo seriously. Nothing has happened. Just the other day I went to have my fortune told, and the fortune teller said that I was destined to have a weak stomach, and that if I had a good opportunity, I should seize it decisively, so that I can have a good life. Otherwise, I will be a useless person for the rest of my life. Alas, I was still struggling with it, but today, you, my landlord, have let me take responsibility for your debt one after the other, and recently, I have been failing at opening a book. After thinking about it, I still think the fortune teller was right. Maybe I really was born with a weak stomach. Liu Mo said with a very emotional look. Mu Qiuyan. In the end, Mu Qiuyan still did not really support Liu Mo, and he fled in defeat. Seeing Mu Qiuyan leave like this, Liu Mo laughed. He looked slightly at the direction Mu Qiuyan had left. Liu Mo then closed the door. After closing the door, he carefully surveyed the surroundings. Looking around, he discovered that QR codes were actually everywhere. The walls, doors, floors, windows, etc., actually all had QR codes. For example, there was the door in front of him. After seeing the QR code, he chose to scan it. Instantly, information appeared. Item: Triumph Security Door. Manufactured, March 2017. Source of item: Tianhe City Furniture City. Belongs to Mu Qiuyan. Awesome, my golden finger is a bit awesome. I'm going to get rich and take off now. With this golden finger, why even write books? Only an idiot would continue writing books. It so happens that recently, no matter how I open the book, I can't open it. I'm running out of ideas, so I might as well take the opportunity to quit the online writing circle. Even if I enter the online writing circle again in the future, I will be a reader. My fellow writers tremble, for I too will become a spammer. Seeing such a QR code, Liu Mo's expression could not help but become a little excited. Just such a golden finger. As long as one is not a fool, one will inevitably be able to come up with a way to make a lot of money. Antiques. Gambling stones. This kind of plot that has been written about by fellow novelists is not worth mentioning. It is just various kinds of appraisals, pretending to be fortune tellers, discovering some business opportunities, and so on, which should not be difficult at all. Just as Liu Mo was thinking about this, he suddenly noticed that his phone was ringing and vibrating. He took out his phone and opened the interface. He immediately noticed that it was a WeChat red envelope transfer. Source: Landlord's sister. Transfer amount: 10,000. In addition to the transfer information, there was also a message attached. Stupid younger brother, don't panic when things happen, there is always a way through. Here is 10,000 for your urgent needs. Sister Qiuyan, are you really not considering supporting me? I can be your little puppy. Liu Mo decisively accepts the red envelope and quickly replies to the message. Knocking, 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 young people should be motivated, don't just think about living off other people. The landlady sends a series of knocking head emojis. So sad. Crying, crying, crying. Liu Mo. Stinky brother. Landlady. You haven't even tasted it carefully, so how do you know it's stinky? Evil laugh Liu Mo. Bah, no way. Sister, I want to get off. Sister landlady. The door is welded shut, no getting off. Liu Mo. Brother, you've changed so much, you've let yourself go completely. Sister, I'm scared. Sister landlady. Don't be afraid, let your brother hug you. Liu Mo. No, says sister landlady. You're not wrong. Before, I didn't know that sister landlady was a 95-point beauty. When sister landlady said she wanted to support Liu Mo would shiver with fear. Ugly rejection. And now, knowing that the landlord's sister has a 95 face value. And the relationship history is still none. Liu Mo suddenly realized that chatting with the landlord's sister was quite enjoyable. Alas, he admitted it. He is a face dog. After writing for several years, he has mastered many writing skills. Although from time to time there are female fans to hook up with. But adhering to the author's work ethic, he has never messed around. Although there have also been brief developments with some real-life girlfriends. But as a writer, he understands it all. It starts with looks, gets stuck in talent, and finally ends in money. It's hard for a writer to have a long-term girlfriend. Now suddenly he found one, with a 95 face value, big breasts, and a body that he hasn't seen the full extent of, but it should be pretty good as well. Plus, she's a sweet, white-collar beauty, and a rich woman. And she has a 75 favorability towards him. Chapter 3, Scanning QR codes is a standard technique. After chatting with Mu Choyen for a while, Liamo ended the conversation. After ending the conversation, Liamo continued to test the QR code scanning function. He kept scanning QR codes. It was soon more than 2 hours. With more than 2 hours of testing, Liamo had a deeper understanding of this golden finger of his. This QR code scanning. It is true that you can see QR codes on everything. The QR code of an item is not just the whole item. It can also be part of an item. For example, his mobile phone. When scanning the QR code, you can not only scan the whole phone. You can also just scan the phone case. The QR codes displayed on each other are completely different. And the display of the QR code depends entirely on Liamo's own choice of intention. After gaining an in-depth understanding of the QR code scanning function, Liamo walked towards the bathroom. After arriving in the bathroom, he stood in front of the bathroom mirror and then focused his gaze on the middle of the mirror. When his gaze fell on it, a QR code appeared. During the display of the QR code, there was a hint in the dark, which made Liamo choose whether to scan the QR code on the mirror or the QR code of his own image in the mirror. Liamo chose his own image. Name, Liamo. Age, 25. Gender, male. Face value, 95. Height, 1.82 meters. Skills, online writing beginner, driving motor vehicles beginner, driving non-motorized vehicles beginner, scanning QR codes regular skill. Occupation, freelance writer. Real estate, none. Liquid assets, 13,222.22 yuan and 10 cents. Mount, Lujia electric bicycle. Relationship status, just broken up 6 months ago, living hand to mouth. Special circumstances, 2 hours ago, his body suddenly mutated, awakening a strange ability to scan codes. He can see that all living things have QR codes, and he can scan codes on all things, as well as extract the skills of living things based on the ability to change their fate. As Liamo watched, a virtual screen suddenly appeared. After the virtual screen appeared, a series of personal information appeared in Liamo's line of sight. Seeing the information that appeared in front of him, Liamo subconsciously blinked. Is the system really that powerful in controlling liquid capital? It even knows exactly how many cents I have? While blinking, Liamo also thought about it, carefully pondering his own financial situation. This thinking, and opening the mobile phone bank card, WeChat, Alipay, and so on to check, Liamo found that his liquid capital was really exactly the same as the system's scan code. It's really quite accurate. Since the money is accurate, does that mean that the final display is not a bluff? My golden finger can not only scan everything, but also change the fate of living things and extract the abilities of the other party? If that's the case, then my golden finger is much stronger than I originally thought. Having determined the amount of money, Liamo's eyes couldn't help but sparkle with excitement. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. The difference between simply scanning someone's QR code to obtain information about them and being able to not only scan someone's QR code but also extract some of their skills was absolutely huge. There was a huge difference between the two. They were completely incomparable. The latter is definitely much better than the former. In addition, does this real estate display just show real estate? Although I don't own a house, I at least have a laptop, which I also bought for several thousand yuan, so it's not considered real estate? In addition, isn't my phone also worth more than 2,000 yuan? Or does it mean that these can only be classified as electronic consumables and the system simply does not count them? After a moment of excitement, Liamo set his sights on the line of real estate, looked at it briefly, and then looked towards the skill position. Scanning QR codes is a rule skill? And my online writing creation is only entry level? Am I a loser? However, there are more skills that I can learn, right? After all, I can at least make a cup of noodles, so why isn't that considered a skill? Or does this skill display mean that even if it is entry level, it must reach a certain level recognized by the golden finger before it will be displayed? Liamo's eyes showed obvious curiosity and confusion. He had absolutely no idea about the level classification of skills. Of course, after all, he was also a web author. Even if according to the golden finger's rating, he was only entry level. But that doesn't stop him from understanding the power of rule skills to a certain extent. Forget about skill levels for now. The next thing I should do is to test how this cheat actually extracts other people's skills. After thinking about skill levels for a moment, Liam shook his head and diverted his thoughts. He focused his attention on the virtual screen, on the last line. The line about extracting other people's skills. Changing someone's fate, this one is already very easy to understand with Mu Qiuyan's data template displayed. Originally, I was going to wait until tonight to talk to Mu Qiuyan about the dragon fruit. Now that there is this situation, naturally, it is even more important to test it properly to see what it is like to change fate. Li Mo's eyes flashed with brilliance. Before, when he saw Mu Qiuyan's series of magnificent skill displays, Li Mo was just in awe. But now, after knowing that he can extract other people's skills, Li Mo was not just in awe, but deeply burning with desire. Extracting skills. Doesn't that mean that no matter how many skills Mu Qiuyan has, after he extracts them, he will also be able to have as many skills as her? Thinking about this, Li Mo immediately took out his own phone. After taking out his phone, he directly opened WeChat and sent a message to Mu Qiuyan. Qiuyan's sister. Smiley face. What's up? Mu Qiuyan's message was almost a second back. Have you collected the rent? Do you need any help? Li Mo. Not yet. Aren't you writing? Landlord's sister. I've given up. I can't seem to get the book started recently. Maybe I'm just running out of ideas. I decided that I really don't want to make a living out of this in the future. Li Mo. You should have done this a long time ago. There is really no future in being an online writer. Although there are some really good ones in your industry, most of them are just mediocre writers. If you have the time to write a book, you might as well do something else. Now that you've woken up, you're still a child and it's not too late. The landlady's sister replied to the message while sending an emoticon of someone wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigarette. Li Mo. So you want your sister to introduce you to a job? Landlady's sister. Qiuyan's sister, are you really not considering supporting me? Blushes and laughs Li Mo. Let's talk about it when you've had some experience. Mu Qiuyan. So, Qiuyan, do you really need help? Li Mo. I really need your help. Come over, I'm at the parking area for electric cars in building 17. Mu Qiuyan. Okay, I'm coming. Just a moment. Li Mo. While replying to this message, Li Mo's mouth curled up into a smile, and then he put away his phone, decisively changed into his sneakers and went out the door. Chapter 4, You're just blowing smoke up people's asses. Li Mo soon arrived at the parking area for the electric cars in building 17. When he arrived, he saw Mu Qiuyan in the area. Mu Qiuyan was straddling a green electric car. She was wearing a green helmet. In addition, there was a knitted bag placed on the pedal of the electric car. This knitted bag was the one Mu Qiuyan had been carrying earlier. Now the knitted bag had expanded quite a bit compared to before. Obviously, it contained quite a lot of things. And unsurprisingly, it should all be some money. Li Mo couldn't help but take a closer look at the woven bag. Stinky brother, what are you looking at? Come over here and get on the bike. Accompanying Li Mo's viewing, Mu Qiuyan followed without hesitation and spoke to Li Mo. Oh, here I come. Li Mo replied. After replying, he walked towards Mu Qiuyan and then without any hesitation, directly sat on the back of the electric bicycle. After sitting down, without thinking, he put his arm around Mu Qiuyan's waist. Ah! Almost as soon as Li Mo put his arm around her, a cry of alarm escaped from Mu Qiuyan's mouth. Stupid brother, what are you doing? Mu Qiuyan's face flushed as she exclaimed. Riding in a car, isn't this how you sit? Li Mo answered with a puzzled look. It's true that you're riding in a car, but where are you putting your hands? Mu Qiuyan. Landlord sister, I'm sitting in the back, not hugging you. What if I fall later? This is a very normal move. And you said before that you wanted to support me. Even if you don't support me now, I'll just hug you like this, it should be fine, right? Li Mo spoke with an innocent look. Well, you can hold the seat cushion. Mu Qiuyan. That's too dangerous. Li Mo refused. How about this, sister landlord, I'll ride the bike and you sit in the back. After rejecting it for a while, Li Mo then spoke to Mu Qiuyan. Do you know the way? And, are you a good driver? Mu Qiuyan hesitated a little. Don't worry, I'm a very good driver. Just tell me where you want to go, and I'll know the way. If you really don't know, Sister Landlord can guide you. Li Mo answered with a smile. In that case, that's fine, you drive. Mu Qiuyan thought for a moment, and then said to Li Mo. Okay. Li Mo answered with a smile. After answering such words, there was no more talk, and he got out of the car directly from the back seat. After he got out of the car, Mu Qiuyan also got out of the car, and then gave up the driver's seat to Li Mo. Li Mo skillfully got into the driver's seat. After he got into the driver's seat, Mu Qiuyan sat in the back. However, although Mu Qiuyan was sitting in the back, she did not put her arm around the driver as Li Mo had done earlier. Landlord's sister, aren't you going to put your arm around me? Li Mo asked with a smile. That's fine. Mu Qiuyan. I drive really fast, and it's not safe for you to do that. Li Mo. You can't go anywhere unsafe, this is an electric bicycle with a speed limit. Mu Qiuyan was speechless. Right, here's your helmet. Speechless, Mu Qiuyan also took off her helmet and handed it to Li Mo. You wear it, it doesn't matter if I wear it or not. Li Mo. You drive, you wear it. Mu Qiuyan. Okay then. Li Mo didn't delay much, took the helmet and put it on directly. After putting it on, he said to Mu Qiuyan, Landlord's sister, where are we going? To Wanyu Community or Financial Plaza? Wanyu Community. Mu Qiuyan subconsciously answered, and after answering, she froze, then asked Li Mo in a little daze, how do you know that I'm going to Wanyu Community and Financial Plaza? Because I know that you have a house in Financial Plaza and Wanyu Community. While saying this, Li Mo started the electric bicycle and walked towards the entrance of the community. How do you know? You stinking little brother, do you usually follow me? Mu Qiuyan widened her eyes. I'm not some crazy guy, what would I be doing following you? As for how I know, gee, don't you know, landlady, that apart from being an online author, I also do fortune telling part-time. I just did a little calculation and I was able to figure out your real estate. Li Mo said mysteriously. Pfft, who are you trying to fool? Mu Qiuyan didn't believe him. I can't help it if you don't believe me, anyway, I just know that you have property in Wanyu Community and Financial Plaza. Li Mo. Really? Then tell me what properties I have in the Wanyu residential community. Mu Qiuyan blinked her eyes and then spoke. You want me to do the math? Oh, I got it. In the Wanyu residential community, villas 7, 8, and 9, and villas 3 and 4 in the Tianhe Villa community are all owned by you, the landlord. Li Mo drove in silence for a moment, acting as if he was really doing the math, and then spoke to Mu Qiuyan again. You still say you haven't been following me. Mu Qiuyan opened her eyes wide, subconsciously reached out and gave Li Mo's waist a pinch. This sudden pain made Li Mo subconsciously swerve the handlebar of the electric bicycle a little. The bike momentarily swayed a little. Even though the bike wasn't going fast, Mu Qiuyan subconsciously held Li Mo's waist as he did so. What are you doing? You said you had good driving skills, and this is what you call good driving skills? Mu Qiuyan. It's not like this is your fault. You suddenly pinched me, and no one could have resisted. Li Mo. It's not like this is your fault. You suddenly pinched me, and no one could have resisted. Li Mo. I told you, apart from writing books, I can also tell fortunes. From now on, please call me Li Banshan. I've already decided that after I stop writing books, I'll go and tell fortunes. Li Mo. Is it really calculated? Come on, don't kid around, okay? Fortune telling these days is all fake and deceiving. Mu Qiuyan opened his eyes wide and spoke with obvious disbelief. Why don't you believe it? Li Mo. Of course I don't believe it, it's inherently fake, how can you expect me to believe it? Unless you tell me something else. Mu Qiuyan. Then I also calculated that you, Sister Landlord, own an entire floor of office buildings in the Financial Plaza. Li Mo. Ha, although I don't know how you know, if you have the channels, you only need to investigate my property, and of course you will know this as well. Mu Qiuyan. Then I also know that you, Sister Landlord, are a great beauty, at least a 95 out of 100, and the way you look now is just makeup deliberately made to look ugly. Li Mo said again with a smile. You know all this? And you still say you haven't followed me. Mu Qiuyan's eyes widened again, and the hand that grabbed Li Mo's waist instinctively wanted to pinch him again. Don't pinch it, or you'll break it, and don't blame me. Li Mo. Then tell me, how did you know? Mu Qiuyan asked seriously. I already told you, I calculated it. So, how is my fortune-telling technique? Li Mo laughed. If you really calculated it, that's really amazing. Mu Qiuyan said seriously, and then changed the subject, but I'm afraid you didn't calculate it at all. Chapter 5, you've changed a bit. But that's just the way it is, and I've not only calculated that you're a beautiful woman, I've also calculated that you'll have a disaster today, a disaster involving bloodshed. Once you can't get through it, you'll be killed. Li Mo calmly said again. How is that possible? You're scaring me, you little shit, this is ridiculous. Mu Qiuyan's eyes widened. Do you think I need to scare you? Look, Qiuyan, this isn't the first time you've offered to support me. Why didn't I accept before, but suddenly I do today? Isn't that obvious? To tell you the truth, when I'm not writing, I usually have to look up some information. I dabble in all kinds of strange books, fortune-telling books, and Taoist books. In the past, I just did it for fun, but these past few days, it seems like I've really gotten into it. I can see things that ordinary people can't. It's precisely because I can see that you're in danger today, and you're also a beautiful woman, and you're usually nice to me, that I, as your younger brother, suddenly approached you, ready to avert the disaster for you, just to see if I can get some soft food. Alas, I'm really tired and want to find a beautiful older sister to lean on and lie down. Li Mo spoke with a very emotional look. Is that really the case? Mu Qiuyan still couldn't believe it. It really is the case. If you don't believe it, then I don't know how to explain it. Li Mo. Then tell me what calamity awaits me? Mu Qiuyan. That depends on your sincerity. Li Mo. You rotten brother, just now you said that you came to me to avert calamity because I am usually good to you, and now you want to see my sincerity. Mu Qiuyan once again widened her eyes, grasping Li Mo's waist with her hand, subconsciously wanting to squeeze him again. But she ultimately resisted. Because the car had already left the residential area and was beginning to go downhill. Isn't this completely contradictory? It's true that I'm here to help you avert a bloodbath, but it's also normal to judge the sincerity of this averting. It all depends on whether you want to support me or give me a big red envelope. I really don't plan to write books in the future. Sister Qiuyan, didn't you also persuade me to change careers? Since I changed careers, I definitely have to follow the rules, otherwise how can I generate income? Li Mo said with a smile. Stupid brother. Mu Qiuyan scolded. I smell really good, you should be able to smell it from this close. Li Mo. Pfft, it doesn't smell good, it just stinks. Mu Qiuyan. Okay, so it stinks. So, Qiuyan, which one are you going to choose? Li Mo. Are you really not lying? Mu Qiuyan frowned and said. We've known each other for at least a year, when have you ever seen me lie to you? In the past, I was too lazy to even bother with you. Li Mo. That's true. In the past, when I teased you, you didn't even bother to respond. But you've changed a lot. It feels like you've let yourself go. Mu Qiuyan. Didn't I just say that I know you're a beautiful woman? You're a beautiful woman with big breasts, and you're also very rich. You've never had a boyfriend, and you're exactly the type of rich woman I like. I'm prepared to be your sugar daddy. It's up to you, Qiuyan, to give me the chance. Rich woman, hungry, dinner. Li Mo said with a smile. Bah, I don't want to support you. Mu Qiuyan. Then you can't regret it later, sister. You'll never get another chance like this. Li Mo. Whatever. Mu Qiuyan, I won't regret it. If you don't regret it, then fine. So, you've chosen the second option and are prepared to give me a big red envelope. If that's the case, don't blame your brother for being a snob. You really are in mortal danger today. But you, on the other hand, have hundreds of millions of yuan in liquid assets alone. So I won't ask for much. I'll give you a friendly price of 30 million. That's 1/10 of your liquid assets. Li Mo said with a smile. What? 30 million? You stinking little brother, why don't you go rob a bank? Mu Qiuyan's eyes widened again, shocked by the number Li Mo had mentioned. After a moment of shock, she said to Li Mo in a low voice, Sister just supported you with 10,000 and hasn't collected your rent for 2 months, and this is how you treat your sister. This is already a super friendly price because I consider how nice you've been to me, otherwise I would at least ask for a small goal. Since you won't support me, I still need to eat, and it's not easy to meet a big fat sheep like you. It would be a crime not to take advantage of you. Li Mo laughed. But your price is too high. Mu Qiuyan. So, sister, do you think life is more important or money? Li Mo. Of course life is more important. Mu Qiuyan. Then why do you still think it's expensive? Sister, don't make me look down on you, after all, you are also a super rich woman. Li Mo. You understand the reasoning, but I always feel a little reluctant. Mu Qiuyan said with a sigh. If you are reluctant, then you can choose the first one, you can support me too, in that case, I can help you avoid disasters for free. After all, I still owe you rent, so I'll just pay it off with my body. In that case, you'll be making a huge profit. In the future, someone will warm your bed, accompany you to the movies, eat with you, go hiking with you, and even solve all kinds of problems for you. Li Mo said with a smile. Stinking brother, you're clearly just coveting your sister's body, said Mu Qiuyan. Well, I admit it, I am coveting it. Li Mo. Then I'll choose the second one, 30 million, right? Humph, it's only 30 million, and my sister is giving it to you, but stinky brother, how can you guarantee that you're not fooling me? If you dare to fool my sister will cut off your cow's tail. Mu Qiuyan. In order to convince you, I've decided not to tell you in advance what's going on. I'll follow you around all day, and you'll see for yourself if I'm fooling you or not. Li Mo laughed. Okay, then I'll wait and see, sister. I'll see if you, my stinking little brother, have fooled me today. Mu Qiuyan. Then you can transfer the money, sister. Li Mo laughed. I'll do it right now, so soon? You're not waiting until the end of the transaction? You really don't trust your sister. Mu Qiuyan. I'm so poor I'm scared. Li Mo. Stinking little brother, you really have no conscience. Mu Qiuyan said pensively. How could I not have a conscience? You can feel it if you touch me, I have a big one. Li Mo. I'm just following the rules of the trade. In our line of work, we always get paid first and then do the job. Besides, the moment I approached you, your fortune started to change. If I didn't get paid first, I'd be doing you a disservice. Without waiting for Mu Qiuyan to respond, Li Mo spoke again. Chapter 6, a special situation that has arisen again. In that case, you rotten little brother, I'll transfer half of it to you as a deposit, and after the matter is completely over, I'll transfer the rest to you, how's that? Mu Qiuyan blinked her eyes and then said to Li Mo again. Okay, there's absolutely no problem. Li Mo said without hesitation. Then pull over to the side of the road for a moment, and I'll transfer the money to you first. Mu Qiuyan. No problem. Li Mo decisively found a place to pull over. As she stopped, Mu Qiuyan asked for Li Mo's bank card number and then directly transferred 15 million yuan to Li Mo's bank account. Suddenly, Li Mo noticed that his phone vibrated. With the vibration, he picked up his phone and saw a bank notification text message. It notified him that 15 million yuan had been deposited into his bank card. Seeing this text message, Li Mo's eyes couldn't help but become a little hot. Although after discovering that he had obtained the golden finger of scanning the QR code, he knew that it shouldn't be difficult to get money in the future. He no longer had to code words as painfully as before. However, when he really and easily obtained 15 million yuan at this moment, Li Mo was still a little shocked. After all, this was 15 million yuan, not 1,500 yuan. It was money that he could never earn in his lifetime by coding words normally. Stinking little brother, are you satisfied now? Seeing Li Mo watching his phone, Mu Qiuyan immediately spoke to Li Mo. Thank you for your generosity, sister. Li Mo replied with a smile, I'll buy you an old popsicle later. Mu Qiuyan's eyes widened. I transferred you so much money, and you're only going to buy me an old popsicle? You should at least treat me to an ice cream assassin. Please, then I'll buy you an ice cream assassin. Li Mo laughed. Stinky little brother, the way you make money is really fast. I hope you're not fooling your sister. Mu Qiuyan looked at Li Mo in a daze. Don't worry, you won't lose out. Li Mo laughed. While laughing, Li Mo also glanced at Mu Qiuyan and scanned her QR code again. Suddenly, Mu Qiuyan's information once again appeared in Li Mo's line of sight. Naturally, Liamo did not pay attention to the information he had previously focused on. This time, he was looking at the last piece of information about Mu Qiuyan. The special circumstances column. After a glance, a smile appeared at the corner of Limo's mouth. Stinky little brother, where are you looking again? Mu Qiuyan said angrily. I can't help it, huh? It's all because you're too big, Liamo. Humph. Mu Qiuyan pouted. Unfortunately, because she was still in her ugly disguise. The hideous scar and the sallow face made it impossible for anyone to see the slightest beauty in her. Liamo didn't continue with the conversation or anything, but instead changed the subject and said, Qiuyan, sit tight, let's continue. After saying that, he started the electric bicycle again and continued speeding off into the distance. Of course, it wasn't really speeding because the electric bicycle was limited to a certain speed. And Liamo proceeded with Mu Qiuyan in this way. Along the way, it also attracted the attention of some people. Many people were taken aback when they saw Liamo and Mu Qiuyan. Because Liamo is very handsome. Even with a helmet on, it is still difficult to hide that handsome face. Mu Qiuyan, on the other hand, has a hideous face and is wearing a nightgown, which is a strange combination. Liamo doesn't care about any of this. While riding, he also looks at some people in buildings ahead. Truly, every person in every building has a QR code. And these QR codes are not impossible to block. When he doesn't want to see the QR codes on these people or objects, they will automatically hide. It's very smart. It doesn't cause Liamo to have any aesthetic problems. After walking all the way, Liamo and Mu Qiuyan soon arrived at the Wanyu Villa community. When they arrived, the security guard at the villa community, upon seeing Mu Qiuyan sitting behind Liamo, decisively let them through. It seems that you often come here to collect rent dressed like this, and the security guards here are very familiar with you. Liamo said to Mu Qiuyan with a smile. You can tell fortunes, can't you? Why are you using an ambiguous tone? Mu Qiuyan. Just because you can tell fortunes doesn't mean you can tell everything. After all, if you count too much, it will shorten your life. Liamo. Really? Mu Qiuyan shrugged. Then he directed Liamo towards Villa 7 in the Wanyu residential community. They soon arrived at the entrance of Villa 7. Once here, they simply rang the smart butler's doorbell. After waiting for a moment, they saw a woman in a short skirt, holding a mobile phone, and with a very attractive appearance, quickly come from the house to the entrance of the villa. She opened the door to the villa. Sister Qiuyan. As soon as the other person arrived at the door, she called out to Mu Qiuyan first. Yes, Z. Mu Qiuyan replied with a smile. Sister Qiuyan, are you here to collect the rent again? It's really troublesome for you to come in person every time. Why don't you consider letting me transfer it to your WeChat in advance? The woman in the JK suit said with a smile. This way, it'll be more ceremonial. Mu Qiuyan replied with a smile. Oh. The woman in the JK suit nodded and then looked at Liamo. There was obvious confusion in her eyes. Who is this handsome guy? While she was puzzled, the JK-clad woman also smiled and spoke. And as the JK-clad woman spoke, Liamo also glanced at the other person and then proceeded to scan the QR code. Immediately, the woman's information appeared in his line of sight. Name, Lin Z. Age, 24. Gender, female. Face value, 93. Height, 1.62 meters. Skills, singing beginner, dancing beginner, non-motorized vehicle driving beginner, motorized vehicle driving beginner. Occupation, anchor. Real estate, none. Liquid assets, 3,436,453 yuan. Mount, Hummer H2. Relationship status, none. Favorability, 10. Special circumstances, 5 minutes later, he received a link from a penguin friend to claim a game item, but because he had not bound the mobile phone token, his chicken eating account was stolen. Liamo was a little surprised to see this message. This girl is actually an anchor. And she has more than 3 million in liquid assets. I don't know if she earned this money streaming or if her family gave it to her. In addition, this little rich girl actually fell for the scam of getting free stuff from Daojun, which led to her account being stolen. This is a bit surprising. To be fair, Liamo has also had his account hacked before. This stinky younger brother is called Liamo. Mu Qiuyan smiled and replied, my temporary driver. After saying that, his gaze suddenly flickered, and then he looked at Liamo. Stinky younger brother, since you can tell fortunes, can you tell what Z does? As soon as his gaze fell on Liamo, Mu Choyan asked Liamo with a smile. Chapter 7, You're amazing. I don't help people calculate their fortunes casually. Liamo. Stinking little brother, I gave you so much money, can't you show your sister a little more of your abilities? Mu Choyan. Okay, but it'll cost more. Liamo. Stinking little brother, you're completely money-minded. This is going to cost more. Mu Choyan widened her eyes. You have to be careful. Liamo spread his hands and smiled. So how much do you want to add? Mu Choyan. I won't return the 10,000 you gave me earlier, Liamo said with a smile. Okay, stinky brother, I'll see if you can figure out Z's occupation, Mu Choyan said, her eyes flashing as she spoke. While the two were having this conversation, Lin Zi, who was standing nearby, looked at them in some dismay. Can he tell fortunes? And figure out her occupation? What's that got to do with anything? How come she didn't understand? Didn't he say temporary driver? Lin Zi, female, 1.62 meters tall, 24 years old, anchorwoman. Just as Lin Zi was puzzled, Liamo looked up and down Lin Zi, focusing on her face, and then after a moment of contemplation, he spoke calmly. Almost as soon as his words fell, Mu Choyan's eyes widened. Then he stared at Liamo in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Liamo had calculated this. He had just asked him to calculate a profession. Yet he had calculated his name, age, and height. The height could be said to be estimated. But the age and name, how could this stinky younger brother know without investigating in advance? In contrast to Mu Choyan's shock, Lin Zi next to her couldn't help but blink her eyes, and with some confusion, she glanced at Mu Choyan. Sister Choyan, what's going on here? Did you tell this handsome guy my identity information? Lin Zi looked at Mu Choyan and then curiously asked. I didn't tell him. Mu Choyan shook her head with a wry smile. You didn't tell him? Then how did this handsome guy know my identity information? Did you really calculate it? How is this possible? Sister Choyan, I'm your junior after all. You can't just bring someone here to fool me like this. Today is not April Fool's Day. Lin Zi blinked her eyes, followed by a somewhat incredulous opening. I really didn't lie to you. Mu Choyan shook her head. After shaking her head, she then looked over at Liamo, and then seriously asked Liamo, stupid brother, what is going on with you? You really figured it out. Are you sure you haven't investigated Sister Z? Sister Choyan, you're overestimating me. I'm just a hack writer, and I've owed you rent for 2 months. Do you think I have the strength to investigate your tenants? This Z sister and I have never interacted before today. Liamo shrugged. Then this is really amazing. Is it really that amazing? Mu Choyan widened her eyes, took a deep breath, and asked solemnly. So, sister, you didn't completely believe me, and you transferred that much money to me all at once. You really aren't afraid of being cheated. Liamo laughed. Didn't someone say they would pay off their debt with their body? If you fool me, well, I'll just go buy a few tons of steel wool. Mu Choyan. That's ruthless, I can't afford to provoke you. Liamo laughed. Sister Choyan, and this handsome young man, are you sure you're not singing in tandem? Lin Zi blinked her eyes and looked at Liamo and Mu Choyan in surprise. No. Mu Choyan shook her head, and after shaking her head a bit, she immediately followed up by saying to Lin Zi, Z, are you transferring the money or giving it to me in cash? It's better to transfer it. Lin Zi said without hesitation. After saying that, she picked up her phone and started transferring the money to Mu Choyan. Mu Choyan immediately received a transfer notification and decisively confirmed the transfer. Z, I won't bother you anymore, if you have anything, find me on WeChat. Mu Choyan said to Lin Zi with a smile, and then prepared to leave with Liamo. Her mind was full of Liamo's mysterious calculations. She really didn't know whether she should believe Liamo or not. If she said she didn't believe him, she had already transferred 15 million. But if she said she did believe him, wouldn't that mean that she really has a bloodbath? Or a very likely death? Does it have to be so dangerous? It made her not want to continue collecting rent. She kind of wanted to go home quickly and hide in her house. Oh. Although Lin Zi was also full of doubts at this moment, she still smiled and nodded twice. With Lin Zi's nod, Mu Qiuyan decisively grabbed Li Mo's hand and was about to leave. Z, when you receive the link to your penguin friend's message later, it's best to be careful and not click on it randomly, or you'll risk having your account stolen. It's best to bind a mobile token in advance. And at this moment, Li Mo smiled and said something to Leng Zi. After saying this, he followed Mu Qiuyan back onto the electric car and quickly left the spot. Leng Zi was full of question marks when she saw this. She was already suspicious, and now her suspicions were even stronger. Stupid brother, did you really not investigate Zi? Mu Qiuyan, who had gotten into the car and left from in front of Leng Zi's villa, couldn't help but ask Li Mo again. Indeed, I did not. Li Mo calmly replied. So you really deduced that Zi's sister would have her account stolen? Mu Qiuyan. If she doesn't take any precautions and clicks on it, then yes, she definitely will be hacked. But if she is on her guard and binds the token on her phone as I said in advance, then she shouldn't be hacked. Li Mo. Is it really that good? Mu Qiuyan. You'll know if you send her a message and ask her. Li Mo. Then why don't you charge her, and you're actually telling her this kind of information for free? You rotten little brother, is it because you see someone else as pretty that you're giving it away for free? But when it comes to me, it's 30 million yuan. And you want 10,000 for telling me what occupation I should be. Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but put her hand on Li Mo's waist and pinch him. There's no way around it, my sister doesn't support me, so I need to find someone to support me. I think that purple-clad sister is not bad, and her appearance is not worse than my sister's, and the key is that she is a bit younger than my sister. Li Mo. You are implying that I am an old woman. Mu Qiuyan opened her eyes wide. I didn't say that. Li Mo. Mu Qiuyan was so angry. He didn't say it explicitly, but he hinted at it. In other words, I will really have a bloodbath today, right? Glaring at Li Mo, Mu Qiuyan followed up by saying to Li Mo in a serious tone. Li Mo. That stinking younger brother, I'll leave you in charge of my 100-odd pounds. Don't let anything happen to me. Mu Qiuyan. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're fine. Li Mo laughed. On the other side. As Li Mo and the others left, Leng Zi, puzzled, also walked back to the study in the villa. Then she sat in front of the computer desk. After sitting here, she found that a penguin friend had sent her a link. It was a friend she had eaten chicken with before and added in the game. The technology was quite good. Seeing this link, she subconsciously wanted to click on it. But when she was about to click, she thought of Li Mo's words and suddenly stopped her actions. Then her gaze flashed and began binding the mobile phone token. In the past, she had disliked the hassle and never bound it. But since Li Mo had said that, she had to bind it anyway. After all, she had bought it with 98. And there were all kinds of skins in the account, which had also cost quite a lot of money. Some of the skins were even out of print. Chapter 8, I can actually get skill points. After binding the mobile phone token, Leng Zi reopened the previous chat window and looked at the link. After taking a quick look, she clicked on the link. This brought her to the official website of the game. She was asked to enter her account name and password. Then she could receive limited edition skins. She didn't hesitate and just entered them. However, she didn't receive any skins. Meanwhile, she hadn't noticed anything amiss with her account. So, I've successfully protected my account? So, was the link really a phishing link, or was it not a phishing link at all? Maybe I should create a fake account and try it out? After seeing that she had entered her account and password, but had neither gained nor lost anything, Leng Zi couldn't help but blink her eyes. She was full of confusion. And at that moment, Li Mo and Mu Qiuyan were in the same place. At this moment, Li Mo suddenly felt a tremor in his body. It was because he suddenly got a hint from the universe. He had gained a skill point. He could use the skill point to extract skills from other people. Why did I suddenly sense that I had gained a skill point? What happened? Was it an additional skill point that I suddenly gained, or was it the reward for changing Leng Zi's destiny? After sensing such a thing, Li Mo couldn't help but feel puzzled in his eyes. And with that doubt flashed, Li Mo immediately stopped the car, took out his phone, and turned on the camera function to take a picture of himself. Once his image appeared on the screen, he immediately scanned the image without hesitation. Suddenly, a virtual projection screen appeared in front of him. It was a virtual template of himself. Name, Liam. Age, 25. Gender, male. Face value, 95. Height, 1.82 meters. Skills, online writing beginner, driving motor vehicles beginner, driving non-motorized vehicles beginner, scanning QR codes regular skill. Occupation, freelance writer. Real estate, none. Liquid assets, 15,013,222.10 yuan and 10 cents. Mount, a Lujia electric bicycle. Relationship status, just broken up 6 months ago, living hand to mouth. Special circumstances, 5 minutes ago, he revealed to Leng Zi that someone was trying to steal her account using a phishing link. He successfully helped Leng Zi change her password and earned a skill point. Skill points, 1. Li Mo's eyes lit up when he saw this message template. It really was because he had changed Leng Zi's stolen password that he had earned a skill point. However, in my special circumstances, it only shows things that have already happened. Can't it show things that will happen in the future? When I scan other people, it always shows things that will happen in the future, right? Is it because scanning is my own ability, and my future has infinite possibilities that will keep changing, so it's not displayed? Or is it because there are some rules and restrictions that I don't know about scanning itself? Li Mo's eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw that information displayed, and while his eyes were shining, Li Mo couldn't help but have some doubts when he saw the display of that special situation. Alas, my golden finger is not smart enough. Unlike other people's systems, it can directly answer questions, otherwise, it can be asked nicely. With doubts, Liam kept turning his thoughts, but after careful consideration, he still couldn't figure it out for the time being, and could only sigh in his heart. Stupid brother, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly stop and take a selfie with your phone? And if you're going to take a picture, at least include your sister in it. Liam did as he was told, and Mu Qiuyan's voice followed on the back seat of the electric bicycle. While waiting for the sound to come, Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but lean forward a little, take a closer look at Li Mo's phone's camera page, and then put her left hand on Li Mo's shoulder and make a scissor sign. Li Mo was taken aback, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Without explaining anything, he just took the picture directly. He included himself and Mu Qiuyan, who was making a scissor sign, in the picture. He even took 3 consecutive shots before putting the phone away. Stupid brother, what is going on? Why did you suddenly start taking pictures? After Liam put the phone away, Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but ask curiously again. She was really puzzled by such a thing. After all, Liam was clearly riding his bike well. Suddenly he stopped and took out his phone to take a picture. This really confused people. I suddenly realized that I have never been to the villa area before. It's not thanks to my sister. It's not easy to come to the villa area. If I don't take a photo and post it to a circle of friends, I'll feel sorry for myself. Liam answered with a smile. That's it? Mu Qiuyan blinked her eyes, a little disbelieving. What else? I'm not like my landlord sister, you're a rich woman, it's normal to go in and out of villas, and even live in villas. Liam said again with a smile. You already have the 15 million I transferred to you, and there's still the remaining 15 million, plus 30 million, which is 30 million in total. Mu Qiuyan. It hasn't been bought yet, and besides, the money is still very little compared to your funds. Since you're not supporting me, I have to save money. Liam. Stupid brother, don't always tease your sister. Your sister admits that it was wrong of her to tease you in the past. In your current situation, if you can really tell the fortunes of others, it will be absolutely easy for you to make money in the future. By then, it won't be your sister supporting you, you'll be able to support your sister. Mu Qiuyan. Then, landlord sister, why don't you hug my thigh? While I'm still not rising, this is a great opportunity. I'll give you a leg for you to hug. Liam. I don't want to hug you. Mu Qiuyan giggled. Her voice was pleasant to the ear. Unfortunately, combined with her intentionally made-up scarred face, it really wasn't aesthetically pleasing. Not only was it not aesthetically pleasing, but with this smile, it looked quite intimidating. Of course, she was sitting behind Liam, and Liam couldn't see her face. Therefore, Liam was of course not scared. During their conversation, they arrived at the entrance of another villa. After arriving here, the two got out of the car one after the other. After getting out of the car, Mu Qiuyan went to ring the doorbell. While Mu Qiuyan was ringing the doorbell, the person inside set his sights on Mu Qiuyan, and then a flash of brilliance appeared in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Scan the QR code." The moment the words fell, Mu Qiuyan's personal information panel once again appeared in Li Mo's line of sight. Chapter 9, Extracting Skills. Li Mo only glanced at this information about Mu Qiuyan, and then focused his attention on the skills section. Skills: Makeup Master Extractable, Sanda Proficient Extractable, Free Fighting Proficient Extractable, Muay Thai Proficient Extractable, Yoga Proficient Extractable, Swimming Proficient Extractable, Cooking Proficient Extractable, Non-Motorized Vehicle Driving Beginner Extractable, Motor Vehicle Driving Beginner Extractable. When his eyes fell on Mu Qiuyan's skills bar, his eyes could not help but become very bright. Because he discovered that behind each of Mu Qiuyan's skills, there were now 3 extractable characters. Before, there were no extractable characters, but now there are. So, this really can be extracted. In addition, I have some skills that can even be re-extracted. Is this an effect that stacks? Since this skill can be extracted, what should I extract? Should I extract makeup? To be honest, this landlord's makeup is a bit scary. It's not makeup anymore, it's disguise. If it weren't for the golden finger I suddenly gained in the awakened skill, I really wouldn't have been able to tell that the ugly appearance revealed by the landlord was actually made up. Moreover, this makeup is also the only one among the landlord's many skills that has reached the master level. Although I don't know how the skill levels are divided. But no matter how you look at it, a master should be stronger than proficient, right? When he thought about this, Li Mo couldn't help but feel a little tempted. But after he had felt tempted, he immediately temporarily rejected the decision. Although the makeup of the master level was indeed good, compared to makeup, fighting ability was a more exciting ability. This landlord sister's fighting ability, whether it is Sanda, Muay Thai, or Freestyle, has reached the proficient level. It should be pretty good, after all, the previous one, Lang Zi, was only an entry-level singer and dancer. Entry level is the worst. This mastery level is higher than entry level, and should have already reached a very high level of attainment. After dismissing the makeup, Li Mo's gaze fell heavily on Muay Thai, free fighting, and Sanda. If it was the case, he wanted to extract all 3. But he only had 1 skill point right now. It should be impossible to extract all of them. At most, he can only choose 1. Therefore, Li Mo looked around and chose Muay Thai. He has not practiced Sanda, Freestyle, and Muay Thai, so naturally he does not know who is more powerful. However, various film and television dramas say that Muay Thai is powerful. Among the 3 major styles of boxing, Li Mo subconsciously feels that Muay Thai has a heavier killing intent. So he decisively chose this one. Of course, this is also because he did not see any legendary Chinese martial arts from Mu Qiuyan. If he had seen national martial arts, he would definitely have chosen it. But national martial arts have been discredited by various people. I just don't know if there are any really good national martial arts. Of course, now that such an unscientific thing as a golden finger has appeared, Li Mo is not surprised to find real national martial arts. After deciding to choose Muay Thai, Li Mo set his sights on Muay Thai and pondered how he should extract it. Although it was written on the skill that it could be extracted, but it didn't say anything about how to extract it. And as his gaze fell on it like this, and his thoughts were spinning, he was followed by another prompt in the dark. It was asking him if he wanted to consume a skill point to extract it. Extract. After perceiving this prompt, Li Mo secretly ordered in his heart. Suddenly, he noticed a strange surge of information rush into his mind. What's more, as this information flooded into his mind, there was also a strange force entering his body, carrying out various transformations on his body. Under such transformations, Li Mo's muscles under his clothes suddenly became stronger in an unscientific way. His bones also became hard. His entire body was suddenly filled with explosive power. This caused Li Mo to suddenly freeze in place. However, he only froze for a moment before he recovered. When he recovered, Li Mo subconsciously extended his hand and looked at it carefully. He really has extracted the skill. This extraction is really a bit too strange. Quite amazing. While examining his hands, Li Mo couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Now he has not just undergone some simple physical changes. At the same time, his mind is now filled with a large number of Muay Thai moves, as well as various practical combat experiences. Li Mo clearly senses that at this moment, if he were to clash with the previous him, who had not yet extracted the proficient level of Muay Thai, he could crush the previous him. This made him unable to help but glance at Mu Xiaoyan again. You have to know that proficient level Muay Thai is just one of the combat skills Mu Xiaoyan possesses. Just one of them is so powerful. Then how strong is Mu Xiaoyan, who possesses the 3 proficient level combat abilities? No wonder Mu Xiaoyan dares to collect rent alone with a knapsack. This person really has the confidence to act alone. Even if something unexpected happens, Mu Xiaoyan is able to respond quickly. After looking at Mu Xiaoyan, Liemo quickly took out his own phone. After taking out his phone, he wasted no time and continued to open the video, then scanned the QR code again on himself in the video. Suddenly, information about him reappeared in his field of vision. Name, Liemo. Age, 25. Gender, male. Looks, 95. Height, 1.82 meters. Skills, web writing beginner, driving motor vehicles beginner, driving non-motorized vehicles beginner, Muay Thai proficient, scanning QR codes regular skill. Occupation, writer. Real estate, none. Liquid assets, 15,013,222.10 yuan and 10 cents. Mount, Lujia electric bicycle. Relationship status, just broken up 6 months ago, living hand to mouth. Special circumstances, I have just consumed some skill points and extracted Mu Xiaoyan's proficient level Muay Thai. Skill points, 0. Skill bar, this is a direct result of the extra proficient level Muay Thai. In addition, the skill points have been reset to 0, and the special circumstances have once again changed. It really does change with some of my strange encounters. It still doesn't show things that may happen in the future. Liemo couldn't help but slightly blink when he looked at his skill bar. Then he focused his gaze on the special column, wanting to see if the special circumstances would display future events as his thoughts changed. But even as his thoughts turned, he still didn't see any changes. It seems that it really cannot display my future special circumstances? Or is there still a rule hidden from me that I don't understand? Liemo thought about it for a while, and then stopped looking at the information column. As he did, the information column suddenly disappeared. Chapter 10, Another Bad Omen, are you sure it's bad? And at this time, Liemo was looking at Mu Xiaoyan, who was waiting for someone. When he saw Liemo staring at his phone, he couldn't help but ask Liemo again. Stupid brother, why are you taking a selfie again? And even if you're taking a selfie, why are you spacing out? Mu Xiaoyan blinked, obviously very curious. Nothing, I suddenly thought of something. Liemo smiled. Oh. Mu Xiaoyan responded, and then didn't ask any more questions. After the two had waited like this for a while, a woman walked out. This was a woman wearing a nightgown, her hair loose, wearing slippers, and looking very unkempt. She was very pretty. She had a sexy figure, and everything was big where it should be. In her hand she was holding an envelope. She was yawning as she walked. When she arrived at the door, she was stunned to see that there was not only Mu Xiaoyan, but also Liemo. Then she said to Mu Xiaoyan with a smile, "Xiaoyan sister, why did you bring someone else to collect the rent? There is a handsome guy here, and you didn't even warn me in advance, so that I could be prepared. At least change your clothes or something. Sister Yanran, isn't this a surprise for you? My stinky little brother is looking for someone to support him these days. How about it? Do you like it? If you like it, I'll introduce you to him." Mu Xiaoyan said with a smile. Although this little brother is very handsome, I still won't steal his love. If he wants to be supported, it must be you, little sister Xiaoyan. How can you do it? After all, you are a super rich woman. Lin Yanran said with a smile, and while she was talking, she handed the envelope in her hand to Mu Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, here, this is this month's rent, count it and see if it's enough." Mu Xiaoyan saw this and happily accepted the envelope, then casually threw it into the knitted bag. "I trust Yanran." "You're not going to count it? That's a bit strange. Why are you embarrassed to count money when you have a young man by your side? You used to love counting money. These are brand new bills that I took out of the bank yesterday especially for you," Lin Yanran said with some surprise. And just as Lin Yanran and Mu Xiaoyan were having this conversation, Liemo fixed his gaze on Lin Yanran and activated a scan. Immediately, Lin Yanran's personal information appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Yanran. Age, 28. Gender, female. Looks, 95. Height, 1.75 meters. Skills, hacking proficient, Wing Chun proficient, cooking proficient, non-motorized vehicle driving proficient, motorcycle driving proficient,
fancy basketball proficient, dancing proficient.
Occupation, hacker. Real estate, none. Liquid assets, 136,542,228 yuan. Mount, Harley-Davidson flagship glide. Relationship status, none. Favorability, 15.
Special circumstances. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Lin Yanran was racing with someone, passing through the 426 consecutive bends when the rear wheel of the car suddenly burst due to a nail puncturing the tire, causing the car to lose control and veer to the left, crashing through the highway guardrail and falling off the cliff, killing him instantly.
As Lin Yanran's personal information appeared in Li Mo's line of sight, Li Mo was stunned when he saw this kind of personal information. This woman is actually a legendary hacker. Besides, shouldn't hackers be otaku?
She can even play basketball and dance, but unfortunately she can't rap or sing.
And she can even do the legendary Chinese martial art, Wing Chun? Can Wing Chun really be used in actual combat these days?
Apart from this, she also likes to race cars.
Isn't it looking for death to go racing at night?
And the fact has indeed proved that it is looking for death. Proficient in the stance of the motorcycle, she fell off a cliff because the car had a flat tire. It's true that the saying is right, beautiful women have a short life. Although 28 years old is considered an old woman, it is actually the most beautiful time in a woman's life.
While stunned, Li Mo's eyes couldn't help but become strange, and then he couldn't help but sigh.
Of course, it was just a sigh, and Li Mo's eyes immediately lit up. There are special circumstances, which doesn't mean that this is a walking skill point. In addition, it is also a big fat sheep.
The assets also have a small goal.
For someone like this, it shouldn't be too much to charge 10 million to change one's fate. After all, the landlord's sister has promised 30 million. And even if he doesn't charge 10 million, it's possible to get at least 1 million. Even if it's not enough, it's still possible to get 100,000.
In fact, Li Mo's request is not too high. After all, there is the 30 million that the landlord's sister promised first. Cough cough. Hearing Lin Yanran's words, Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but cough twice.
Seeing this, Lin Yanran immediately laughed.
She knows Mu Qiuyan's true appearance.
She knows very well that her younger sister, Qiuyan, is a beautiful rich girl.
However, while smiling, Lin Yanran did not continue to tease Mu Qiuyan, but instead looked at Li Mo and then looked him up and down.
After sizing Li Mo up, she smiled and said to him, "Younger brother, my name is Lin Yanran.
Are you interested in getting to know me?"
As she spoke, she held out her hand to Li Mo.
Li Mo.
Seeing this, Li Mo held out his hand and shook it with the other person lightly, then let go. It turned out to be Li Mo's younger brother.
Lin Yanran suddenly realized, and then smiled and said to Li Mo, "Brother Li Mo, is what Qiuyan just said true? Do you really want someone to support you? Looking at your appearance, you really have the capital."
"I do want the landlord to support me, but she doesn't want to."
"Since she doesn't want to, I'd rather not find someone to support me." Li Mo answered with a smile, not at all embarrassed. "Are you really not going to find someone? If the sister wants to support you, are you also unwilling?"
Lin Yanran said with a smile. "You are quite pretty and relatively wealthy, and if you really wanted to support me, I wouldn't say no, but unfortunately you are a woman of beauty with a short life expectancy, and I am not that lucky."
Li Mo looked at Lin Yanran with a smile and then said again, "Woman of beauty with a short life expectancy? What do you mean?"
Lin Yanran, who had a smile on her face, suddenly froze, then frowned and looked at Li Mo with a puzzled expression.
"I never thought that I would suddenly hear from Li Mo's mouth that I have a short life." "Stupid brother, you didn't also see a bad omen in Yanran's body, did you?
Although Yanran is indeed very big, bigger than me, you can't just say anything." While Lin Yanran was puzzled, Mu Qiuyan next to her also looked at Li Mo and then said with a shocked expression.
Chapter 11, Can you really tell fortunes? Maybe I was just talking nonsense.
"I'm sorry, Yanran, I spoke out of turn."
Li Mo smiled and then solemnly apologized to Lin Yanran. After apologizing, he didn't care how Lin Yanran would reply, and looked at Mu Qiuyan, then said to her, "Since the landlord has finished collecting the rent, should we go to the next house?" "That's fine." Mu Qiuyan looked at Li Mo hesitantly, and then nodded. She then smiled apologetically at Lin Yanran. Then she turned around and prepared to leave on the electric bicycle with Li Mo.
"Wait." It was at this time that Lin Yanran suddenly called out to stop Li Mo and Mu Qiuyan.
"What is it, Yanran? Is there something else?" Mu Qiuyan stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at Lin Yanran. "Li Mo, younger brother, What exactly did you mean by that sentence? Lin Yanran did not answer Mu Qiuyan's question, but looked directly at Li Mo and asked him seriously.
It's pure nonsense, Yanran, don't take it seriously.
Li Mo replied calmly. Really nonsense? Lin Yanran frowned, always feeling that something was wrong.
The guy in front of her was so handsome.
He shouldn't be completely devoid of emotional intelligence.
Normally, no man would dare say to a beautiful woman, "You will have a short life." After all, not only will this not win the beauty's favor, it will also cause the other person to dislike them. After all, no one wants to hear that they are a short-lived ghost. But the Li Mo in front of her just said that to her. This really made her very puzzled.
Well, it really is nonsense, and I'm really sorry. Li Mo replied again, then without saying anything else, walked over to the driver's seat of the electric bicycle and sat back down. As he did so, Mu Qiuyan also walked over with the knitted bag, placed it back on the pedal of the electric bicycle, and then sat in the back.
After Mu Qiuyan was seated, Li Mo started the car directly.
Soon, they left the spot with Mu Qiuyan.
As they watched the two leave, Lin Yanran frowned, her eyes full of confusion. She really couldn't figure out whether Li Mo had deliberately said those words to attract attention, or whether he had low emotional intelligence, or whether it was for some other reason.
Stupid brother, why did you suddenly say those things to Yanran just now? Could it be that she really is like me? Is that also a bad omen? After the car had left Lin Yanran's location, Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but ask Li Mo curiously. Well, it's true that she is like you, and it's a bad omen. Li Mo replied with a smile. It really is a bad omen. How is that possible? Don't be so dramatic. Could it be that Yanran will die too? Mu Qiuyan's pupils narrowed as she spoke seriously. Well, she will die, and she will die a miserable death, even more miserable than yours. Li Mo answered again. This stupid brother, are you really not trying to fool your sister on purpose? Mu Qiuyan opened her mouth, and then couldn't help but ask again. Sister already believes me, doesn't she? Li Mo laughed. I believe you, but this is still a bit too shocking. Mu Qiuyan smiled bitterly. After a brief chat, she changed the subject. And, if that's really the case, then why didn't you just admit to something like this, but instead were willing to damage your own impression in Yanran's heart and say that you were talking nonsense? Isn't Yanran pretty? Don't you want to win her favor? I have landlord's sister, why do I want to gain someone else's favor? Li Mo laughed, and then changed the subject again. Besides, she's not landlord's sister, and we haven't interacted before. Even if I told her, she probably wouldn't believe me, so I'm not going to bother explaining. Don't you want to make money? Yanran can rent the villa I'm charging 50,000 yuan a month for, so she's obviously still rich. Although it's not as much as I'm paying you, it'll definitely make you a profit. This is much better than your previous failure to write a book. Mu Qiuyan asked curiously again. Of course I want to make money, but this depends on the situation and the method. Li Mo laughed. What do you mean? Mu Qiuyan was puzzled. The landlord's sister shouldn't want to see your tenant just die, should she? Li Mo said with a smile. You're not trying to get me to pay, are you? I'm saying, you can't just grab a sheep when you're trying to fleece a goat, you know? Mu Qiuyan's eyes widened. Of course I'm not going to grab you, Qiuyan, you're the only sheep here. Li Mo laughed. Then what exactly do you mean? Wait, are you saying that I should be the one to lobby for you? To lobby for Yanran? Mu Qiuyan. You really understand me, sister landlord. Sister, do you really not consider supporting me? You are like an intestinal worm inside my stomach. After we are together, we will definitely be able to think in the same way, after all, you understand me. Li Mo laughed. Bah! I am not an intestinal worm inside your stomach. Mu Qiuyan pouted. If you say you are not, then you are not. Li Mo laughed. And so the two continued chatting like this. Suddenly Mu Qiuyan's phone rang. Mu Qiuyan took out her phone and looked at it. She saw that it was a WeChat message from Lin Yanran. Qiuyan, who is this Li Mo? What does he do? Why did he say those things to me? I only know that he used to be a hack writer, but now he suddenly says he can tell fortunes and do divinations. Mu Qiuyan hesitated for a moment after reading the message, then looked at Li Mo, who was driving, and started typing a reply. A hack writer who can tell fortunes? Have you seen his abilities? Is he accurate? Lin Yanran. I just found out about it, and I haven't verified it yet. Mu Qiuyan. Oh. Lin Yanran. Seeing this, Mu Qiuyan didn't reply, but put away her phone. Did that Yanran just send you a message again? Accompanying Mu Qiuyan putting away her phone, Li Mo asked without turning his head. Yes, she did. She asked me again what you really do. Mu Qiuyan. So what did you reply? Li Mo. I told her the truth. What else could I reply? Mu Qiuyan. Having said that, she then looked Li Mo in the eye and said seriously, although I do believe you, after all I haven't confirmed whether what you said is true or not, so you're putting me in a difficult position, you little rascal. Are you really not lying to me? Having said that, Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but ask Li Mo seriously again. You'll know in the evening. Li Mo. In the evening? So, the time of my accident was in the evening? Mu Qiuyan's gaze flickered. Li Mo replied calmly. So what exactly were the circumstances? Mu Qiuyan. To tell you in advance can also change your fate, but my sister may not believe it, so I'd rather wait until you experience it yourself before I tell you. Li Mo laughed. Chapter 12, You Really Got Hacked. You're right, but, stinky little brother, are you sure you can save me in time? Will there be no problems? If you don't rescue me in time, I'll just die. You don't want your sister to die, do you? Mu Qiuyan's eyes widened, and she hesitated for a moment before continuing to speak to Li Mo. Don't worry, although you do have a bad omen today, without my help, you will definitely die, but the main reason you will die is because you will not be sent to the hospital in time. Therefore, as long as I am by your side, you will definitely be fine. Li Mo said again with a smile. Moreover, if I tell you now, and you don't experience any dangerous situations, won't you feel that your 30 million yuan was spent in vain? Without waiting for Mu Qiuyan to answer, Li Mo then said to Mu Qiuyan again. You're right, but I still feel very dangerous. And, am I miserable because I didn't get medical treatment in time? So you're saying that I'll suddenly get sick? Otherwise, it can't be a car accident or something, right? I was riding the little electric moped, and now you're riding it, you wouldn't deliberately ride the moped and make me miserable, would you? Mu Qiuyan was once again taken aback, and then she said to Li Mo in a melancholy voice. Don't worry, it's not a car accident. If it is, I'll give you a full refund. Li Mo laughed. Oh, okay, then, my stinky little brother, you must watch it a bit, time is of the essence, don't make a big deal out of it, I'm still young and don't want to die. Mu Qiuyan nodded, and then couldn't help but weakly warn him. Li Mo. In addition, in fact, you can stop testing, if you really want me to tell you, I can tell you, but don't blame me for being realistic, you have to give me the remaining 15 million in advance. And in fact, if I tell you now, I can convince you, but it definitely won't be as shocking. Li Mo responded, and then spoke to Mu Qiuyan again. I'll try it. Mu Qiuyan looked at Li Mo, then opened her mouth, and then gritted her teeth and said. If she could, she wouldn't want to joke with her life. But, as a person who is proficient in various fighting techniques, is Mu Qiuyan a coward? Of course not. If she were a coward, she wouldn't have come out alone to collect the rent. Although her life is important, at the same time, of course, she really wants to see how Li Mo is going to help her change her destiny against the odds. While the two were talking, Mu Qiuyan's phone suddenly rang again. Mu Qiuyan took out her phone again when she saw this. Then she saw that it was still a WeChat message. Only this time, the person who sent the message was not Lin Yanran, but Leng Zi. Qiuyan, is that handsome guy really able to tell fortunes? Why, Z, why are you asking like this? By the way, have you verified what your smelly little brother told you? Mu Qiuyan's eyes flickered, and she immediately typed a reply without hesitation. I did. I immediately received a link from a penguin friend. Because of the handsome guy's reminder, I bound the phone token, and my account was not stolen. Later, I specifically created a new account to test it, and then it was stolen. Ling Zi. You really received a link to steal your account? Mu Qiuyan. Yes, I really did. Ling Zi. How long have you known that penguin friend? Mu Qiuyan. I've known her for a while. Ling Zi. Is she a man or a woman? Mu Qiuyan. She's a little girl who's still in high school. Ling Zi. So did you ask her what happened? Why did she hack your account? Mu Qiuyan. After my account was hacked, I asked her about it.
She didn't reply at first, and only replied after a while, saying that her own penguin account had been hacked.
Ling Zi. So that means that your penguin friend does not exist, and she and Liamo have secretly teamed up to deliberately fool you, right? Mu Qiuyan. I don't think so. My penguin friend is not from this city.
I've had a video chat with her before, and she's studying in Fruit City.
Ling Zi. Oh. Mu Qiuyan. So, Qiuyan, who is that handsome guy? How did he get involved in this? He's pretty amazing, isn't he? Can you give me his WeChat ID? I want to add him as a friend and chat with him. Ling Zi. Mu Qiuyan didn't answer immediately, but looked at Liamo on the bike, then tugged at the corner of his shirt. What's wrong? Who sent you a message again? Liamo said without looking back. It's a message from Z.
You said before that her account would be hacked, and it really has been.
Mu Qiuyan. It really has been hacked? Liamo was stunned, a little surprised.
He had clearly gained a skill point, so how could his account really have been hacked?
Didn't the reversal event succeed?
It really has been hacked, but it wasn't her main account that was hacked, but a newly created account.
Mu Qiuyan. Oh. Then you should have more faith in my abilities, right? Liamo laughed. Well, I do have more faith. Mu Qiuyan responded, and then said, Ze wants to add you as a friend, and asked me for your WeChat ID. Do you want to give it to her? Give it to her.
After all, if you don't want to support me, I need to find a girlfriend.
I think Ze is quite pretty, and we can chat. Liamo said without hesitation. You really aren't polite. You said that, aren't you afraid of affecting your impression in my mind? Mu Qiuyan. The landlord doesn't even want to support me, what do I have to be afraid of? After all, I'm just a tenant of yours. If you want to ruin my impression, just go ahead.
You can't kick me out of the house just because I'm getting a girlfriend.
If that happens, I'll just buy a house early. Liamo laughed.
You're a heartless brother, Liamo, Mu Qiuyan said in a displeased tone, unable to resist and reaching out to place her hand on Liamo's waist.
There's no way around it, I also have needs. Liamo. Bah. Mu Qiuyan's pretty face turned red.
To be honest, I'm becoming more and more curious about what you're going to do next to change my fate, and I don't know what you're going to do. After her pretty face turned red, Mu Qiuyan followed up by saying to Liamo in a serious tone.
You'll know when the time comes.
Anyway, until your misfortune ends today, I will definitely follow you. After all, you gave me 30 million.
Liamo. As the two spoke, they went to the current villa community, the last villa belonging to Mu Qiuyan's real estate, and collected the rent. After collecting the rent, they left the current villa community and went to the location of the office building to collect the rent for the office building as well. Then they came to Villa Tianhe number 3. Chapter 13, The True Appearance of Mu Qiuyan. Tianhe number 3 villa is precisely the villa where Mu Qiuyan lives. It is the villa she does not rent out. She usually lives here. In addition, not only did she not rent out Tianhe number 3 villa, at the same time, she also did not rent out Tianhe number 4 villa. What should we do next? Just stay at home? This is the living room. Mu Qiuyan sat opposite Liamo, and with a curious look, she asked Liamo, who was drinking Fanta. Well, just do what you wanted to do before. Liamo answered with a smile. Then just stay at home. My original plan was to stay at home and exercise after collecting the rent. Mu Qiuyan responded. Exercise? Liamo looked at Mu Qiuyan curiously. It means practicing martial arts in the training room. If you're interested, I can take you there right now. Mu Qiuyan laughed. After saying that, she stood up and got ready to take Liamo to her training room. Her villa had a specially built training room. It allowed her to stay at home and do various combat training. I'm interested, but compared to this, I'm even more interested in your real appearance right now. If it's possible, landlord's sister, can you take off your makeup now? You are really ugly like this. Liamo nodded with a smile, and then smiled at Mu Qiuyan. While talking, he couldn't help but look up and down at Mu Qiuyan. Although according to the scan code detection, Liamo knew that Mu Qiuyan was a being with a face value of 95. But after all, his scan code is not a kind of penetration. Without Mu Qiuyan removing her makeup, he also has no idea what Mu Qiuyan's real face really looks like. As Li Yamo spoke, Mu Qiuyan glanced at him and then said with a smile, "Are you really that curious? Can't you tell by looking at me? Since you know I look good, don't you know what I look like normally? It's true that you look good, but knowing what you really look like is a different matter." Li Mo shrugged.
Okay, since you, my stinky little brother, are so interested, then I will show you my peerless beauty out of mercy.
Hearing this, Mu Qiuyan immediately smiled and said to Li Mo.
After saying that, he stood up from his seat and walked towards the second floor of the villa.
Seeing this, Li Mo did not follow.
Instead, he took out his mobile phone and then opened the bank app to take a closer look at his bank balance. Although he had received a text message about the transfer when Mu Qiuyan had previously transferred 15 million to him. But at that time, he didn't take the time to carefully look at the bank account details. Now that he was alone, naturally he couldn't help but watch it.
Seeing the 15 million lying there in the account, Li Mo couldn't help but feel a certain excitement. This is 15 million. It's a number he never dared to imagine before today. Although he is an online author. In the online writing circle, the top existences, a few million a month is normal. But for a loser like him, could only hope for a monthly income of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands at most. He had never really imagined earning more than 10 million a day. This way of making money really does come too quickly. Now he really doesn't have to live a hard life. In the future, he can buy instant noodles according to his budget, and no longer have to choose the cheaper ones if they are not essential, as he did before. After a moment of excitement, Li Mo calmed down and then couldn't help but smile. Then he closed his mobile banking app. Then he opened Taobao. He opened the shopping cart page directly. His shopping cart was already full. He had added the items to the shopping cart before. But he never had the money, and he didn't want to buy some of the items. Most of these items were fishing equipment. There were fishing boxes, fishing chairs, nice fishing umbrellas, ordinary rods, sea rods, lure rods, front casting rods, raft fishing rods, more expensive fishing lines, etc. Many of these items are actually things that Li Mo has no use for. But as a fisherman, sometimes even if you know they are useless, you still can't help but want to buy them all kinds of things. It's just that in the past, Li Mo was hindered by money from his desire to buy crazily. But now there are 15 million of these. Plus there is still 15 million in the balance that hasn't arrived yet. It's just a few thousand fishing equipment, so it's not a big deal. What's more, Li Mo even directly upgraded some of the equipment. He replaced it with more expensive equipment that he would have been afraid to choose before. After selecting these things, Li Mo paid directly. Of course, he did not forget to collect the coupons. And almost as soon as Li Mo had selected the things and paid, he saw the stairway entrance. At this time, a woman wearing a training suit with a ponytail, tall and delicate in appearance, with an air of masculinity about her, was walking down the spiral staircase. Although the training suit was very loose, it did not affect her appearance in the slightest. She was clearly wearing no makeup. But when you set your sights on her face, you can't help but be moved. Almost as soon as the other person walked down the stairs, Li Mo's eyes fell on her and he was directly dumbfounded. "Sister Qiuyan?" Li Mo asked uncertainly. Although he knew that Mu Qiuyan had a 95-point appearance and was very pretty, the Mu Qiuyan of now was completely different from the Mu Qiuyan of before. They were not the same person at all. Only the eyes and height had not changed. Everything else gave the impression that she had completely changed. "How dare you, little brother, not admit it?" Seeing Li Mo like this, Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but smile. "It's true that you're a bit afraid to admit it, and the changes you've made are really quite big. Although I know you have a 95-point appearance, your changes are really quite shocking. You say you're so pretty, so why do you usually make yourself look so ugly? Not only do you make yourself ugly, but you also get scars on your face. Are you imitating some brain-dead TV drama and deliberately making yourself ugly in order to find a true love who loves you back?" Li Mo nodded with a smile, and then couldn't help but look at Mu Qiuyan with a strange expression on his face. This. Cough cough. Mu Qiuyan coughed awkwardly a few times. Well, there was no need for Mu Qiuyan to finish speaking. Li Mo was already certain that he had not guessed wrong or anything. Mu Qiuyan really did look like that. It could only be said that brain-dead TV has harmed people deeply. Of course, if Mu Qiuyan did not pretend to be ugly. With a face like Mu Qiuyan's, coupled with her wealth, she would be a proper rich and beautiful woman.
The number of people who would pursue her would be, I'm afraid, very, very high.
Chapter 14, Another Million. Is this really how you are? Geez. Then what was the situation when you kept testing me before and said you wanted to support me?
It can't be that, Xiaoyan, you like my appearance, and then, you want to see if I will be attracted to your ugly appearance, right?
But even if I were attracted, wouldn't it be because of your money? Li Mo's eyes looked strange for a moment, and then he couldn't help but ask Mu Qiuyan with some curiosity. I was just teasing you. If you really agree, I won't really support you. Mu Qiuyan. Really? Li Mo didn't believe it. It's true. Otherwise, why did you agree now when I haven't even agreed yet?
I was just teasing you in the first place, Mu Qiuyan said again.
Fine, if you say so, Li Mo shrugged and didn't argue much. Let's go, don't you want to visit my training room? I'll take you there now.
Mu Qiuyan saw this and also stopped talking about the topic, but decisively changed the subject.
Li Mo nodded. Then he followed Mu Qiuyan out of the living room.
They then arrived at a training room. When they entered, they saw floor-to-ceiling mirrors on both sides. Apart from the floor-to-ceiling mirrors,
there were also wooden dummy posts, sandbags, weapon racks. There were all kinds of knives, guns, swords, halberds, nunchakus, etc. on the weapon racks.
When Li Mo saw those cold weapons such as knives, guns, swords, halberds, nunchakus, etc., he couldn't help but look at Mu Qiuyan with a strange expression.
Because she didn't scan Mu Qiuyan's body and didn't scan Mu Qiuyan's skills in cold weapons. So, what are these cold weapons doing here? After all, Sanda and free fighting also include the use of cold weapons, right?
You should know that the Muay Thai he learned from Mu Qiuyan does not involve the use of weapons.
What do you think? Mu Qiuyan said with a smile as he watched Li Mo inspect the training room.
It looks okay, but why did you put floor-to-ceiling mirrors on both sides of the training room?
Could it be that when you practice martial arts, you look at the mirror, admire yourself, and revel in it? Li Mo nodded and then laughed again. Mirrors are convenient for correcting some of my moves. Mu Qiuyan said with a serious expression. Really? Li Mo naturally didn't believe it. After all, Mu Qiuyan's combat ability was already proficient level.
With proficient combat ability, there was no need to rely on a mirror to correct it.
It was just the way it was. Mu Qiuyan said again without hesitation, and then looked at Li Mo again, before winking at him. What do you say, stinky brother, interested in a few moves? How did you know I know martial arts? Li Mo said to Mu Qiuyan with a smile. You really know it? Mu Qiuyan looked at Li Mo in surprise. If you're not sure, then why did you invite me? You're not trying to take revenge, are you? Li Mo. Of course not. If you don't know, then I can teach you.
You're not going to write books anymore, and you've already earned a lot of money from me.
You don't need to work so hard for money anymore.
So naturally, you have a lot of free time. This time can be used to practice fighting or something.
Keeping fit is also a good thing. Mu Qiuyan said to Li Mo with a smile. Oh. Li Mo responded. Stinky little brother, are you coming or not? Mu Qiuyan once again beckoned to Li Mo. Come on, there's nothing going on right now.
Li Mo's gaze flickered, followed by a smile. It so happened that he had just picked up Mu Qiuyan's Muay Thai proficient and had not yet had a chance to use it. Since Mu Qiuyan had asked to spar at this time,
it was a good opportunity to put this ability to the test. So, you bratty little brother, are you a novice or something? What did you learn? Traditional martial arts? Or Sanda, free sparring? It can't be Taekwondo, can it? Mu Qiuyan's eyes lit up when she heard this, and then she couldn't help but say to Li Mo. When she got to the end, she couldn't help but look at Li Mo strangely up and down. It was obvious from her tone that Mu Qiuyan looked down on Taekwondo. Sister, you look down on Taekwondo?
Li Mo's gaze flickered. It's not that I look down on it, it's just that Taekwondo's practical combat ability is really not good, there are too many flaws, and if you learn it from the market, it's hard to learn Taekwondo with real practical combat ability, it's completely flashy and useless.
Mu Qiuyan shook her head. Oh, I see. Li Mo. What the hell did you learn, you little brat? Mu Qiuyan asked curiously again. Mu. Li Mo answered casually. Mu? Mu Qiuyan looked up and down at Li Mo in surprise. I can't believe it, you little brat, you're a loser who stays at home all day, and you actually have the perseverance to learn Muay Thai? This is not an easy thing to learn. After sizing up Li Mo, Mu Qiuyan spoke again. It's okay. Li Mo smiled and said. After all, there's no need for perseverance when you're on a power-up. Since it's Muay Thai, then my sister happens to know it as well, so let's spar. Just wait, I'll go get 2 pairs of gloves and protective gear, Mu Qiuyan said with a smile. After saying that, she turned around and prepared to get the things. Protective gear and gloves are not necessary, I can't let go with those things. Li Mo directly refused and called out to Mu Qiuyan. You don't need them? Are you sure? Without protective gear, it's inevitable that you'll get hurt later. Even if my sister holds back, it'll still hurt a lot if she hits you. Mu Qiuyan looked at Li Mo strangely. Since you can tell fortunes, you should be able to tell that my sister is very good at fighting. Qiuyan, you're proficient in Muay Thai, Sanda, and free fighting, and you also know yoga. Li Mo looked at Mu Qiuyan calmly. You really can tell, you stinking little brother, your fortune-telling skills are really impressive. I don't know, how did you suddenly have this epiphany? Why don't you show me the usual quality of your writing? Mu Qiuyan's eyes lit up, and she followed up by saying, unable to resist her curiosity about Li Mo. Don't worry, sister, I'm not asking for your writing quality for nothing. How about 1 million? After saying this, Mu Qiuyan followed up without waiting for Li Mo to reply. 1 million? Li Mo's face suddenly couldn't help but become weird again. Yes, 1 million. Do you think it's not enough, you little shit? If you don't like it, 10 million is fine, but you have to promise me that the writing materials you give me are the real thing, and not some bullshit. Mu Qiuyan said without hesitation. She was really interested in Li Mo's writing materials. Forget it, I don't really want to make the money. After all, even if I give it to you, you might not be able to learn it. You know, some things require opportunity, and everyone's aptitude is different. Li Mo shook his head with a smile. Although he wanted to make money. However, this writing material was simply something he casually said to fool Mu Qiuyan. It was not the same as changing his destiny. If it were someone else, he would have taken it, but Mu Qiuyan had always taken care of him anyway. He would rather not take the money. Chapter 15, This money came too easily. You didn't even give it to me. How do you know I can't learn it, you stupid little brother? You're not being stingy, are you? Or is 10 million too little for you? Mu Qiuyan looked at Li Mo with wide eyes. You really want it? Li Mo heard this and looked up and down at Mu Qiuyan with a strange expression on his face. Mu Qiuyan nodded without hesitation. Okay, since you insist on giving me money, I'll just take it without any hesitation, Li Mo said without hesitation. Then you have to promise to give me the real thing. Mu Qiuyan. Well, I promise. Li Mo smiled. So how much do you want? Mu Qiuyan asked weakly. Don't worry, I won't charge you 10 million. Just give me 1 million. It won't make a difference to you anyway, it's just a drop in the bucket. Li Mo said calmly. Okay, I'll give you the money first. Mu Qiuyan nodded without hesitation and then took out her phone from her pocket and decisively transferred 1 million yuan to Li Mo's bank card. Immediately, Li Mo received a text message about the arrival of the money. Seeing such a text message about the arrival of the money, Li Mo couldn't help but be silent. This money really came too easily. Think about the days when he used to write books and fail. Think about the present. It's really 2 different worlds. Sister Qiuyan, you are really generous, Li Mo said with a slight pause, then put away his phone and smiled at Mu Qiuyan. As long as you promise to give me the real writing materials. Mu Qiuyan. Don't worry, I won't lie to you about this. Li Mo laughed and put away his phone. Shall we start the battle? As Li Mo put away his phone, Mu Qiuyan immediately changed the subject. Well, let's start the battle. Li Mo nodded. Then come at me. Mu Qiuyan did not hesitate and gave Li Mo a wink. Okay. Li Mo smiled and did not refuse. Almost as soon as the words fell, he charged straight at Mu Qiuyan and hit him with a right straight punch with no fancy moves. When the right fist was hit, the air was directly torn apart. Mu Qiuyan saw this and her eyes flashed with a cold light. Without hesitation, she blocked Li Mo's punch with a left-handed block. When she blocked, Mu Qiuyan suddenly felt pain in her hand as she blocked Li Mo's punch.
From the pain, she was able to confirm Li Mo's punching power to a certain extent. The power of this punch was definitely not something a novice could produce.
Li Mo did have real combat ability. Mu Qiuyan smiled at this realization.
And just as she smiled, she saw Li Mo's left hand suddenly strike from the side, heading for her temple.
Mu Qiuyan was not at all flustered.
She swung her right hand to block. As soon as she blocked, she saw Li Mo's body suddenly turn, and then his right hand form an elbow, and an elbow strike came at her in a reverse direction.
It was quite fast. And the strike was fierce and powerful. Mu Qiuyan quickly put both hands into a fighting stance and blocked the elbow. Just as she did, a tremendous force was generated from Li Mo's right elbow. Boom! A thud
followed, and then a dull sound of impact was heard. At the sound of that impact, Mu Qiuyan's body could not help but take a few steps back.
Interesting, you brat, your strength is quite good, and you do know Muay Thai. However, you are so ruthless, aren't you afraid that I won't be able to block it and you will kill or disfigure me? You hit me in the face and temple. Mu Qiuyan backed up, but she wasn't afraid, and instead she said to Li Mo with curiosity. I'm even more interested in Li Mo now. I have confidence in you. Li Mo. Really?
Then, little brother, it's my turn to attack next. From your simple attack, I can see that you're really good at Muay Thai, so I won't hold back.
Next, you watch out. Mu Qiuyan's mouth curled up into a smile. As the words fell, he directly did up a Muay Thai protective move, or an attacking move. Li Mo saw this and also assumed the same stance.
Then the two faced each other, neither moving immediately. They moved their feet towards each other. However, they only moved a little, and then Mu Qiuyan stepped forward, sweeping his leg in a direct and unadorned sweep towards Li Mo.
Li Mo's gaze hardened, and he dodged Mu Qiuyan's attack by flinching to the side.
As he dodged, Mu Qiuyan landed on his right foot, turned his body, and slammed a backflip leg kick at Li Mo.
It was no longer possible to dodge at this point, so Li Mo quickly put his hands in a blocking position to block Mu Qiuyan's leg kick. At the moment he blocked, Li Mo also felt a terrifying force erupt from Mu Qiuyan's left leg.
It made his body uncontrollably retreat backwards. His hands, which had been used to block the attack, were also in obvious pain. However, having attained the proficiency level in Muay Thai, his bones had become hardened. His ability to withstand blows was the same. Although his hands that had blocked the attack were in pain, they were within the range of what he could bear.
While he was being knocked backwards by the whip leg, Mu Qiuyan's left foot followed through and landed, and then his right foot delivered a straight kick, aimed squarely at Li Mo's chest. Li Mo quickly dodged the attack by flinching to the side, and while doing so, he whipped his right foot up without hesitation at Mu Qiuyan's independently supporting left foot. If this kick hit, Mu Qiuyan would definitely fall. But before he could hit Mu Qiuyan, he saw Mu Qiuyan's right foot suddenly change its stance in the straight kick, sweeping aside and directly impacting with Li Mo's foot. Boom! The dull sound of impact rang out. The pain naturally followed from the impact of their feet. However, at this time, Li Mo did not care about the pain, because Mu Qiuyan's left hand suddenly embraced his head, hugging it all at once, and then pressed down. Even as he pressed down, his right foot landed, and his left foot directly knee-dropped Li Mo. Li Mo put up both hands in a defensive position to block Mu Qiuyan's attack. Just as he blocked Mu Qiuyan's right foot, he was also followed by a knee drop. And the attacks came one after the other, very quickly. The force of each blow was also very strong. For a while, Li Mo could only passively defend himself. After defending against a few consecutive attacks, Li Mo forcibly got rid of Mu Qiuyan's hand pressing on his head and pulled away from Mu Qiuyan. When he pulled away, he felt unbearable pain in his hands. Mu Qiuyan's knee strikes were very powerful. Although he blocked them with his hands one after the other, it really hurt. Stupid brother, your actual combat experience seems to be useless. If it weren't for me letting up, you would hardly have been able to escape so easily. As the distance between them widened, Mu Qiuyan said to Li Mo with a smile. Again. Li Mo didn't refute this either, but calmly replied. After all, his skills themselves were extracted. Although the combat experience and moves were all extracted. No matter what, they were extracted. Moreover, Mu Qiuyan is not only proficient in Muay Thai, but also in Sanda, free fighting, and even advanced yoga. Although yoga is not a fighting ability, it also makes Mu Qiuyan's body flexibility far superior to Li Mo. Chapter 16, Writing Materials Again. Then my sister won't be polite. Mu Qiuyan smiled. After the words fell, he continued to attack Li Mo. Then the two once again began Muay Thai and fought each other. In terms of fighting ability and physical fitness, Li Mo naturally was no match for Mu Qiuyan. During the fight, it was inevitable that he would be suppressed. However, although being suppressed, Li Mo was also rapidly integrating and digesting the Muay Thai proficiency extracted from Mu Qiuyan during their sparring. His fighting ability was improving in a straight line during the course of the fight. Seeing this, Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but marvel. This stinky little brother is actually a hidden martial arts prodigy. You have to know that she has this ability. But it cost a lot of money. She hired many masters. And he also used a lot of medicinal herbs. But before Li Mo earned her 16 million, he was obviously a penniless writer. He couldn't even pay the rent on time. Not to mention spending money to hire teachers and using some expensive medicinal herbs to supplement his body and take medicinal baths. But even so, Li Mo's mastery of Muay Thai was actually not worse than hers. It was just that his initial combat experience was weaker than hers. However, as the battle continued, Li Mo was like a sponge, absorbing knowledge at a rapid rate. In no time at all, he had become just as accomplished as she was in Muay Thai, which was truly incredible. "Ha, no more, no more. You're hurting my hair, you little brother, can't you be gentle?" Mu Qiuyan suddenly spoke after a while of fighting. It turned out that at this moment, Mu Qiuyan's head was also being held down by Li Mo, and then she was being knee-kicked like crazy. And because her hair was very long, Li Mo also tugged at it. Therefore, when she struggled, her scalp hurt. After hearing Mu Qiuyan say this, Li Mo also stopped attacking and then let go of Mu Qiuyan's hair. As Li Mo let go, Mu Qiuyan rubbed her head with her hands to relieve the pain in her scalp. While relieving it, she couldn't help but glare at Li Mo. This smelly little brother really doesn't pity fragrant flowers or cherish jade. Although in reality Li Mo did not pity fragrant jade, he let Mu Qiuyan fight very happily. She had not had such a hearty fight with someone else for a while. But having her hair grabbed by someone else still left her speechless. "It's not that you are too awesome, Qiuyan, if I didn't grab your hair, you would have long since escaped. I was just accurately grabbing your weak point." Li Mo laughed, slightly embarrassed. After all, no matter what, grabbing a girl's hair is a bit of a problem. If I had known, I would not have given you the opportunity to hold your head. You really do copy others. Mu Qiuyan. It's all because of your good teaching, Qiuyan. Li Mo. You, my smelly little brother, are really strange. I don't know how you learned it. Your physical fitness is only slightly worse than mine. And your mastery of Muay Thai is on par with mine. If we were to fight to the death, it would be only at the beginning that I could take advantage of your lack of combat experience and quickly kill you. Later, if you quickly improve your combat ability, if I don't use other combat abilities, we will be 40-60 split, and there is a high probability that we will both die. Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but look at Li Mo strangely when she heard these words. This shows that I am a martial arts prodigy, Li Mo laughed. This is really possible. Anyway, you are very strange. You obviously have no money, you are a struggling writer, and yet you have trained your body so well, which is really strange. Who did you learn Muay Thai from? Mu Qiuyan nodded, then couldn't help but ask Li Mo out of curiosity. I just taught myself by reading writing materials. Li Mo. Writing materials again? Mu Qiuyan's eyes widened. Yes, as you know, writing a book really requires a lot of research. When writing about the city, you have to research various martial arts, fighting, and combat videos. Sometimes, for creative inspiration, I have to try it myself. Li Mo said without hesitation. Do you have to be so ridiculous? You online writers can't all be a bunch of perverts. Mu Qiuyan opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe that was the explanation she had heard. God knows how much suffering she had endured learning Muay Thai. Did he really think that polishing one's body was an easy task? It was necessary to train one's physical strength. At the same time, one also had to learn to withstand blows. Learning to withstand blows is a painful experience. It is definitely not something that ordinary people would want to experience. Many people stopped at this step and, before they could become completely successful, they were directly disabled. Or the body will suffer after effects. That's why you need a professional masseur, various medicinal herbs and the guidance of a master, so that your body doesn't suffer. Otherwise, you're just fooling around. Even if your strength improves, it's easy to leave hidden injuries. Not to mention raising Muay Thai to the proficient level. How come they're all psychos?
It's just that I've researched a lot.
Li Mo answered with a smile.
It's just that I've researched a bit too much.
Is this a bit too much research for you?
You're good at calculating, you're also proficient in fighting, but you lack combat experience, so you seem a bit rusty. But in just half an hour, you've completely caught up with me, which is really quite abnormal.
You've made me want to write a novel. Mu Qiuyan.
It's not that bad, it's purely a matter of personal talent.
Li Mo.
Anyway, you're a pervert.
Mu Qiuyan looked at Li Mo again, then sighed with emotion. While talking, he added, "Are you going to take a bath? After half an hour of exercise, I'm all sweaty and uncomfortable. Are you inviting me to join you?" Li Mo's mouth curled up into a smile. "Bah, what are you thinking? It'll definitely be a solo bath." Mu Qiuyan. "You don't even have any clothes here, forget it." Li Mo shook his head.
"It's not a big deal, I'll get you a robe first, and then have someone bring you a set of clothes,"
Mu Qiuyan said. "And, if all else fails, you can still wear your sister's clothes, right? Besides, you're so handsome, I don't know what you'd look like in women's clothes. Should I put on some makeup for you and get you a wig to wear?" As she spoke, Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but look up and down at Li Mo.
"No, I'm not a crossdresser."
Li Mo quickly refused. "Don't refuse. There are only two kinds of women's clothing, 0 times and infinite times. You say you don't have it now, but maybe you haven't opened a new world yet. When you try it, you might just open a new world." Mu Qiuyan.
"Forget it, I'm a 16K pure man."
Li Mo refused again with righteous words. "That's a real pity. Okay, let's go, we'll go take a bath. I'll get you a robe. By the way, tell me your clothing size, and I'll have someone send it over." Mu Qiuyan. "Who are you going to send?" Li Mo. "The butler." Mu Qiuyan said without hesitation. The butler in the villa area is also responsible for these things?" Li Mo was a little curious.
He really didn't know, after all, he had never lived in this kind of single-family villa before.
"What else?"
"Don't mention these, and some of the butlers in the villas are still."
"Oh, I'd better not tell you, in case you learn bad habits." Li Mo. Chapter 17. You still have a lot to learn. With Li Mo's silence, Mu Qiuyan didn't say much to Li Mo next. She told Li Mo the location of the bathroom. And she also got Li Mo a brand new set of unwashed pajamas. She then went to wash up by herself. Seeing this, Li Mo naturally didn't waste any time and also went to wash up. After washing up, Li Mo came to the living room wearing the pajamas. When she arrived, she saw Mu Qiuyan here as well. At this time, Mu Qiuyan had changed into a black strapless dress.
Her hair was wet. She was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, wiping her hair with a towel. Li Mo just glanced at her and felt a little overwhelmed.
Unable to resist, she looked at Mu Qiuyan more closely. "Stupid brother, what are you looking at? If you're done, come over here and blow dry my hair." As Li Mo did so, Mu Qiuyan pouted at Li Mo. Her pretty face turned slightly red. She didn't really like wearing a bathrobe. Usually when she took a bath at home, she either didn't wear anything at all, or else she just wore a nightgown. "Okay," Li Mo replied, and followed her over. He walked behind Mu Qiuyan, took the towel from her hands, and continued to wipe the water from Mu Qiuyan's hair. Then he took the hairdryer that Mu Qiuyan had prepared and started drying her hair. "Your clothes will be delivered in a little while," Mu Qiuyan said to Li Mo as he did so. Li Mo. "Stinky brother, what do you want to eat later?" "It's almost dinner time, I'll cook whatever you want." Mu Qiuyan. "Noodles, I usually cook noodles for dinner." Li Mo. "Well, that's it?" Mu Qiuyan. "What else? Do you eat meat and fish every night?" Li Mo answered casually. "It's not that, it's just that, since this is the first time you've tried my cooking, you don't want a big meal or anything, you're really not ambitious." Mu Qiuyan smiled. "As long as it fills my stomach, I don't have high expectations for meals. If you really want to treat me to a big meal, wait until after today." Li Mo laughed. "That's fine, noodles are noodles. I'll make you tomato and shredded pork noodles later." By the way, do you want some pickled vegetables? If you do, I'll order some takeaway. Mu Chioyen. It seems that you usually eat what the public really likes. You even like to have pickled vegetables when you eat noodles? Li Mo said to Mu Chioyen in surprise. Although I have money, I am still just like you, a human being. I am also very casual.
What's more, when I was studying, I rented a house with my best friend and lived an ordinary life.
Mu Chioyen said without hesitation. You rented a house? Li Mo asked in surprise.
He was a little surprised.
As for Mu Chioyen's property,
she doesn't need to rent a house to live in.
What a strange thing, can't I just rent a house to live in? Mu Chioyen. That's not true, I'm just surprised. Li Mo.
Why are you surprised?
Can't you figure this out? Mu Chioyen looked at Li Mo doubtfully.
I can make calculations, but I'm not omnipotent. I can tell the fortune and career of some people, but I can't completely understand a person. There's no way, as you know, I'm just a half-assed person.
I've just learned this skill. I'm not proficient. Li Mo answered casually, not at all embarrassed.
Well, but you are not very skilled, and you have already earned so much money from your sister. I can't imagine how much money you will earn when your abilities improve again. To be honest, with your abilities, you really won't have to worry about money in the future. Mu Chioyen nodded, followed by a somewhat emotional remark.
Not everyone is a big fat lamb like you, sister.
Things like today, when you suddenly made 30 million from me, are not something that can be sought after.
Li Mo laughed.
You're treating me like a grudge seed.
Mu Chioyen said angrily.
Why is it a grudge seed?
It's just a fat lamb. It's not even a grudge seed, Li Mo laughed.
But, after you completely change my fate today and let me see your true abilities, if you really want to pursue this career in the future, I can introduce you to some people. Although not every one of them can earn tens of millions from each other. But millions is definitely no problem.
And it's not impossible to say more.
Mu Chioyen pouted a little, and then said to Li Mo seriously.
Okay, then I'll trouble you, Chioyen, next. Li Mo smiled.
Now he is not going to write a book.
And fortune telling really makes a lot of money quickly. In addition, reversing someone's fate can also earn skill points. This can make money and earn skill points. Li Mo really finds it hard to resist. You don't have to be so polite. After all, if you are really that good, then I will be taking advantage of you.
If you show your strength, I can also expand my network of contacts.
Mu Chioyen.
Then it's a win-win situation for us, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Li Mo smiled. Don't you want to consider giving your sister a little finder's fee or something? Mu Chioyen.
What kind of relationship do you have with your sister? You don't need to be so polite, and the finder's fee is waived.
Li Mo said with a smile. Bah, you're such a rotten brother. Your heart is black. What kind of relationship do we have? We're just like landlord and tenant. Mu Chioyen.
But we can also take it a step further and become direct family. It just depends on whether your sister is willing.
Li Mo.
Ugh, you stinky little brother, don't think about such good things all the time. My sister currently has no plans to fall in love, so don't provoke her.
Mu Chioyen.
Then you really don't want to regret it in the future, sister?
I am currently just like a rock that has yet to rise.
As the saying goes, a rock rises with the wind one day.
Once I rise, it will be difficult for you to get close to me. Li Mo.
Stinky little brother, are you that confident in yourself?
Mu Chioyen.
Of course.
Li Mo. Narcissist, I've never seen anyone so self-absorbed. Don't you know how to be humble in front of your sister? Mu Chioyen. Will modesty make your sister like you? Li Mo. Even if you're not humble, it's not okay. You stink, little brother. Mu Chioyen.
Sigh, if I get the chance, I'll let you know that I really don't stink.
Li Mo. Bah, you can't be smug.
Mu Chioyen pouts, her pretty face turning red.
I just want you to smell it. What are you thinking, sister? Li Mo.
I won't listen, you're just being a pain.
Mu Chioyen. Li Mo saw this and laughed. Then he continued to blow Mu Chioyen's hair dry. It was soon dry. Okay. After drying it, Li Mo said to Mu Chioyen with a smile. Then you sit down, and I'll blow dry you too. Mu Qiuyan.
I don't need it, my short hair will dry in no time.
Li Mo laughed.
You'll know when you have a headache, so hurry up and sit down.
Mu Qiuyan. Okay then. Li Mo replied.
Then he and Mu Qiuyan switched positions directly.
He sat where Mu Qiuyan had been at first. Mu Qiuyan stood behind him. Chapter 18, Feeling Insecure. Li Mo has short hair, and Mu Qiuyan blow dries his hair much faster than Li Mo blow drying Mu Qiuyan's hair. In a few seconds, Mu Qiuyan blow dries Li Mo's hair.
After Mu Qiuyan blow dries Li Mo's hair, she puts down the hairdryer and walks over to sit next to Li Mo.
Seeing Mu Qiuyan sit down, Li Mo can't help but fix his gaze on her.
His eyes were slightly complicated.
Li Mo has also had several girlfriends. But this is the first time a girl has blown his hair. This feeling is quite new to Li Mo. Stinky brother, what are you looking at?
I'll tell you, my sister is awesome.
If you dare to mess around, my sister will beat you up. No mercy. Mu Qiuyan was a little flustered by Li Mo's scrutiny. After all, she also knew that Li Mo was currently only wearing a bathrobe.
I just think that my sister is very beautiful, purely for admiration.
Don't worry, I won't do anything, I don't want to get beaten up yet. Li Mo laughed. That's more like it. But even if it's admiration, you can't keep staring like that. You're making your sister feel very uncomfortable, and you're really not being polite. Mu Qiuyan. What's that saying? A graceful lady is the pursuit of gentlemen.
You're beautiful, of course I can't help but stare.
After all, who doesn't want to look at beautiful things? Li Mo. You're quite the smooth talker. Mu Qiuyan, I wonder how many girls you've charmed before. Not many, just a few. Li Mo. A few? You really are a jerk. Mu Qiuyan. Ha ha. Li Mo. The two chatted for a while.
The smart butler system in the villa rang.
Mu Qiuyan connected directly, looked at the person in the video, and then let the other person in.
Soon, a woman dressed in professional attire
and dressed like a butler walked in. Although the woman's appearance was not as good as Mu Qiuyan's, she was not bad looking.
At this time, the other person was holding a bag in her hand. When the woman walked in and saw Li Mo wearing a robe and Mu Qiuyan also wearing black suspender pajamas, she was momentarily stunned. However, it was only a slight moment of confusion, and then she respectfully handed the bag over to Mu Qiuyan, saying, "Miss Mu, this is the clothes you asked me to buy. I will transfer the rest of the money to your WeChat account right away. Keep the rest of the money for yourself." Mu Qiuyan said to the woman as she reached out to take the shopping bag. "Okay, then thank you very much, Miss Mu." The woman answered with a smile on the corners of her mouth.
"You're welcome. Mu Qiuyan. If there's nothing else, I won't disturb you, Miss Mu." The woman said again. "Well, Mu Qiuyan."
Then I saw the woman dressed as a housekeeper turn around and leave without a trace.
From beginning to end, she didn't ask Li Mo's identity. She also didn't greet Li Mo.
It was obvious that she didn't ask what she shouldn't. After the butler-dressed woman left, Mu Qiuyan handed the shopping bag to Li Mo and said, "Here, stinky brother, this is the clothes I bought for you.
Try it on and see if it fits and if you like it. Find a room to change by yourself, I'll go cook for you." Mu Qiuyan said, and then stood up from her position.
Without waiting for Li Mo to reply or anything, she walked towards the kitchen.
Seeing this, Li Mo didn't call Mu Qiuyan or anything.
Instead, he found a room and changed his clothes. These clothes not only had pants and a shirt, but also included underwear.
It was a casual and trendy outfit.
White casual pants and a white t-shirt. After Li Mo had changed, he found that it fit perfectly.
And it suited him quite well. It looked cool. In addition, it was clean and neat. After changing his clothes, Li Mo returned to the living room.
Then he walked towards the kitchen.
"Qiuyan, you cook while I go out for a bit," Li Mo said to Mu Qiuyan when he arrived. "This kitchen is not an open kitchen.
It is a separate kitchen."
"Going out, what's the matter?
You can't leave me alone, you little brother." Hearing Li Mo's words, Mu Qiuyan suddenly turned around and looked at Li Mo.
"Don't worry, I'll be right back. You had an accident, not now." Li Mo smiled. "But you leaving like this makes me feel insecure." Mu Qiuyan. Let me show you. Li Mo laughed.
Then he scanned the QR code again for Mu Qiuyan.
Suddenly, Mu Qiuyan's information panel once again appeared in Li Mo's line of sight. Seeing the information panel, Li Mo focused on the special circumstances.
Special circumstances, at 8:30 p.m., at Villa Tianhe 3, after eating dragon fruit in his own home, he suddenly had a full body rash and almost fainted due to an allergic reaction. Because Li Mo had prepared the medicine in advance, he quickly recovered after taking the medicine. Seeing such an extraordinary situation, Li Mo's mouth suddenly curled up into a smile.
This wave is stable.
The extraordinary situation is obviously changing. The time of eating the dragon fruit has changed. In addition, the extraordinary situation also clearly shows that because he prepared the medicine in advance, he will be fine after taking it.
It's fine, I showed you that nothing will happen to you while I'm gone, just keep cooking, don't worry, I'll be back soon.
Of course, if Sister Qiuyan feels that I'm preparing to escape with the money, then you can go out with me.
Li Mo said with a smile. How would I think you're running away with the money?
I already believe in your abilities, but you're leaving me alone at home, and I really don't feel safe right now.
Mu Qiuyan said hurriedly.
You'll be miserable if you leave me here alone, and I have to go prepare something to ward off the disaster for you.
Li Mo. Oh, I see, then hurry up. Mu Qiuyan suddenly realized and hurriedly said.
I'll go out first, don't worry, I'll be back when your noodles are done.
Oh, and the car keys, I'll keep using them for a while. Li Mo said again.
Well, the car keys are on the coffee table in the living room, just take them yourself. Also, the access card is in the drawer of the coffee table, just find it yourself.
Mu Qiuyan.
Hearing this, Li Mo no longer hesitated, and directly turned around and left the kitchen, then returned to the living room, picked up the electric bicycle's car key from the coffee table, and found an access card from the drawer of the coffee table, and then quickly walked out of the living room.
With Li Mo leaving.
At this time, Mu Qiuyan was alone in the kitchen, and she felt very panicked. Although her strength was very good,
her personal combat ability was very strong. But Li Mo said that she had a life-threatening blood disaster. It is a sign of great evil.
Under normal circumstances, it is a fatal outcome. This kind of unknown danger.
It is really hard to make people feel safe. After all, she is still young. There is so much real estate. There is also a lot of liquid capital. If it is really so unfortunate, that would be a big loss.
But although she was nervous and felt very insecure,
Mu Qiuyan quickly suppressed her panic and continued to cook the noodles.
She also took out her phone and ordered takeout.
Chapter 19, Special Circumstances Have Changed. Mu Qiuyan ordered some cold dishes. Since Li Mo had previously said that he still wanted braised dishes, then of course she had to arrange it. After all, Li Mo was going to change her destiny today. She would just make a tomato and shredded pork noodle dish, which was petty in any case. What should be prepared still needs to be prepared. There are also some lobsters at home. Hairy crabs.
She was also going to prepare them directly.
On the other side.
After Li Mo left the living room, he took the key to the electric bicycle parking lot, then rode the electric bicycle away and opened the villa gate, leaving the villa. After leaving, he took out his phone and navigated to the nearest clinic.
He went straight to the clinic.
He soon arrived at a convenient clinic.
Then Li Mo quickly walked in.
After a while, he took a small bag and walked out again.
Inside were some medicines. Anti-allergic medicines.
When Li Mo bought the medicine, he specifically told the doctor about the symptoms. According to the doctor, this allergy seems to be quite dangerous.
Once you go into shock, it can be life-threatening. But actually, there are some anti-allergy drugs at home. It's actually quite simple to deal with. You don't even need to take all of them.
Normally, one anti-allergy pill will make you feel better very quickly. Of course, just to be on the safe side, the doctor also gave Li Mo some others. He said that if the effect is slow, you can take them together.
If you really feel that it's not working, you should go to the hospital in time.
As long as there is no delay in the onset of symptoms, there will be no problem. I'm just afraid that the patient will pass out at home by himself and no one will find out. Some people who pass out will wake up after a while when the symptoms ease up. But some people will develop lumps in their throats and find it difficult to breathe. If no one finds out that they have passed out, it will be difficult for them to wake up again. After leaving the clinic, Liemo got into his car skillfully and prepared to ride his bike back to the villa. But just as he was about to ride his bike back, his phone suddenly rang. Liemo picked it up and saw that it was a video call. Seeing this video call, Liemo's eyes were a bit complicated. But although his eyes were complicated, he didn't waste any time and directly connected the video. After connecting, he saw a middle-aged woman appear on the other side.
The other person was wearing an apron.
It looked very simple.
Auntie.
After seeing the other person, Liemo immediately politely called out to her.
Well, Xiaomo, have you eaten yet? The middle-aged woman smiled and asked Liemo in return. I haven't eaten yet, I'm just about to go eat. Liemo said. Oh. The middle-aged woman. Auntie, is there anything you need? Liemo.
Xiaomo, it's almost your birthday, and Yuer has already finished her college entrance exams.
She hasn't seen you for a long time and misses you. Do you think you can find some time to come home? Of course, if you're too busy, that's fine.
The middle-aged woman said.
Well, that's fine, then I'll go back in a couple of days, Liemo replied. Really, brother, you're really coming back in a couple of days?
As soon as Liemo's words fell, he heard a sweet and gentle voice coming from the video on the other side. The voice was clearly full of excitement. And with the sound of this voice, a head also entered the video. This is a girl with a melon-shaped face, fair skin, a pair of intelligent and expressive eyes, long eyelashes, and she looks very beautiful. A young girl of about 18 years old.
Well, I'll be back in a couple of days. Liemo laughed. That's a promise, brother. You can't let us down, lying is for dogs.
The young girl said excitedly again.
Go away, your brother is so busy, and if something happens, it's normal for him not to be able to come back.
As soon as the girl's words fell, a disgusted sound came from the other end of the phone, and then the middle-aged woman entered Liemo's sight again. Then she said gently to Liemo, Xiaomo, if you really can't come back, don't feel guilty, everything is about your career.
Well, I know, Auntie, don't worry, I'm not busy recently, I can go back. Liemo said with a smile. Then, Xioma, we won't bother you anymore, see you then. The middle-aged woman said again. Well, okay. Liemo answered.
Then he ended the call. After ending the call, Liemo put away his phone, his eyes were full of mixed emotions. Although he had just called the middle-aged woman auntie, in reality, she was almost like his stepmother. It was just that when he was young, he didn't know any better. When his father was just with his aunt, he would throw tantrums, disagree, and act childish. Later, when he was in college, he figured it out. When he agreed to let his dad and aunt officially get married, his father suddenly died in a car accident.
This made Liemo feel very guilty. So after graduating from college, he basically never went back to his hometown. Because his aunt was very good to him. But the better his aunt treated him, the more he didn't dare to go back. Sometimes, he also wanted to change his name to Mom. But he felt that he was not qualified. As for the girl just now, although she called him brother, in fact, they are not biological siblings. Auntie comes from a divorced family. Her younger sister is the child of her aunt and her ex-husband. Alas. With a complex flash in his eyes, Liemo couldn't help but sigh with a sense of forlornness. However, he only sighed for a moment before gathering himself. Then, without further ado, he rode his bike directly back to the villa. When he returned to the villa, he saw Mu Qiuyan already in the living room. At this time, Mu Qiuyan was walking back and forth along the living room facade. From time to time, she looked out of the living room. When she saw Liemo walk in, her eyes lit up. Stupid brother, you're finally back. If you don't come back, I'm going to call the police. Mu Qiuyan. Ha, didn't you say you weren't afraid that I would run away with the money? Liemo. I'm not afraid, but you were gone for so long, it made me panic. After all, whether or not you can continue to live is in your hands. Mu Qiuyan. Don't worry, sister will definitely be fine. Liemo laughed. You said you were going to get things ready, but why did you just bring a small black bag? Mu Qiuyan looked curiously at Liemo's hand, and her gaze quickly fell on the small black pocket in Liemo's hand. It's a secret, you'll find out later. Liemo. While saying this, Liemo once again scanned the code on Mu Qiuyan's hand. Naturally, the special situation of Mu Qiuyan was once again highlighted.
Special circumstances. At 8:30 p.m. at Villa Tianha 3, after eating dragon fruit in his own home, he suddenly developed an allergic reaction with his whole body burning and breaking out in hives, almost going into shock. Seeing this special circumstance, which was exactly the same as the one he scanned when he left earlier,
Li Mo's heart was completely at ease. This was completely fine.
It was obvious that the medicine he had just gone out to buy was indeed the right one.
As long as Mu Qiuyan eats the dragon fruit while taking the medicine, she will definitely be fine. Chapter 20. You really have no integrity at all. Seeing Li Mo say this, Mu Qiuyan was still very curious, but she didn't ask anymore. Instead, she changed the subject and said, "Since you're back, let's go eat. If you don't come back soon, the noodles will get mushy." While saying this, Mu Qiuyan walked towards the dining room. Seeing this, Li Mo quickly followed.
When he arrived, he saw a relatively large dining table. On the table was a large basin. Inside the basin were all kinds of lobsters and hairy crabs. There were also side dishes such as onions, potatoes, and lotus root slices. In addition, next to the large basin were some plates, and inside the plates were all kinds of cold dishes. In addition to this, there were also 2 stainless steel bowls covered with lids.
They were very large and exaggerated.
They were not bowls for ordinary people to eat with.
This? I thought you were just cooking some shredded pork noodles. Why are you serving such a lavish meal? Li Mo was shocked when he saw this scene.
There happened to be lobsters and hairy crabs at home, so they were cooked together. Mu Qiuyan said with a smile, sat down next to a bowl, and then said to Li Mo with a smile. After that, she called out to Li Mo, "Okay, don't be bothered by all this, hurry up and sit down and eat together, otherwise the noodles will really get mushy."
After saying that, Mu Qiuyan lifted the lid covered by the stainless steel bowl.
Directly inside was a large bowl full of shredded pork noodles, and a fried egg was added on top.
That portion was definitely not something an ordinary girl could finish.
Seeing Mu Qiuyan like this, Li Mo also sat down, and then lifted the stainless steel bowl in front of him. Good guy, it was also full of a large bowl of shredded pork noodles. In addition, there was also a fried egg on top.
"Qiuyan, you've made too much,"
Li Mo said to Mu Qiuyan, who had already started eating, while picking up the chopsticks next to him.
"Too much? Not really, I think the portion is just right. I can eat a bowl this big by myself. You little brat, you're not going to say you can't finish it, are you?" Mu Qiuyan looked up at Li Mo in surprise and said,
"I think I can finish it, but the portion is really scary.
Besides, aren't you afraid of gaining weight if you eat so much at night?" Li Mo smiled and then asked curiously,
"If you exercise after eating, it will be digested, so how can you gain weight? People who gain weight are those who can't control their willpower.
If you exercise reasonably, it's hard to gain weight. But many people just can't keep up with exercising,"
Mu Qiuyan said with a calm face. "Moreover, we all practice martial arts, and the appetite of martial artists is inherently large.
It is really normal to eat like this. But you, Brother Stinky, you didn't eat like this before. How did you end up with such physical fitness?"
It's not just a saying that poor in literature but rich in martial arts.
As she spoke, Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but glance at Li Mo again, her eyes full of obvious curiosity. "He's exceptionally talented," Li Mo laughed. "It seems like this is the only explanation."
Mu Qiuyan smiled, then without saying much, she beckoned Li Mo to help himself to the food.
Li Mo saw this and did not hold back.
He directly ordered a large lobster. Then Mu Qiuyan and he buried their heads in their rice. Although Mu Qiuyan had made a large pot full of lobster and hairy crabs, as well as various side dishes, and made quite a few cold dishes,
as well as each making an exaggeratedly large bowl of shredded pork noodles. But these dishes were under the rice that Li Mo and Mu Qiuyan had eaten. Were completely wiped out.
After all these ingredients had been wiped out, Li Mo was leaning back in his chair, feeling his stomach, and looking across at Mu Qiuyan with a pained expression on his face.
Because,
although Li Mo had discovered that as he had gained Muay Thai proficiency and his physical fitness had improved, his ability to eat dry rice had increased quite a bit on top of that.
But compared to Mu Qiuyan, he was still not as exaggerated as Mu Qiuyan. In fact, most of the dishes on this large table were eaten by Mu Qiuyan. Li Mo only ate a third of it. "Stinky brother, what are you looking at me for?
You're a man, but your ability to eat dry rice is not good,"
Mu Qiuyan said to Li Mo with a smile.
I can't compare.
Your ability to eat dry rice is too exaggerated.
Fortunately, you yourself are a rich woman, otherwise, with your ability to eat dry rice.
I'm afraid that not many people can support you just by eating. Liamo shook his head with a smile. That was a direct admission of defeat. There is no rebuttal at all.
Seeing Liamo like this, Mu Qiuyan said nonchalantly, "So, I have never considered getting married."
Not getting married? Do you want to find a useless son-in-law? Liamo looked at Mu Qiuyan in surprise. More or less. Mu Qiuyan. If that's the case, then why don't you agree to support me?
I don't care about being a useless son-in-law at all, I like being a useless son-in-law.
Li Mo laughed. You really don't have any integrity, you little brother. Mu Qiuyan smiled.
As long as you can cling to the wealthy woman's thigh, integrity, and all that is just a passing cloud.
Li Mo. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but giggle again.
After giggling a little, she gave Liamo another angry look and then said, "You little brother, now that you've got something going, you really just need an opportunity and you start molesting your sister. With your current ability to make money, there is no need for someone to support you. When I introduce you to some people in the future, your rate of earning money will definitely be faster than my rate of collecting rent. Earning money is one thing, but I like to stay true to my original aspirations."
Li Mo. Bah! Your original aspiration was to become a god by writing books, wasn't it? Mu Qiuyan. Becoming a god by writing books is just a process. Even if I become a god, I still want to find a rich and beautiful woman to support me. Li Mo. You think I believe it or not? Mu Qiuyan gave Li Mo a cold stare. Then the two of them kept talking about some things. They kept teasing each other. The atmosphere was relatively harmonious. They talked for more than half an hour. Mu Qiuyan then began to clean up the dishes. She put the things that needed to be thrown in the trash in the trash. The things that needed to be put in the dishwasher went in the dishwasher. While Mu Qiuyan was doing this, Liamo also looked at the time. The time until something would happen to Mu Qiuyan was very close. I just don't know how Mu Qiuyan eats dragon fruit. To be honest, since Mu Qiuyan will have an allergic reaction to dragon fruit and even go into shock. Then hasn't she eaten it before? If she has eaten it before, and she didn't have an allergic reaction before, then why does she have an allergic reaction now? It seems that she probably hasn't eaten it before. But if she hasn't eaten it before, that's a bit strange. You would think that someone as poor as him wouldn't have been able to afford to buy fruit to eat before. It's fine if she's never eaten a dragon fruit before. But it's really strange that a rich and beautiful woman like Mu Qiuyan has never eaten one before. So Li Mo followed her curiosity. Li Mo walked into the living room and sat down. Then he turned on the TV in the living room. He casually tuned to a variety channel and started watching. After watching for a while, he saw Mu Qiuyan walk out of the kitchen. When she walked out, she was holding an unopened box in her hand. Chapter 21. This is a bit too weird, isn't it? Mu Qiuyan, what's in this box? Seeing Mu Qiuyan hug the box like this, Liamo immediately smiled and asked Mu Qiuyan, "Aren't you good at divining the future? Take a guess?" Mu Qiuyan winked at Liamo and then smiled. Seeing this, Liamo fixed his gaze on the box. Then he muttered to himself, "Scan the code." As he did so, he suddenly saw an information panel appear in Liamo's line of sight. Item, cardboard box. Date of manufacture, March 2022. Owner, Mu Qiuyan. Special circumstances, it contains dragon fruit, which makes Mu Qiuyan allergic. Number of dragon fruits, 12. Seeing such personal information, Liamo's eyes flashed with surprise. Although he knew that his scan should be able to scan what is inside the cardboard box. But I never expected to scan the barcode on this cardboard box and get a special circumstance. It turns out that special circumstances are not only found in people, but also in objects? If I reverse the special circumstance, will I also get skill points? Looking at the data, Liamo couldn't help but let his imagination run wild for a moment. And as Liamo did, Mu Qiuyan smiled and said to Liamo, "What do you think, stinky brother? Can you guess, or calculate, what's inside?" Dragon fruit. Hearing this, Liamo smiled and replied, "You actually figured it out?" Mu Qiuyan's eyes widened. Then how many dragon fruits are there? Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but ask Liamo again. 12. Liamo. Gee, my god,
your ability to calculate is really amazing. It's fine to figure out the dragon fruit, but you figured out how many there are, which is simply amazing.
Mu Qiuyan gasped, then exclaimed in surprise. I'm truly shocked by your words, Li Mo. It's okay. Li Mo laughed. This is not okay, it's amazing.
You should not be humble when you shouldn't be, stupid brother.
Mu Qiuyan glared at Li Mo.
After saying that, he didn't say anything else and walked over to the coffee table, put the box on it, and then picked up a fruit knife from the table and started to open the box. Before, I was wondering if I could finish all the dragon fruits I bought, and whether they were really as delicious as my best friend said they were.
Now that you're here, we can destroy them together. Mu Qiuyan took out a dragon fruit after opening the box and said to Li Mo with a smile. You've never eaten a dragon fruit before? Li Mo smiled at Mu Qiuyan. That's right. Mu Qiuyan answered without hesitation. I see. Li Mo suddenly realized.
Then he got up and walked over to the water dispenser next to him. He picked up a paper cup and filled it with water, then walked back to the coffee table. He then placed the water on the coffee table.
Seeing Li Mo do this, Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Because after Li Mo brought the water over, he didn't drink it. Could it be that the dragon fruit is spicy or salty?
Otherwise, why would he need to get water in advance?
Does this dragon fruit need to be eaten with water? In the face of doubts, Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but ask Li Mo directly.
No, you don't need to.
Li Mo shook his head.
Then why did you pour a glass of water over here? Are you thirsty?
Then you're thirsty, why don't you drink it? Mu Qiuyan asked curiously again. This is for you. Li Mo answered with a smile. Prepared for me? Since I don't need to eat it with water, I don't need water either. I'm not thirsty right now, but thank you anyway, you stinky little brother. Mu Qiuyan looked at the glass of water in surprise, and then smiled and said to Li Mo.
After saying this, he didn't waste any time, took a dragon fruit, and started peeling the skin. Although it was the first time she had eaten it, her technique at peeling the skin was not bad. It was obvious that she had not eaten a small amount of other fruits. In a few seconds, she peeled off the skin of the dragon fruit. Then she used a fruit knife to directly slice off a piece and feed it into her mouth.
Li Mo saw this and didn't stop her.
He just took out the black bag that had been placed in the drawer of the coffee table in advance and took out Sissamon.
He scanned the QR code on it. Since he knew that there were also special circumstances for medicines, he could see for himself whether this medicine could rescue Mu Qiuyan or not. Item, Sissamon. Production date, March 2022.
Special circumstances, it will help Mu Qiuyan relieve the symptoms of an allergy in 1 minute. Seeing this, Li Mo couldn't help but smile again at the corner of his mouth.
Now there's nothing to worry about. This wave is stable. Later, he will be able to gain skill points again. He can extract skills from Mu Qiuyan again. Or I can go find Lin Yanran.
Lin Yanran's skills, whether it's hacking proficient, Wing Chun proficient, or motor vehicle driving proficient, are all very interesting to Li Mo.
Sissamon? Loratadine tablets? What are you doing taking out medicine, you idiot?
Although I've never taken this medicine before, I've heard of it.
It's said to be anti-allergic. Mu Qiuyan was stunned when she saw Li Mo take out Sissamon like this, and couldn't help but look at Li Mo with wide eyes. What do you think I'm taking it out for now? Li Mo said to Mu Qiuyan with a smile. You mean this is for me to take?
You mean I'll have an allergy? Wait, your so-called I will have a bloodbath, a sign of great evil, and will die, is because I will have an allergy, right?
Mu Qiuyan was stunned, and then followed up by saying to Li Mo with a serious expression.
Well, yes, your certain death is because of this dragon fruit, because of an allergy.
Li Mo calmly replied. Isn't this a bit far-fetched?
I don't have allergies to anything, and although I've never eaten a dragon fruit before, it's not as if I'll die just because I eat one.
How severe does the allergy have to be before it kills you? Mu Qiuyan's eyes widened again.
Although she already believed in Li Mo's abilities, she still couldn't accept hearing him say that the cause of her death was this
anaphylactic shock.
Tell me, if today I didn't come with you to the villa, and you were alone at home, and then you ate the dragon fruit and suddenly had anaphylactic shock, and no one could get you to a hospital in time, what would have happened to you?
Li Mo calmly replied. If this is really the extent of the allergy, then it is indeed very likely that I would die, but would I really be allergic? All of this has to be based on the premise that I will be allergic. Mu Qiuyan hesitated, and then said seriously.
So, now we wait until you have an attack.
Li Mo laughed. Is it really that strange? Mu Qiuyan. It is really that strange. If you don't believe me, then, here, you eat more now to speed up the onset of the attack. And since you're going to get an allergy anyway, you've already eaten some of it, so it would be a waste not to continue eating it. Li Mo laughed. Chapter 22, Who Isn't Afraid of Death? But if I really do have an allergy, wouldn't it be even more tragic if I eat too much of this? What if my condition worsens? Mu Qiuyan hesitated a little. What are you afraid of? Don't you have medicine? Li Mo laughed. And if it really doesn't work, if you really go into shock, I'll be the first to take you to the hospital. Li Mo added. There is no car in the house, only an electric bicycle. At the speed of this electric bicycle, by the time you get me there, I'm afraid I'll be dead. I didn't think it was necessary to buy a car before, but it seems that this family still needs to have a car. Mu Qiuyan said dreamily, and then looked at Li Mo. Are you free tomorrow? Let's go buy a car together. Yes, I have plenty of time. Li Mo laughed. Then let's go buy a car together. That's good, you don't have a car either, so you can buy one then too. Mu Qiuyan. Li Mo nodded with a smile. After nodding, he looked at the dragon fruit in Mu Qiuyan's hand again, and then said to her, So, do you want to keep eating it? Cough cough. Although this dragon fruit is quite sweet, never mind, my life is important, and it's dangerous to have medicine, what if it doesn't work? Mu Qiuyan coughed a few times, then said apologetically. After that, he handed the dragon fruit to Li Mo. I can't eat it, but you should be able to. Li Mo took it casually. He also scanned the dragon fruit with his phone. He discovered the special circumstances of the dragon fruit, but Mu Qiuyan was just saddened by it, and there was no description about him. So, he took it directly without worry, then cut off a piece and put it in his mouth. Then his eyes lit up. The texture was really not bad. Then he didn't waste any time and continued to tuck in. While Mu Qiuyan next to him could only watch Li Mo eat. He was envious and wanted to eat too. But after looking at the dragon fruit and then at the nectarines, he resisted. In this situation, soon Mu Qiuyan felt a burning sensation in her body. It was very uncomfortable. In addition, her throat started to itch. Her body also started to itch. It made her want to scratch. And the itch was getting worse and worse. It was even getting difficult to breathe. I'm having an attack, it's really uncomfortable. It's like an allergy, something's growing in my throat. My body is also starting to feel hot. With this situation, Mu Qiuyan quickly said to Li Mo. Seeing this, Li Mo focused his attention on Mu Qiuyan and scanned her. Focusing on Mu Qiuyan's special situation. Special situation, after eating dragon fruit, her body began to have an acute allergic reaction and she was about to go into shock. Fortunately, she had the zissamin that Li Mo had prepared in advance, and after swallowing it, she quickly recovered. Take the medicine quickly, you have an acute allergic reaction and can't delay any longer, or do you want to wait until you completely go into shock before I give you the medicine and take you to the hospital? Li Mo discovered this special situation and hurriedly said to Mu Qiuyan. Hearing this, Mu Qiuyan did not hesitate. She took the zissamin that Li Mo had prepared in advance, threw it directly into her mouth, then picked up the paper cup to drink some water and swallow the medicine. After swallowing the medicine, Mu Qiuyan still felt very uncomfortable. She could only feel that her body was still very itchy and hot. It was still itchy and still very hot. Mu Qiuyan found this situation and looked at Li Mo with a little panic. After all, she could go into shock at any time. In addition, if things continued as they were, she would die. It was hard to say she wasn't panicking. Of course, she still had a lot of faith in Li Mo, so she was just a little panicked, not particularly panicked. She didn't lose her composure because she was panicking. Li Mo saw this and scanned Mu Qiuyan's code. It continued to look like an extraordinary situation. Extraordinary situation, acute allergic reaction after eating dragon fruit, has taken zissamin prepared in advance by Li Mo, the effect is taking effect, the symptoms will soon ease. After all, you just swallowed the medicine. Although it is specially designed to treat allergies, it is not a miracle cure, and the effect is not that fast. Don't worry, you will be fine. I'll get you another glass of water.
Liamo finished speaking with a smile, put down the knife and dragon fruit in his hands, then wiped his mouth and hands with a paper towel, and then picked up the paper cup that Mu Qiuyan had just drunk, and walked back to the water dispenser to get another glass of water for Mu Qiuyan. Next, you drink more water to promote metabolism.
Liamo handed the water to Mu Qiuyan and then commanded. Mm-hmm. Mu Qiuyan nodded like a little chicken eating rice while accepting the water.
This time, she just felt really uncomfortable.
Is this an allergy?
She really wanted to scratch like crazy. And most importantly, her body kept heating up, and her throat was itchy. It was hard to breathe, really hard. In such a situation, if she were alone, she might not choose to endure it, as she is not prepared. After all, she is a sports enthusiast. Suddenly, with her body burning and itching, she definitely would not go to the hospital right away. In the past, when she had a cold or something, she chose to endure it. And in her current situation, if she really chose to endure it, once her body could no longer withstand the test, and if she were to go into shock, she would really die. After all, even now, she finds it hard to breathe. If the symptoms continue to worsen, it is possible that she will go into shock. It seems that in the future, the family will always have anti-allergy medicine on hand. Also, in the future, she will never eat dragon fruit again.
Whoever likes it can eat it. She won't eat it anyway.
After tossing and turning like this for several minutes,
Mu Qiuyan drank several glasses of water in a row.
Her symptoms began to ease. Her body no longer itched so much.
It was no longer so hot. In addition, her breathing became easier.
The lump in her throat began to dissipate.
Phew! Allergies are really scary. I didn't know allergies could be so severe before. Mu Qiuyan let out a long breath as her symptoms began to ease. She was still shaken by the experience. Qiuyan, it seems you are afraid of death. Liamo laughed. Nonsense, who isn't afraid of death?
I'm only in my 20s, I'm pretty, I have money, I don't have to worry about food or clothing. If I die young, it would be a great loss.
Mu Qiuyan glared at Liamo and then said, Are you not afraid of death, stinky brother? Of course I'm afraid of death as well. Liamo answered with a smile.
If it were possible, who would want to die?
Then you say that to me. Mu Qiuyan glared at Liamo again. It's my fault, I'm sorry. Liamo. That's more like it.
Mu Qiuyan nodded with satisfaction, and then his face suddenly became serious as he said to Liamo solemnly, Smelly brother, I really have to thank you this time.
If it weren't for you, I would really be miserable, I can't imagine it. You're welcome, just give me the final payment. Liamo laughed. Chapter 23, I've got a villa for you. Well, I'll give you the balance now. And, stinky brother, you don't have your own house yet, do you?
It so happens that my sister has a villa in this Tianhe villa community that's still vacant.
It's all decorated inside. My sister hasn't even lived there. To thank you for saving my life, I'll give it to you.
I'll arrange for someone to transfer the ownership tomorrow.
Mu Qiuyan nodded, and then said to Liamo with a smile on his face. No, you're making me look petty. After all, I'm paid to do a job. You gave me 30 million, so that's enough.
Since I didn't ask you for the house in advance, I naturally can't accept it now.
Liamo waved his hand to refuse at the first opportunity. You really won't take it? Don't you want to make money? Mu Qiuyan looked at Liamo in surprise.
I want to make money, but what was agreed upon was agreed upon.
Liamo shrugged.
In that case, how about I don't give you the final 15 million payment, but instead directly give you Tianhe Villa 4 as compensation?
Mu Qiuyan's gaze flickered, and then she smiled again. Compensation with my villa? Liamo was taken aback. Yes, compensation with your villa. Mu Qiuyan. Then aren't you taking a big loss?
The villas in this Tianhe villa community are not cheap, they're high-end villas. Any one of them would cost tens of millions of yuan. Not to mention, you have already finished renovating it, and just the renovation alone, I'm afraid you have spent quite a lot of money.
Liamo said in surprise. What's the loss? After all, I am now mortgaged.
Mortgaging naturally leads to a large-scale depreciation on the original basis. It just so happens that my sister doesn't have much liquid capital left, so she can only use this villa to pay off the debt.
Mu Qiuyan said with a smile. Seeing this, Liamo looked at Mu Qiuyan. He knew how much liquid capital Mu Qiuyan had. now that Mu Qiuyan said she had no money left. This is obviously an attempt to sell him the villa cheaply. It's still too expensive. Li Mo sighed.
Although he was tempted, this person still had to have his own convictions.
Don't you want your sister to support you? Wouldn't you have a better chance if you were closer to her? Why, did you really tease me on purpose before?
Mu Qiuyan saw this and turned the conversation around, smiling.
It's different. Li Mo. What's the difference? Don't be a sissy, man up. Okay, that's settled then.
I'm not giving you the 15 million, but I'll have someone transfer the property to you tomorrow.
Mu Qiuyan said again.
Then she stood up from her seat. Let's go.
I've calmed down now, so there's nothing to do. Let's go out and get some fresh air. And I'll show you the house on the way. You're just going out like that? Li Mo saw this and didn't delay anymore, but looked up and down at Mu Qiuyan. Mu Qiuyan was still wearing a nightgown with suspenders.
Then wait for me, I'll go change. Mu Qiuyan gave a charming smile and quickly left the living room, heading towards her bedroom. In no time at all, she came back down the stairs in a different outfit. It was a black V-neck one-piece dress that reached just below the calf, revealing a pair of pale, pink calves.
It perfectly outlines Mu Qiuyan's sexy body.
At her feet, she is wearing a pair of beige strappy sandals. One can see at a glance her round and fair toes. In addition, Mu Qiuyan's hair is now loose at the back of her head, and she has also decorated her ears with white earrings. She looks generous and graceful, and her queenly temperament is undoubtedly on display. When she walked down the stairs, Li Mo's gaze couldn't help but fall on her.
What do you think? Isn't this a good outfit?
As Li Mo watched, Mu Qiuyan walked over to Li Mo's side, then turned around for Li Mo and said with a smile.
Well, it's quite good. Li Mo nodded. Good, that's good, let's go, let's go. Mu Qiuyan answered with a smile, then walked over to Li Mo's side, embraced Li Mo's arm, and led Li Mo towards the living room.
Suddenly, a sweet fragrance filled the air. Li Mo smiled, and instead of pulling his hand back, he followed Mu Qiuyan out of the villa.
Soon, the two arrived at a villa next door. Upon arrival, Mu Qiuyan directly used face recognition to open the door. Upon entering, they saw that the layout of this villa was different from that of Mu Qiuyan's villa.
In the courtyard there was a gazebo, swimming pool, lotus pond, rockery, and a corridor. The courtyard of the villa where Mu Qiuyan lived had nothing but a flower garden.
It's very simple. However, although the layout of the courtyard is different, the layout of the villa inside is similar to Mu Qiuyan's villa. Practice rooms, chess and card rooms, underground singing rooms, e-sports rooms, etc. All kinds of high-tech smart devices. They are all complete. In addition, the villa is very clean. There are obviously no signs of habitation. However, although there are no signs of habitation, the villa can be so clean naturally because Mu Qiuyan has someone clean it specifically. How about it, stinky brother, are you satisfied? Mu Qiuyan asked Li Mo with a smile after showing him around. It's quite good, but you've rented out all your other properties, so why have you left this one alone? Li Mo nodded and then couldn't help but ask Mu Qiuyan out of curiosity. The properties in other places are all quite far away from me, so I just let them be rented out. But this one is too close to where I live, and I don't like being disturbed by other people. So it's just sitting empty. Besides, this one has a chess and card room and an e-sports room, which my own place doesn't have. I used to think that if my girlfriends came over, I could bring them here to play games together. Mu Qiuyan laughed. Can't you get a chess and card room and an e-sports room in your place too? After all, you live alone, and you have a lot of rooms there. Li Mo. There's an extra house right next to it, so why would I get one in this one? I don't use chess and card rooms or e-sports rooms anyway. Mu Qiuyan shrugged. Then how do you know I need them? Li Mo laughed. If you don't need them, I can have someone come and redecorate it for you, and remodel it according to your needs. Mu Qiuyan said without hesitation. That's not necessary, I'm quite satisfied. Li Mo shook his head. Since you're satisfied, then it's really settled, and this place will belong to you in the future. Mu Qiuyan said with a smile. Well, it's hard to refuse such a kind offer, so I'll accept it. Li Mo. That's more like it. Don't worry, although you live here, I usually won't come and bother you casually. Mu Qiuyan laughed. Don't, I welcome you to bother me at any time. Li Mo laughed.
No, you'll have money next, and you'll definitely be courting girls.
If I come over often, won't I disturb you? Mu Qiuyan winked and teased deliberately. That's true. So when I need you, I'll summon you? Liamo ran his hand over his chin, looking thoughtful. Bah! Summoning me when you need me? What kind of pretty thoughts are you having? Mu Qiuyan glared at Liamo angrily. Chapter 24, High Living Expenses. Ha ha! Liamo couldn't help but laugh when he heard Mu Qiuyan's words.
Then you can stay here today, the facilities are all complete. Towels, bed sheets, toothbrushes, toothpaste and other toiletries are all brand new and unopened.
Mu Qiuyan glared at Liamo and then spoke again. Not today. Liamo shook his head. Why? Mu Qiuyan looked at Liamo in puzzlement. Don't you still need to go back to give you the writing materials?
The computer and everything else are still in the rental room, so you have to move it here.
Liamo said with a smile. You can go back tomorrow, and what's the point of moving your sad computer here? You have money now, so get a better one. Mu Qiuyan. My computer is a bit sad, but it has a lot of writing and learning materials in it. That's my accumulation over the years, and even if I don't write books in the future, I still have to keep it well.
Li Moi said with a straight face. I think it's mainly those learning materials that are important to you. You're still young, so it's better for you to reward yourself less, so that you won't be unable to use them when you really need them.
Mu Qiuyan gave Li Moi a cold stare, and then looked up and down at Li Moi again, saying slyly. You know a lot, sister. Li Moi laughed. You don't understand, sister. Mu Qiuyan's pretty face turned red. Ha ha. Li Moi just laughed and didn't say much.
Mu Qiuyan glared at Liamo for a moment, and then she also stopped talking about it, and instead said, let's say it's settled then. You can stay here today, and you can send me your writing materials tomorrow. After all, I rented the house you were living in originally. As long as I don't continue to rent it out in the future, it's fine for you to keep your things there. If you're not renting it out anymore, aren't you losing money? Liamo looked at Mu Qiuyan in surprise. Mu Qiuyan shrugged and said, what's the loss? It's just a house that's not rented out, and that's only a few bucks. Sister can afford to lose. Okay, sister is awesome, Liamo laughed. Poof. That's just how awesome sister is. Mu Qiuyan pouted, and then quickly changed the subject, let's go. Now that we've seen the house, there's nothing else to do. Let's go for a walk. Okay. Liamo nodded. With a nod, Mu Qiuyan followed suit, and without any further ado, she led Liamo directly out of the villa and started wandering around the Tianhe villa community. They talked as they walked. They soon explored the entire Tianhe villa community. Even so, Mu Qiuyan still felt a little unsatisfied. It's still early, why don't we go for a walk outside the villa again? I'll show you around the villa area, Mu Qiuyan said to Liamo. Some other time. Liamo smiled. Okay, some other time. Then I'll take you back to your villa and teach you how to change the facial recognition and fingerprint passwords. Mu Qiuyan said. Liamo responded. Then the two of them walked back to Tianhe Villa number 4. After arriving here, Mu Qiuyan didn't waste any time and immediately started to teach Liamo how to change the facial recognition and fingerprint passwords of the smart butler. But rather than modifying, it was more like adding new features. Because Mu Qiuyan did not delete his facial recognition and the like. Liamo saw this and didn't say much. After these were done, Mu Qiuyan then took Liamo to a master bedroom on the second floor of the villa. Then from the closet, he took out and used cool mats and air conditioning quilts. There were also pillows and pillowcases. He made up the bed for Liamo. After making the bed, he took Liamo to the bathroom. Then from the bathroom locker, he took out a brand new unopened toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, and facial cleanser. Sweat, what are you doing taking out facial cleanser? I don't even use this? Besides, this is for women, isn't it? Liamo couldn't help but speak up when he saw the facial cleanser. It's for women, you can use it too. Mu Qiuyan said with a smile. No, thanks. Liamo. Suit yourself. The villa is already yours, so you can arrange whatever you like with the contents. Mu Qiuyan shrugged, then changed the subject. By the way, you don't have any ingredients here. Tomorrow morning, I'll wake you up for breakfast, and then we'll go shopping for some ingredients together. What shopping? You're such a good cook,
I'm going to come over every day for dinner, Li Mo said with a smile. Then you have to pay. Mu Qiuyan blinked her eyes, then also looked at Li Mo with a smile. So how much are you going to charge me, sister? Li Mo answered with a smile. Are you paying monthly or yearly? Mu Qiuyan also said again with a smile. What do you mean by monthly and what do you mean by yearly? Li Mo looked at Mu Qiuyan puzzled. For a monthly subscription, it'll be 10,000 yuan a month. For a yearly subscription, I'll give you a discount and it'll be 100,000 yuan a year. Mu Qiuyan said slyly. That's so expensive, you're ripping people off. Li Mo. It's not like you didn't rip me off first, and besides, you're such a good cook, don't you like it when I cook for you? Mu Qiuyan smiled and gave Li Mo a reproachful look, then quickly changed the subject. This is actually very cheap, you brat. In the past, when you were training, you probably didn't pay attention to your diet. Next, I'll get you some medicinal food to replenish your body's blood and nutrients. Also, if you're not busy, you can practice yoga with me. Although Muay Thai emphasizes a hard body, this hardness is not only in the muscles, but also in the bones. But sometimes it's too much and can hurt the body. Practicing yoga to improve your body's flexibility is also beneficial. Okay, then let's start with a year's subscription, and I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan. Hearing this, Li Mo immediately smiled and said to Mu Qiuyan. After that, he directly picked up his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Mu Qiuyan's WeChat. That's more like it. Then I won't disturb you while you rest, I'll leave first, see you tomorrow. Mu Qiuyan nodded with a smile, and then spoke to Li Mo again. What retreat? Sister, my bed is so big, why don't we do it together? Li Mo suddenly pulled Mu Qiuyan's hand with his hand, causing Mu Qiuyan to suddenly crash into his arms, and then he used one hand to push Mu Qiuyan against the wall, smiling and saying to her. At this moment, he had scanned Mu Qiuyan's code. He looked at Mu Qiuyan's favorability score again. At this moment, Mu Qiuyan's favorability score was 90. Compared to the 75 that just started today, that's a lot of improvement. Stinky brother, what are you going to do? Mu Qiuyan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. What do you think I'm going to do, sister? Li Mo. How would I know what you're going to do? Don't you do anything stupid, stinky brother, or I'll hit you. Mu Qiuyan. I see, that's fine. Li Mo smiled, then withdrew his hand. As he did so, a look of surprise suddenly flashed in Mu Qiuyan's eyes. Then she suddenly extended her foot, stepping on Li Mo's foot, before exclaiming, "Stupid brother." Then she fled from the bathroom as if running for her life. Chapter 25, Immortality. Li Mo saw this and first moved his foot that had been stepped on by Mu Qiuyan, before smiling and walking out of the washroom. He then caught up to Mu Qiuyan. He escorted Mu Qiuyan out of the villa. After escorting Mu Qiuyan out of the villa, Li Mo walked back into the living room and sat down on the sofa. He surveyed the villa's living room in front of him, which was brightly lit, had a huge space and was also quite nicely decorated. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Before today, I really never thought that I would suddenly be able to live in a villa, and such a big one at that. Li Mo sighed. He just felt that this scene in front of him was a bit unreal. But the touch of the leather sofa clearly told him that it was all real. After a slight sigh, Li Mo immediately took out his mobile phone. Then he turned on the camera function of the phone. He recorded a video of himself. While recording, he looked at the screen of the phone. Several QR codes suddenly appeared on the phone. Li Mo selected the QR code about himself in the video and scanned it. His personal information immediately appeared in view. Name, Li Mo. Age, 25. Gender, male. Face value, 95. Height, 1.82 meters. Skills, online writing beginner, motor vehicle driving beginner, non-motor vehicle driving beginner, Muay Thai proficient, scanning QR codes regular skill. Occupation, freelance writer. Real estate, none. Liquid assets, 15,913,222.10 yuan and 10 cents. Mount, Lu Jia electric bicycle. Relationship status, just broken up 6 months ago, living hand to mouth. Special circumstances, 2 hours ago, he changed Mu Qiuyan's fate and gained a few skill points. He can now consume skill points to extract skills from other living beings. Seeing such a personal profile, Li Mo's eyes flashed. He wasn't surprised to find that he had a little skill point.
After Mu Qiuyan took the Zissamin and his body began to ease, he had subconsciously received a hint that he had an extra skill point. He just hadn't had time to scan his own code before. At this time, he was more concerned about the special circumstances. After all, the hint for the skill point was living creatures, which meant that in fact, skill points could be used on more than just people.
Could they also be used on some animals?
After all, when it comes to living things, animals are also considered living things.
If that's really the case, then doesn't that mean that my golden finger will be even more operable?
You have to know that animals have quite a lot of abilities.
Super sense of smell, hearing, running speed, explosive power, and even longevity. In addition to this,
the famous water bear bug is even more terrifying. If that's really the case, doesn't it mean that I originally only thought that my golden finger would at most give me some abilities that would allow me to act cool in the city, but in fact,
this can actually give me immortality.
Thinking about this, Limo's breathing couldn't help but become a bit rapid. His eyes kept sparkling. His whole body was a bit excited.
He couldn't help but feel a bit eager to try.
However, after all, I have never extracted the abilities of an animal before, and I am not sure if I can do it now. After breathing a little faster, Limo suppressed the excitement in his heart, and his brows furrowed. After furrowing his brows, he followed up with a grave expression and said, "Moreover, animals and humans are different after all. If I extract the abilities of an animal, I don't know if the structure of my body will change. If the body will change, then it is not necessary, and I dare not extract the abilities of an animal."
And so on. Plants are really living things, aren't they?
After all, anything that lives can be considered a living thing.
So, can plants be extracted too? If I extract the abilities of plants, can I also carry out photosynthesis?
As these thoughts raced through his mind, Limo's thoughts could not help but spread wildly. As these thoughts spread, he really felt that he could not sit still. He could not wait to go out and find some plants or animals to test it on.
However,
the possibility of unknown changes that might occur still forcibly stopped him from doing so.
Because he really didn't know if he would undergo any special changes.
Forget it, don't think about it for now. After all, just gaining abilities from humans is already enough for me to slowly extract, not to mention animals.
Let's talk about it tomorrow. After thinking for a while, Limo forcibly interrupted his rambling again, and then took a deep breath.
Then he closed the camera. Next, he opened the Penguin chat group. The first one he opened was a chat group called Driving and Showing Off. When he opened it, he saw that there were quite a few people chatting inside. Popped, alas, the first subscription is only 3,000, and it's fucking over.
A cricket that doesn't want to be over.
Nima, you said that 3,000 subscriptions are over, can you shut up?
You're going to make me live with only 2,500 subscriptions. Running buns. Yes, I'm fucking miserable in the tomato. My first show was rated at 1,500 a day, and I'm the one who really fucked up, okay? The amazing Junyang. Fuck you all, you bunch of pretentious criminals.
I'm the one who really fucked up, and I'll only be able to write 100-character articles for a guaranteed income. Wait until my next book is released, and I'll crush you all.
Damn it. Life winner Junyang.
Shut up, everyone, the group leader has decided to end this.
The mighty General Jean.
The group leader is awesome, and the top list is over.
The delivery guy Lang Lang.
The group leader is awesome.
The cricket that doesn't want to be a loser. Group leader awesome +1. Life winner Jiome.
Seeing this chat, Limo suddenly felt that he and these people in the group were out of place. These are all author friends he has met since he started writing. At the beginning, they really struggled together, but now, basically, they all earn 100,000 yuan a month.
Compared to them, Limo was really a loser.
At the peak of his career, he also earned 100,000 yuan a month, and thought he was about to take off. But then, he fell apart and was washed away in a month. No matter how he started writing books afterwards, he was a loser. As a result, he can't even afford the rent these days. It can only be said that he really isn't cut out for writing. After a sigh, Limo also sent a direct message. Group leader awesome +10,086. Yo, black and white, you're finally out. What have you been doing all day? You haven't gone fishing again, have you? I thought you said you were going to start a new book? Life winner Jiome. Yeah, black and white, you're finally out. What have you been doing all day?
You haven't gone fishing again, have you?
Damn, it feels like Jiomei's life winner title can go to black and white.
Black and White is the life winner, every book is a hit, and the key is that this asshole often goes fishing. A cricket who doesn't want to be a loser.
Sweat, I'm not even close to being popular, I'm ready to quit this line of work.
Lee Mo. You're quitting this line of work? No way, you started writing books in high school, after all these years, you're quitting? What, do you want to go professional and fish? Life winner Jiomei. Can't write anymore. Lee Mo. Chapter 26, Tired, Don't Want to Try Hard. It's just that you floundered a bit with a few books. Who hasn't had a slump? Just keep writing when you flounder, and you can always write a new book.
Cricket, who doesn't want to flounder.
Haha, why don't you go deliver takeaways too, Baiha, and learn from Lang Lang? It's just a refresher course. I have to say that the takeaway delivery industry is truly an amazing organization. I remember that the cricket also went part-time to deliver takeaways. Life winner Jiomei. Well, I've delivered takeaways before. Laughing uproariously JPG. The cricket who doesn't want to flop. You guys just listen to Black and White.
He's been writing books for years, and he's made millions, if not tens of millions.
He's used to making money online, so do you think he'd go back to work?
Whether it's going back to the factory or a company, he definitely couldn't stand it.
The mighty General Gene. Exactly. The running bun. Where did the millions come from?
It was only a few 100,000, and it's all gone.
Lee Mo. Gone? Where did you spend it all? Didn't you buy a house or a car? You didn't spend it on a girlfriend, did you? Life winner Jiomei. More or less.
After all, I only rose to fame once, and I was washed clean in a month, while the other books were all very sad, barely making 10,000, and some were even less than the basic living expenses, so I couldn't save any money at all, and I could only live off my savings. Usually, I can only say that a person can't starve to death, but when it comes to falling in love, when you factor in your girlfriend's expenses, you can't handle it at all.
After all, we are both nerds. We can usually code without moving much, but when a girl asks you out, you have to create romance, right?
You need to buy gifts for various holidays, and you are all experienced people, many of you are even married with children, so you should still understand.
It really is not enough to spend. Lee Mo.
Ahem, it seems to be like this, falling in love burns money.
Life winner Jiomei. This is the way it is supposed to be. Lee Mo. The whole thing about burning through money reminds me of Jianyang at the amazing Jianyang.
I remember that Jianyang spent 400,000 yuan on food and drink the year before last, and she went from a standard weight of 120 kilograms to 160 kilograms, and developed gout.
I don't want to be a loser.
Sweat, that's all in the past, so let's not dwell on this dark history.
At Black and White, are you really going to quit this line of work? Today is not April Fool's Day. The amazing Jianyang. No kidding, I really am quitting. Lee Mo. So, what are you going to do next? Amazing Jianyang. I'm tired, I don't want to try anymore. Lee Mo. Holy shit. Are you going to let someone support you? Is this for real?
Although we used to joke about not wanting to try anymore, it was just talk.
Life winner Jianyang.
I recently met a rich and beautiful woman, and I'm going to cling to her.
Smoking JPG. Lee Mo. Damn. Sure enough, you're still the same old Lee Mo, and I've been fucking worried about you. Life winner Jiomei. White beauty. No picture, no truth.
A cricket who doesn't want to be squashed. Exactly, no picture, no truth.
A delivery boy. I won't show you the picture, after all, it's not even a hint.
But anyway, I'm really quitting this line of work, and in the future I'll be your reader dad.
Work hard writing, and if you write well, Dad will reward you. Lee Mo. Dad begs for rewards. A cricket who doesn't want to be a loser.
Nest, you really have no integrity, cricket.
Panicked JPG. Life winner Jiomei. Yes, Nima, cricket, you really have no integrity. Running buns. Alas, cricket, you have once again lowered the bar. The mighty General Gene. Nest. Silver Alliance. Mighty Daddy. Cricket who doesn't want to die. Silver Alliance? At cricket, who doesn't want to die? What's going on? Life winner Jiome. Black and white gave me a silver alliance reward. Cricket, who doesn't want to die? Fuck. Daddy, please reward me. Life winner Jiome. Dad, please reward me. A cricket that doesn't want to die. Dad, please reward me. A delivery boy. Dad, please reward me. A running bun. Seeing this, Liemo spent 10,000 yuan. Black and white, you really rewarded him. Are you rich? You said the other day that you hadn't paid the rent and were about to starve, but now you're so generous. Life winner Jiome. Bai ha, did you tip us all? You didn't take out a loan, did you? If you did, you'd better pay it back. And I'll lend you another 20,000 to fill the hole. Running Bowsy. No way. Bai ha, if you really took out a loan, I'll refund your money, since you've helped me with the data. And I can lend you 10,000. Delivery boy Lang Lang. What the hell, black and white, don't do anything stupid. That hole, the average person can't fill it. Besides, if your hole isn't too big, the guys will chip in some money for you to start with, and you'll pay it back first, and then you'd better hurry up and work on your book and pay us back. We'll supervise you as you type every day. Angry JPG. The mighty General Jean. Black and white, did you really get a loan? It was under these circumstances that a WeChat private chat pop-up window suddenly appeared. Liemo looked at it and found that it was Zhang Jian, who had not previously been active in the group. He was Li Mo's best friend in the group. In addition to this chat, there was also a transfer of 20,000 yuan. Liemo was silent when he saw this. He then clicked to reject the transfer. He hadn't borrowed any money, but had suddenly become rich. Liemo. Oh, that's good, don't do anything stupid. Zhang Jian. Don't worry, we've known each other for a long time, we've met many times, and you still don't trust me. Liemo. That's not bad, there are ways to make money, remember to bring your brothers. Zhang Jian. Okay. Liemo. That's it, I'll go code words first. Zhang Jian. Seeing this, Liemo smiled. Then Liemo reopened the Penguin group and replied to the message again. At all members, I didn't take out a loan, thank you for your kindness, and you guys really dare to lend it, aren't you afraid that I will take the money and disappear? I'm not afraid at all, I know your real address, and when I was short of money, you immediately called me. Running Bowsy. Exactly. Think about our group. At the beginning, there were 100 of us, but now we have been reduced to 13 through a rigorous selection process. Apart from the two brothers who have already passed away, the rest of us have been friends for almost 10 years. If you were afraid of this, you would have been kicked out by the group leader long ago. After all these years, I have kicked a lot of people out. Besides, I don't have much money, just a few 10,000, which the group leader can afford to lose. The mighty group leader. The group leader is awesome. A cricket that doesn't want to be squashed. The group leader is awesome. A winner in life, Jiome. The group leader is awesome. A delivery boy, Lang Lang. The group leader is awesome. Liemo couldn't help but smile when he saw this and sent a message on the answering machine. Then after chatting with these brothers in the group for a while, he closed the group. To be honest, he has been writing books for so many years. Along the way, he has met many authors. Some have now become the top masters in the online literature circle. Some have disappeared without a trace. There are all kinds of people in this industry. Some rise suddenly, turn their backs on you mercilessly, and say they don't know you. There are also people you take under your wing to write books, make money together, and then turn their backs on you. The group he has been in for nearly 10 years is full of people who have really survived through many trials. The group has been disbanded and rebuilt countless times. People can speak freely in the group chats. They talk about grades, pretentiousness, women, editor complaints, and the hidden rules of the industry. No one ever snitches. Because anyone who would snitch, or take risks, would have been kicked out a long time ago. Of course, none of this will matter to him in the future. Because he has truly decided to quit this line of work. Writing books for almost 10 years is really tiring. Chapter 27, You Really Risked Your Life. When Liemo and the brothers on the group said that he was going to quit the circle, Mu Qiuyan was in the Tianhe No. 3 villa. After Mu Qiuyan washed up, he sat on the bed, picked up his phone, found a WeChat friend, and then made a video call.
The video was connected in no time. Then a person appeared. It was a beautiful girl sitting cross-legged in a computer chair wearing a red nightdress.
This person was Lin Yanran.
You're still pretty when you're like this, little sister. You're obviously so pretty, but why do you like to make yourself look ugly every time you go out?
What kind of evil taste is that? After Lin Yanran appeared in the video, she immediately said to Mu Qiuyan with a smile. It's not like that every time I go out, just when I collect the rent. Mu Qiuyan also smiled and replied. Even if it's just like that when collecting rent, it's still very tasteless. After all, in your situation, where is the need for you to go collect rent yourself? With technology so advanced nowadays, you can just have people transfer money to your WeChat or Alipay in advance. What's more, you can even find someone to help you collect rent. Lin Yanran.
I have nothing to do all day, and every month I'm just busy collecting rent.
If I don't do this, I'll be even more bored. Mu Qiuyan. Okay. Lin Yanran smiled, and then quickly changed the subject. So what are you doing calling me on video chat? Do you remember what your brother told you today? Mu Qiuyan's face grew serious, and then he said solemnly. Yes, I remember. He said I have a bad omen. Lin Yanran nodded, and then looked at Mu Qiuyan curiously. What, do you have the latest information on him?
I have confirmed that Stinky Brother's abilities are real, and he can really tell fortunes. If it wasn't for him, I would have died today. So, Yanran, if you don't want to die, it's best to find Stinky Brother to take care of it for you.
Mu Qiuyan said again with a serious expression. You almost died, what on earth happened? Can you tell me the situation in detail?
Lin Yanran's eyes flashed with confusion, followed by an inability to hold back as she asked Mu Qiuyan again.
Of course you can. Here's what happened. Mu Qiuyan didn't waste any time and directly told Lin Yanran about how Li Mo had changed his fate for him today. Although not everything was completely told to Lin Yanran.
The core content was not covered up at all.
Prepare medicine in advance, food allergies, almost in a state of shock? In addition, I charged you 30 million. Lin Yanran's eyes widened after hearing Mu Qiuyan's words.
In the end, I only charged 15 million, and I also gave your stinky little brother a villa in Tianhe district.
Mu Qiuyan said with a smile.
It seems that you are moved by your stinky little brother, otherwise, the villa in Tianhe district is worth far more than 15 million.
Lin Yanran's mouth curled up into a smile.
I'm just purely grateful to my stinky little brother for saving my life. After all, if it weren't for my stinky little brother, I would really be dead. Once you're dead, all these worldly possessions are just a passing cloud.
Mu Qiuyan. Really?
Lin Yanran smiled and looked at Mu Qiuyan again.
That's the way it is.
Mu Qiuyan answered without hesitation, and after answering, he added, in contrast to this, Yanran, you should tell me about your situation.
I'm not joking with you.
Since Stinky Brother told you so much, you must be in danger.
If you don't want to die, you'd better ask Stinky Brother to help you. You really haven't eaten dragon fruit before? Lin Yanran didn't answer, but asked seriously. No. Mu Qiuyan shook her head. Then have you told anyone that you bought dragon fruit? Lin Yanran. No, too.
You think that Stinky Bro knew this in advance and then took a gamble based on a guess, except that he won the bet and I really do have a dragon fruit allergy.
Mu Qiuyan shook her head a little and then laughed. Well, it's not impossible.
After all, if it really was calculated, then Li Mo's abilities are really quite amazing.
Lin Yanran nodded, and then added. Moreover, that would mean that I really have a bad omen, which makes me very panicked. It depends on whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I'm not lying to you. Mu Qiuyan shrugged. Under the current circumstances, what else can I do but believe it? Can you give me Li Mo's WeChat? I'll add him and ask.
Lin Yanran sighed, and then said to Mu Qiuyan in a serious tone.
Sure. Mu Qiuyan did not refuse, and immediately sent Li Mo's WeChat ID to the chat box. Thanks, dear Qiuyan's sister, I love you. Lin Yanran saw this and gave Mu Qiuyan a flying kiss.
After saying this, Lin Yanran did not continue the video with Mu Qiuyan, but ended the video call with Mu Qiuyan.
After the call ended, Lin Yanran looked at the computer in front of her. Then she quickly pressed the keyboard. Soon, a picture of Li Mo appeared on the screen.
There were photos of him from when he was in elementary school to the present.
In addition, there were various resumes and identity information about Li Mo. Looking at this information, Lin Yanran's eyes were really full of curiosity. During her search, Li Mo had not been a disciple of any fortune teller. As Mu Qiuyan said, he had just been a hack writer in the past. Of course, to say that he was a hack writer, in fact, he was much better than a real bottom-tier writer. He still made hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's just that Li Mo's grandfather was sick, and Li Mo was a good son. He spent all his money on his grandfather. In the past 6 months, he hasn't published any books that have sold well. As a result, he's fallen behind on the rent. And yet, despite this, he is now able to tell fortunes. This is really strange. I don't know if it's an epiphany or if he's inherited some extraordinary talent. After all, she is just an internet hacker. Although she could use her technical skills to investigate Li Mo's information from the internet and databases, there were some things that could not be thoroughly investigated. Judging from Qiuyan's situation, if Li Mo really knew in advance that she was buying dragon fruit, then he really did have real skills. Once he had real skills, then I would really be in danger. This really needs to be contacted. I just don't know how much he will charge me. Lin Yanran's eyes flashed, and her face was full of a rather curious expression. Without any further ado, she directly opened WeChat on her computer and added Li Mo as a friend. She also added a message. Li Mo, I'm Lin Yanran. Unfortunately, her friend request was not approved immediately. This was because Li Mo was chatting with Lang Zi, who he had just added as a friend. Chapter 28, You're a Hacker. After Li Mo had just finished chatting with those guys in the driving show-off group, he immediately noticed that he had an unprocessed WeChat friend request. Seeing this, Li Mo naturally didn't waste any time and directly approved it. Because the other person had left a message saying that they were Lang Zi. And when Lang Zi asked Mu Qiuyan for Li Mo's WeChat, Mu Qiuyan had told Li Mo about it at the time. Naturally, Li Mo didn't have any qualms when he found out that Lang Zi had added him as a friend. Li Mo's brother, how did you figure out that I would hack someone's account? You're amazing, just amazing. Lang Zi. Just figured it out. Li Mo. Li Mo's brother, can I ask, what exactly did you study? What school of thought are you from? By the way, if you can tell fortunes, can you read geomancy? Cute JPG. Lang Zi. I'm from the 100 Schools of Thought School. Smokes JPG. Li Mo. 100 Schools of Thought? What's that? Lang Zi. It means I'm a bit of everything, a self-taught genius. Li Mo. Okay, I see. Brother Li Mo is awesome. Brother Li Mo, if you have time, can you give me a good fortune reading and tell me what my luck is like these days? I want to open a box. You tell me when my luck will be good. Lang Zi. Sure, just pay the fee. Li Mo laughed. Just pay the fee? Then Li Mo, how much do you want? If you want too much, I don't have it. How about 10,000? Pathetic JPG. Lang Zi. Okay, I'll charge you 10,000 for opening one box. Blushing JPG. Li Mo. Ah, Li Mo, that's too expensive. Lang Zi. After all, the secrets of the heavens cannot be revealed. Li Mo. Okay, then, brother Li Mo, can you make it a little cheaper? 10,000 for one box is really too expensive. Pity JPG. Lang Zi. Okay, I'll make it cheaper for you. Li Mo. How much cheaper? Eye shining JPG. Lang Zi. 9,999. Li Mo. Brother Li Mo, you knocking JPG. Lang Zi. Didn't you say it was cheaper? Isn't this cheaper? Confused JPG. Li Mo. Brother Li Mo, you're bad. Lang Zi. I'm bad by nature. Li Mo. The two of them kept sending messages back and forth. Li Mo found it quite interesting to chat with Lang Zi. After chatting for a while, Li Mo exited the chat box and saw a friend request from Lin Yanran. Although Mu Qiuyan had not told Li Mo, she had told Lin Yanran about his WeChat number. But for Lin Yanran to add him, Li Mo at this time was not surprised. He just glanced at the friend request and immediately selected agree. It was approved. Immediately afterwards, he saw a message from Lin Yanran. Li Mo's younger brother. Lin Yanran. I'm here, what's up? Li Mo. You really know how to tell fortunes? Lin Yanran.
Sister Chiu Yen should have already told you the situation.
Li Mo.
She did tell me, but I always feel that it's a bit too miraculous.
During my investigation of you, you were clearly just an online writer. Lin Yanran.
I am an online writer myself, and I'm still pretty mediocre.
Li Mo. You're not really mediocre.
You've made hundreds of thousands of dollars from writing books, which is not a lot for the entire online writing community, but it's definitely not mediocre.
Lin Yanran. Ha ha. Li Mo. Li Mo, since you really can tell fortunes, that means what you told me today is true, and you weren't just trying to fool me? I really have a bad omen? Lin Yanran. Yes, you really have a bad omen, you will die. Li Mo. Is that really so? I don't know whether I should believe you or not. So, Li Mo, can we test it? Lin Yanran. You can test it any way you like. Li Mo. Since you can tell fortunes, tell me what I do for a living. Lin Yanran.
Okay, but I don't do it for free, so if you want me to tell you your occupation, you have to pay.
Li Mo. How much? Lin Yanran. 100,000, Li Mo. 100,000? Li Mo, you're asking for too much. 100,000 just to tell me what I do for a living? Panicked JPG. Lin Yanran. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to pay. Li Mo. Okay. 100,000 it is. I'll pay. Lin Yanran. As soon as this message was sent, Li Mo received a WeChat transfer message.
Lin Yanran had transferred him 100,000 yuan. Seeing this, a nice curve appeared at the corner of Li Mo's mouth, and without a trace of hesitation, he directly chose to receive the payment.
Li Mo's younger brother, now that you've received the money, can you tell me what my occupation really is? Lin Yanran. You're a hacker. Li Mo. Eyes wide JPG. Lin Yanran.
While sending this message, Lin Yanran, who was originally sitting lazily in front of the computer desk in the villa she was in, suddenly sat up straight. While sending the message, she couldn't help but feel a storm of emotions in her heart. Her hacking skills were still very good. Although she was not one of the best in the industry. She was definitely not weak. Otherwise, she would not be able to make a living doing this. Normally, it was absolutely impossible for people to know her identity. After all, for a hacker like her, once her identity was known to others, it would mean tragedy. Therefore, how could she possibly reveal her identity? Even if it was someone she was very close to, she had never told them. It could be said that, apart from herself, no one else knew that she was a hacker. Even if Mu Qiuyan was on good terms with her, he definitely didn't know. But now, Li Mo has suddenly revealed her occupation. This is really unbelievable to her. Could Li Mo have been guessing? But if he was guessing, it was a bit too accurate. And she thought about her contact and conversations with Li Mo. Apart from the fact that she had just said that she had investigated Li Mo and there was a slight suspicion of exposure, there was absolutely no exposure at all during the rest of the process. Moreover, she felt that she had just told Li Mo. She had investigated Li Mo. But this investigation was not limited to network intrusion and hacker investigations. It could be any kind of investigation. It was impossible to immediately associate it with the profession of hacker. But now Li Mo had suddenly revealed that she was a hacker. This was really unbelievable. It was really shocking. Chapter 29, A Missed Opportunity is a Missed Opportunity. How was that? Did it shock you? Smiling JPG. Li Mo saw that and sent a message again. I originally wanted to deny it, but looking at your situation, you should really know my occupation, right? It's not a guess, is it? Lin Yanran. What do you think? Mysterious smile JPG. Li Mo. It shouldn't be. But how did you figure it out? Your ability to make deductions is a bit too scary. I only had face-to-face contact with you for a short while. In just that short while, you not only saw that I had a bad omen, but also that I had a bad omen over and over again, and at the same time, you also figured out my occupation. This is really too weird. You should know that you didn't read my poem lines, you didn't have any physical contact with me, and you only looked at my face.
You can tell so much just by looking at my face? This is really scary. As soon as Li Mo's message was sent, it was followed by large chunks of messages that were constantly sent by Lin Yanran. The text was obviously full of shock. It's okay, it's not that scary, these are all normal methods. Li Mo. This is normal? Speechless JPG. Lin Yanran. Of course it's normal.
As the saying goes, every trade has its own techniques. Just as you are a hacker, your hacking methods are also very normal to you. But to other people, what you think is normal is extremely difficult for them, and they can't even get started. Li Mo. If you put it that way, it seems to be true. Lin Yanran. It is true. Li Mo. Then Li Mo, what is this ominous omen I have coming my way? Can you dispel it for me? Look of desperation JPG. Lin Yanran. Of course I can. It's not a difficult task, but it will cost you more. Smokes JPG. Li Mo. How much more? Lin Yanran. 10 million. Li Mo. G. Li Mo, your fee is really scary. Look of horror JPG. Lin Yanran. Compared to life, 10 million is not expensive.
Li Mo. Although that is true, can you lower the price a bit since you are charging 10 million all at once? Lin Yanran. Sure, 9,999,999 yuan.
Li Mo did not hesitate to reply with these words.
It really is a bit cheaper. Laughing and crying JPG. Lin Yanran. After all, I am a very honest man. Li Mo. Is this the final price? Can you cut it again? Lin Yanran. It can't be cut anymore. Li Mo.
Okay, then, little brother Li Mo, I heard from little sister Chodian that she gave you half of the first payment and then the other half of the final payment.
Can I do the same?
I'll give you 5 million first. I'll give you the remaining 5 million after the job is done.
Lin Yanran. Of course you can, I'll send you the card number right away. Smiling JPG. Li Mo.
With this message, Li Mo followed up by sending her his card number.
Just a moment, I'll transfer the money to you. Lin Yanran. Okay. Li Mo. After Li Mo sent his message, Lin Yanran didn't reply immediately. Then after a short while, Li Mo noticed his phone ringing.
At the same time, a text message notification of a bank transfer appeared in the notification bar. It said that 5 million yuan had been transferred into his account.
Seeing this, Li Mo couldn't help but smile again.
Although he had already experienced Mu Qiuyan's large transfers, Li Mo still couldn't help but feel that this money had really come too quickly and too easily. It was really a world of difference from his past, when he had been struggling to write books.
How about it, Li Mo's younger brother, did you receive the money? Lin Yanran.
Yes, I've already received it.
Li Mo smiles. That's good. Li Mo's younger brother, how are you going to get rid of the disaster for me? Also, can you tell me now what exactly will happen to me? Lin Yanran. It depends on what choice you make. Do you want to wait until the disaster is imminent and then I tell you how to get rid of it, or do you want me to tell you now and completely avoid it?
With the former, you should completely trust me, but with the latter, you might feel that you've lost your money. And if you choose the latter, you have to pay the balance.
Li Mo. I already completely trust you.
After all, I'm a hacker, and I haven't even told my parents. I'm the only one who knows, no one else can possibly know.
And you just blurted it out. This is definitely the real deal. Lin Yanran. Along with this message. Before Li Mo could reply or anything, Li Mo noticed that Lin Yanran had sent him a voice video. Li Mo saw this and his gaze flickered, and then he connected to the video. As he connected to the video, he suddenly saw Mu Qiuyan appear in the video. At this time, Mu Qiuyan was sitting cross-legged in a computer chair. She was wearing a red nightdress. Her long hair was casually draped behind her head. Her beautiful face was bare. A pair of eyes that seemed to be able to speak were staring straight at Li Mo. What are you looking at me like that for? Li Mo saw this and smiled. Li Mo's younger brother, you are really something. This is the first time I've seen someone who can really tell fortunes. In the past, the people I met were all charlatans. Lin Yanran. You just haven't met enough people. There are definitely still experts in this big world. Li Mo laughed. Maybe so, but I've never seen one before. I now understand why Qiu Yan gave you the villa. Lin Yanran gave a slight smile, followed by a mysterious wink. Why? Li Mo asked with a smile.
If I discover such a capable little brother in advance, I would definitely want to keep him close and keep him in my sight at all times. And then take him. Lin Yanran said with a smile.
You're thinking too much.
I've told Qiu Yan many times to support me, but she never agreed.
Li Mo shrugged. Really?
Lin Yanran blinked her eyes, then looked up and down at Li Mo. Then, Li Mo, I remember during the day today, I asked if you would be willing to be supported by me. You said yes, but unfortunately I am a woman of few resources.
Now you can help your sister avert danger. Under these circumstances, if your sister were to support you, would you be willing? No way, sister. Li Mo shrugged. Why? Lin Yanran asked curiously. Have you never heard the saying, time waits for no man?
You've already missed your chance, Li Mo said with a smile. Chapter 30, Underestimating the Golden Finger.
Can't you give it another chance? Isn't my sister pretty? Or is she not your type?
Lin Yanran said with a smile. Of course my sister is very pretty, and she is also my type, but I'm sorry.
Li Mo. Why? Lin Yanran blinked, genuinely puzzled. Don't you want to seduce your sister first? Lin Yanran asked her doubt.
Of course I do, but unfortunately, your sister is completely deceptive and insincere.
Li Mo laughed and shook his head. Haha, Lin Yanran suddenly laughed out. She felt that Li Mo was very interesting at this moment. He was not pretentious at all. In addition, he was not infatuated. Let's talk about how you choose. Li Mo turned the conversation around and asked Lin Yanran with a smile.
Although Lin Yanran's smile was very beautiful,
Li Mo didn't want to continue talking about the previous issue. Can you tell me first, when will something happen to me? Let me get ready first, and then decide on a choice.
Lin Yanran's eyes flickered, and then she asked with a smile.
It's tomorrow. Li Mo replied calmly.
When answering such words, he looked at the screen of his phone, and several QR codes appeared in his line of sight.
Li Mo chose the one that belonged to Lin Yanran. Name, Lin Yanran. Age, 28. Gender, female. Face value, 95. Height, 1.75 meters.
Skills, hacking proficient extractable, Wing Chun proficient extractable, cooking proficient extractable, non-motorized vehicle driving proficient extractable, motorcycle driving proficient extractable, fancy basketball proficient extractable, dancing proficient extractable.
Occupation, hacker. Real estate, none. Liquid assets, 131,542,228 yuan. Mounted vehicle, Harley-Davidson flagship glide. Relationship status, none. Favorability, 65.
Special circumstances, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Tianyunshan will race with someone, and when passing through the 426 consecutive bends, the back tire of the car will suddenly burst after being punctured by a nail, causing the car to lose control and veer to the left, crash through the highway guardrail and fall off the cliff, killing him instantly.
As Li Mo scanned the code, detailed personal information about Lin Yanran suddenly appeared in his line of sight.
When this personal information panel appeared, Li Mo focused on the special circumstances and the skills panel. I can extract skills by scanning the code, and it turns out that it is not just possible from a distance, but also through video calls. Seeing this, a flash of light appeared in his eyes. In addition, the special circumstances have not changed, which means that according to my judgment from scanning the code, my conversation with Lin Yanran has not reached the point of interfering with her fate. Judging from the current situation, does this mean that if I don't continue to contact her, she will still die? For a moment, Li Mo couldn't help but spin his thoughts rapidly. While turning his thoughts, he also pondered whether or not he should use the extra skill points. This would allow him to extract Lin Yanran's abilities. After all, the skills Lin Yanran had were really quite good. Moreover, using skill points would also allow him to determine once and for all whether or not he could extract skills from a distance. However, after just a slight turn of thought, Li Mo temporarily dismissed the idea of extraction. Then he used his finger to swipe the screen and took a screenshot directly. Is it tomorrow? Okay, then Li Mo, I'll find you first thing tomorrow, or I'll go find you now.
While Li Mo was taking the screenshot, Lin Yanran's gaze flickered, and then she spoke to Li Mo.
You can find me tomorrow, don't worry, nothing will happen to you before noon tomorrow.
Li Mo replied with a smile. Okay, I understand, I'll contact you first thing tomorrow morning. Lin Yanran smiled, and then said again.
After that, she didn't say much to Li Mo and ended the call directly.
As Lin Yanran ended the call, Li Mo opened the phone album and got the photo he had previously taken a screenshot of. After getting it, he looked at the photo. Suddenly, several QR codes appeared in his eyes. Li Mo chose the one for Lin Yanran. Photo subject, Lin Yanran. Screenshot time, 32 seconds ago. Subject age, 28. Height, 1.75 meters. Weight, 120 pounds. Occupation, hacker. Suddenly, a personal information panel appeared in Li Mo's line of sight. However, although personal information appeared in Li Mo's line of sight, he did not see the personal information that Li Mo wanted to see. This personal information was completely different from when I was on a video call. Although there was also a name and occupation, height, age, and an additional weight.
A weight of 120 kilograms seems a bit ridiculous.
To the naked eye, it should be around 100 kilograms. In addition, there is no personal skills, special circumstances, or favorability.
There is also no real estate or liquid capital.
Why is that?
Why is it that according to reason, this is all Lin Yanran, but the information scanned is so different? Could it be that because the photo is dead, while the real-time video of Lin Yanran is alive, or rather, active, with infinite possibilities? Lin Yanran in the photo, on the other hand, has already been fixed to a certain extent.
Li Mo's thoughts couldn't help but spin rapidly once again.
And while his thoughts were spinning rapidly, his thoughts were also constantly radiating. Suddenly, he thought of something, and a flash of brilliance appeared in his eyes.
Wait, although photos cannot extract abilities, videos can, so does that mean that I can also extract abilities from other people's videos? Some live broadcast platform anchors? In addition, not just anchors, but also TV dramas, movies, and anime. And if I can extract the skills of the characters in TV dramas, movies, and anime, what other skills can I extract?
Li Mo's body trembled violently at the thought. Because, according to the personal information prompt from the QR code, he can extract all the abilities of living things. Then it is possible to extract the abilities of water-bearer insects, and thus live forever.
The skills of living things that can be extracted from movies, TV dramas, and anime are 100% guaranteed to achieve immortality. After all, the characters in movies, TV dramas, and anime
include those with supernatural powers and those of immortals. There are also the existence of immortals and gods.
Those immortals and gods themselves possess the ability to live forever. No way, it can't be true, can it? No way. My guess is that it really can come true. If it really is like that, then
my golden finger would really be too rebellious. This has completely and suddenly greatly improved my golden finger's situation.
Could it really be like that? Chapter 31, The Buddha's Teachings.
Upon thinking of this, Li Mo took a deep breath, and without any hesitation, he directly pulled up the short video app on his phone.
He directly opened a certain audio app.
Then he casually typed in 4 words.
Buddha.
Immediately, a lot of videos appeared.
Li Mo directly selected a video of the Buddha.
It was a video of the Buddha sitting on the lotus platform in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, surrounded by a large number of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas.
At that moment, the Buddha was solemnly explaining to the people around him. Seeing this scene, Li Mo directly focused his attention on the Buddha.
Suddenly, a lot of QR codes appeared.
Li Mo directly selected the QR code belonging to the Buddha. Instantly, personal information appeared. Video character, Buddha.
Video release time, January 2, 2021, 3:25 and 14 seconds p.m.
Actor, Li Mo. Actor's height, 1.72 meters. Actor's weight, 160 pounds. Current scene, Buddha Tathagata is lecturing the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas around him. Well, that's it?
Li Mo's eyes widened at the sudden appearance of his personal information, and then his eyes filled with disappointment.
Because this wasn't what he expected. Why was the video he saw the scene, time, and the actor's weight, height, and name? Not the information about Buddha Tathagata.
There was no information on the skills he wanted to see. And not to mention the skills of the Buddha, there was no information on the skills of that Li XX.
Is it just me? Although the video can be scanned, and although the skills can be extracted, it must be a real-time video? Can this judgment not be changed?
And the character played is actually just the player himself, not the player's identity.
Alas! What a pity! Is this really the limit of my golden finger, or is it because I haven't developed my golden finger enough? Besides, if this is how the character acting video looks like, then what about the animation? No one is acting in the animation, so what is the situation?
Thinking about this, Li Mo's eyes flashed with brilliance once again, and then without a trace, he exited the current video and typed in a search again.
The animated Buddha.
As he did, a large number of videos suddenly reappeared.
Li Mo directly selected a video to open.
Then he saw a golden giant Buddha sitting cross-legged in the void. His countenance was solemn. His body exudes endless compassion.
It looks quite magnificent and astonishing.
And in front of the Buddha, there is a person standing at this moment.
More accurately speaking, it is a monkey spirit.
The monkey spirit is wearing golden chain mail, a phoenix-winged purple gold crown, lotus silk cloud walking shoes, and holding a ruddy golden cudgel in his hand.
If it isn't Monkey King, then who else could it be? Seeing such a scene, Li Mo suddenly once again set his sights on the Buddha.
Then a large number of QR codes appeared again.
Seeing those QR codes, Li Mo once again chose the one that belonged to Buddha.
Then he scanned the code. Immediately, a message panel appeared in his line of sight again. Video character, Buddha. Video release time, October 2nd, 2020, 8:31 and 12 seconds AM.
Video publisher, Lin Yanran. Current scene, Monkey King confronting Buddha. Well, okay. This is really overthinking it.
Movies and TV shows are no good, and cartoons are still no good.
Fuck.
Seeing this situation, Li Mo couldn't help but fall silent for a moment, followed by a bitter smile and shaking his head. It really is the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment.
Before, he didn't think that scanning QR codes would allow him to obtain skills from these virtual characters. Naturally, Li Mo didn't feel anything.
But now, the sudden thought of being able to scan QR codes for virtual characters and extract skills from them came to mind. Now that the virtual character has been opened, it turns out that you can't extract skills from the virtual character at all. This really made Li Mo feel lost. After all, it is about whether or not you can have the abilities of immortals. It is about whether or not you can live forever. It is also about whether or not your own level can be raised accordingly. But it seems that all of this was really just wishful thinking.
With a bitter smile, Li Mo, somewhat unbelieving, successively searched for several other videos and scanned the QR codes.
Then he discovered that the situation with these scans was exactly the same as the situation with the previous scans. Nothing had changed at all. No matter how he scanned the code, the information that was always displayed was not what he wanted to see.
So, is this really the upper limit of my golden finger, or am I really not good enough at developing it? Or is it that my current ability is too low? Can my ability be upgraded?
After scanning a series of videos in succession, Li Mo stopped searching and couldn't help but let his thoughts spin again.
Although, as of now, the result is really quite disappointing to him. But because of some unwillingness, Li Mo couldn't help but let his thoughts wander again.
After all, this last thing has not been confirmed.
Maybe it can be upgraded? Maybe it's really a lack of ability?
They say that people's hearts are insatiable, and before, I didn't understand this saying very deeply, but now I have a thorough and deep understanding.
Isn't my current situation a lack of heart? I was originally just a flop author. I can't even pay the rent sometimes.
But just as I got my golden finger, today I made 210 million, plus a villa worth tens of millions.
Normally, this should be enough to satisfy me. But I'm still not satisfied.
I want to get more, to make my abilities even better. No wonder, the poor want to get rich, the rich want to be emperors, and the emperors want to live forever. This desire came too fast, it's hard for people to suppress it.
Li Mo smiled bitterly.
While smiling bitterly, he also kept trying to calm his disappointed emotions. No matter what, he had already gone from being poor to being rich. And from someone who didn't have combat ability, he had become someone who did.
And
if he continued to develop, sooner or later he would have a large number of skills.
And
if he was willing to take risks, he would also have the chance to live forever.
In that case, why is he still not satisfied? Of course, even Liam kept giving himself psychological hints like this and kept instilling reasons in himself like this. But it really took him more than half an hour to completely calm down. And even after calming down, he still had some feelings. Because there are virtual characters that cannot be scanned and those that can be scanned. These are really two extremes. It can be said that there is a gap between immortals and mortals. Chapter 32, No Anesthesia for the Gallbladder. After a bitter smile for a while, Liam immediately opened a live broadcast on the short video app to see if the situation was as he had imagined. After all, when he video calls someone else, can he scan the code to obtain the other person's detailed information and extract their personal skills? Or does he not need to video call someone else? Can he really just watch the live broadcast and scan the code to extract it? And so Liam did. Suddenly, a live broadcast of a person appeared in Liam's line of sight. It was just a dormitory. Someone was wearing camouflage clothing, holding a guitar and singing. There were two other people wearing camouflage clothing next to him. Almost as soon as he saw the other person, Liam recognized the other person's identity. This is a guy who said he was from the Far East Army. There is an incredibly brainwashing line. This is the northern part of Myanmar, welcome, my precious little princess. Liam was very unhappy with this guy from the moment he saw him. Although the other person said he was from the Far East Army, Liam always felt a sense of ill will in the other person's eyes. He was far from being as bright and righteous as the other soldiers he had seen. In addition, the most important thing was, for these online writers, writing a book often requires looking up various materials. The Golden Triangle area of Myanmar and Thailand. Where in this place would descendants of the Far East Army remain? A few years ago, when the crackdown on online literature was not severe, that was a place that had to be written about. Liam has written several similar books. It is a paradise for drug dealers and warlords. However, since the crackdown on online literature, he has been afraid to write about it. Unexpectedly, there are now people on the internet inviting people to be guests. And this guy even broadcasted live with no shame. The number of live viewers was over 40,000. Liam couldn't help but doubt himself. Was it his memory that was faulty, his perception of the world wrong, or had the times just changed? With a complex look in his eyes, Liam subconsciously fixed his gaze on the person holding the guitar, the one named Lee Sayuan. As soon as his gaze landed on the other person, he suddenly saw a QR code appear on the other person's body. Liam directly chose to scan the code. Immediately, a personal panel appeared in front of him. Name, Lee Sayuan. Gender, male. Height, 1.72 meters. Face value, 61. Skills, KUZ without anesthesia proficient extractable, acting proficient extractable, singing beginner extractable, guitar playing beginner extractable, non-motorized vehicle driving beginner extractable, motor vehicle driving beginner extractable, military combat beginner extractable, firearms handling beginner extractable. Occupation, fraudulent member of the Humlay Group's cultural troupe. Real estate, none. Liquid assets, 9,846,430. Mounted vehicle, military jeep. Relationship status, being harassed by many unwitting female fans in private messages. Special circumstances, 1 minute later, there was a sudden scream from the broadcast room, which he skillfully diffused by saying that a classmate was watching a horror movie. In fact, it was his accomplice in the opposite room, beating the woman who had been tricked into going to Burma. Almost as soon as he saw this kind of personal information, Liam couldn't help but widen his eyes. Then he gasped. Good guy. Liam said good guy directly. He said that's why this guy looked so unpleasant. Why he looked so evil. It turned out that this guy was not a member of the Far East Army at all. A song for everyone from the Dragon Kingdom, wishing all the people in the Dragon Kingdom can truly be like dragons. Also, everyone is welcome to visit Myanmar, you are all my precious little princesses. And just as Liam gasped, Lee Sayuan was seen smiling and speaking to the people in the live broadcast room. Ah, husband, you're so handsome. Husband called me princess. Husband, wait for me. I always felt that this guy was strange. What kind of place is Myanmar? Is it fun there? Isn't Myanmar the Golden Triangle? Can you really go there as a guest? What's on your mind, host? Is he really a soldier? Isn't he just a fraud? What kind of soldier is a Far Eastern soldier? You don't even know what a Far Eastern soldier is, and you don't read? This guy is so ugly, and you call him husband? Nest, there are really all kinds of people these days, and they dare to smear soldiers. This is very cool. If there is a call. When Lee Sayuan's words fell, all I saw was a stream of messages in the live broadcast room. Many people posted comments below, calling him husband. Some people felt something was wrong and couldn't help but question it. But those who questioned it were quickly shut down by others and exited the live broadcast room. Seeing this, some of the skeptical people also refrained from making comments for fear of being attacked. After all, they couldn't figure out what was going on. And so time passed. Suddenly, there was a scream in the live broadcast room. What's going on? I heard screams. Me too. There were screams. What screams? What are you all talking about? There were no screams. There were screams. I heard them. I heard them too. There were definitely screams. Host, what's going on? Why were there screams? With the screams, many people started typing question marks. And as soon as the question marks appeared, people started to question the situation. Then more people questioned the situation. Lee Sayuan, who had been smug at the beginning, ignoring the rhythm of the live broadcast, couldn't help but look flustered. He quickly forced himself to look calm and then smiled and said, "It's my roommate in the dorm across from me watching horror TV. I told him to keep it down." Lee Sayuan smiled. After that, he gave the person next to him a wink. Suddenly, I saw the man push the door open and laugh. "Okay, I told my classmate to ask the classmate across the hall to keep it down." After the man walked out, Lee Sayuan said with a smile, "I told you guys to stop fussing. It's not unusual for someone in a mixed dormitory to watch a horror movie on their phone, and this is a big deal. Honey, ignore them, keep playing and singing. I want to hear you keep singing. Honey, you're really handsome." Seeing such a comment, Lee Sayuan's smile on his face became even brighter. You have to know that the live broadcast room has quite a lot of army of trolls from their group. Even if his accomplice is opposite him, he can perfectly get around it. Not to mention that it is just an ordinary beating now. However, that woman's voice is really loud. After the live broadcast ends, he is going to personally go over there and let the other person experience the feeling of not getting anesthetic for the beating. Take good care of this delicate little princess. It was under these circumstances that Liam shook his head helplessly. Then he began typing out his own comment. Chapter 33, You can still extract skills from a distance. Everyone be careful, this guy is not a member of the Far East Army. The descendants of the Far East Army have never lived in the land of darkness. This guy is a fraudulent member of the Humley Group's cultural troupe. If you don't know about the Humley Group, just Google it. His lower back doesn't feel the effects of the anesthetic. Once you've gone over there, you won't be a delicate little princess anymore. You'll be a slave to the blood. Myanmar is the Golden Triangle, a lawless zone, a haven for drug dealers and warlords. The screams just now from across the street were definitely not someone watching a horror movie. Rather, it was a fellow countryman who had been deceived and was being beaten up in the room opposite. If you don't believe me, you can tell him to immediately take the phone and push the door open to go live broadcast across the street and see if he dares. Even if his accomplices are quick to divert attention, some traces cannot be dealt with so quickly. Liam could only do so much. Whether or not the others believed him was out of his hands. After all, although he had the golden finger, he was not a god. He could not fly to the netherworld. Not to mention the fact that he had only just acquired Muay Thai proficient. Although his strength was far greater than Lee Sayuan's, he did not have the strength to fight 100 enemies single-handedly and topple an organization. After quickly posting these paragraphs, Liam exited the broadcast room. After all, by scanning the code, Lee Sayuan, Liam also confirmed that he was really able to scan the code to extract the skills by watching the broadcast. Since this matter has been confirmed, there is no need to continue watching. Although Liam exited the broadcast room, the tens of thousands of people in the broadcast room were not calm. Because some people were also very confused about Lee Sayuan's situation. They were also confused about Mian Ming. Now that Liam said that Lee Sayuan was a member of the cultural troupe of the Humley Group, some people who knew about the Humley Group also sent out messages one after the other. After all, since someone had taken the lead, even if something happened, it would have nothing to do with them.
They just needed to follow the lead.
Some people who didn't understand also quickly Googled it.
In addition, someone also told Lee Sayuan to quickly take out his phone and go to the opposite dormitory to broadcast live. But Lee Sayuan wouldn't dare to do that at this time. His face was very ugly at this time, and he never expected that his identity would be revealed. Although his face looked ugly, he immediately recovered. And while his face was recovering, there were even water armies in the live broadcast room frantically setting the pace. They wanted to reverse the situation. But a certain great but unnamed botanist, Huachanga, once said, "When you doubt whether a melon is ripe or not, the melon will never be ripe in your heart." Some people already felt that Lee Sayuan didn't look like the soldier they knew.
He didn't have the righteousness of the soldier they knew. Plus, this guy was in Myanmar. Now there were screams.
Some people even broke the news that this guy was a member of the Wingong Tuan of the Humley group.
Suddenly, the trolls ignored the rhythm. Under these circumstances, the comments calling him husband were quickly reversed. Even if there were some internet trolls still saying that her husband was so handsome and a descendant of a meritorious family, how could you do this to her? It didn't have any effect at all.
It made Lee Saigao unable to continue the live broadcast. However, he did not dare to forcibly close the live broadcast. For a while, he was in a difficult situation. And the more he did so, the more the people in the live broadcast room urged him to hurry up and go to the opposite room to broadcast. Then an official account of a certain city also appeared. It did not directly say that the other party was a member of the cultural troupe of the Humley group. But it did give everyone a popular science lesson on what a member of the Humley group's cultural troupe is. And it also warned everyone to be careful of scams. Then, naturally, things got bigger and bigger. In this situation, Lee Sayuan's heart grew even colder.
He knew he was going to be miserable.
At this moment, he felt endless anger towards Lee Mo. It was all because of that guy who suddenly broke the news in the live broadcast room.
How did that guy know that he was a member of the Humley group's cultural troupe? And he even gave him a boost.
He told him to go to the opposite room and broadcast live. How dare he go there and broadcast live?
If he goes there and broadcasts live, won't he directly expose his criminal facts? How can he deceive people then? How can he still take those little princesses' kidneys?
More importantly, if this cannot be settled,
then not only will the bonus he recently received be confiscated,
at the same time, his life may be in danger.
Of course, these things had nothing to do with Lee Mo.
Lee Mo had no idea how much of a sensation his comment had caused. He was satisfied and closed the short video software. Because he subconsciously discovered that he had a little more skill points. After discovering this, he took out his phone, opened the video, scanned the code on himself, and was completely sure that he really had a little more skill points.
After confirming this, Lee Mo sent a WeChat message to Mu Chioyan. "Stinky brother," Yanran said, "you promised to change her fortune, and she has already given you 5 million in advance?" Mu Chioyan. "Well, that's right. Lee Mo. Congratulations then, stinky brother, you really made a fortune today." Mu Chioyan. "It's all thanks to Chioyan's salesmanship." Lee Mo. "How did you know it was me who sold it?" Mu Chioyan. "You've forgotten my abilities again." Lee Mo. "Okay." Mu Chioyan.
The two of them chatted for a while, not for long, and then they said goodnight to each other and ended their chat.
After ending the chat, Lee Mo went to wash up.
Then he returned to the master bedroom and went to sleep.
The next day, Lee Mo was awakened by a knock on the door. He subconsciously opened his eyes and looked towards the door. "Stinky brother, it's time to get up." Just as Lee Mo looked in that direction, Mu Chioyan's voice came from the doorway. Seeing this, Lee Mo replied, "Just a moment."
After saying this, he got up and dressed. Then he walked to the door and opened it. As soon as his eyes opened, he was dazzled. In front of him, Mu Chioyan was wearing a black and beige bodycon dress. The dress fit her perfectly, outlining her sexy body. It was a perfect S-curve. Really curvy. Her hair naturally hung behind her head, and she wore a gold necklace around her neck. Her ears were also decorated with earrings. In addition, she was carrying a brown bag in her hand. Her feet were in a pair of black high heels. She had a full of grace temperament. At this moment, Mu Chioyan's beautiful face was beaming with a very nice smile. While Lee Mo was surveying Mu Chioyan was also surveying Lee Mo.
Why are you up so early? What time is it? Liemo looked at Mu Qiuyan, followed by a yawn, and then asked in confusion. He was not surprised that Mu Qiuyan appeared at his door. After all, yesterday Mu Qiuyan did not delete her image recognition and fingerprints. Then it was naturally easy for Mu Qiuyan to enter this villa. Chapter 34, You're up too early. No, it's not early, it's already 6:30, Mu Qiuyan replied with a smile. It's only 6:30? Damn, no wonder I feel a bit dizzy. This is a bit too early. Liemo looked at Mu Qiuyan with wide eyes. When he was writing books before, he often stayed up until 3 or 4 in the morning. Usually, he would sleep until 12 noon and then get up. Or he would sleep until 1 or 2 in the afternoon. It was really rare for him to wake up at 7:30 in the morning. Unless he had to go to some kind of event. Or if he had some kind of arrangement ahead of time. Although because of the appointment he had made with Mu Qiuyan yesterday, he had decided to go buy a car today. And he had also promised Mu Qiuyan that he would come and have breakfast with him. But 7:30 was still too early. He had thought it would be at least past 8. But it was only 6:30. Of course, he felt a little dizzy. But overall, his spirits were actually quite good. He wasn't too sleepy. After all, he had gone to bed at midnight yesterday, not staying up late like he usually did, and had slept for more than 6 hours. The dizziness was purely due to the sudden change in his biological clock, which he was a little unaccustomed to. The day's plan depends on the morning. After you eat, you can either go for a walk or go for a run with me. Mu Qiuyan said to Liemo with a smile. You're going running in that? Liemo looked at Mu Qiuyan doubtfully. She was dressed like a young lady. Running in high heels? Although she might be able to run. It definitely wasn't suitable. After we go to my place to eat, if you want to go running, I can change. Mu Qiuyan said with a smile. Then why didn't you wear sportswear in the first place? Liemo said with a smile. I wanted to impress you, my smelly little brother. Mu Qiuyan. Okay, I admit I'm impressed. Why don't you go downstairs and wait for me while I wash up? Liemo laughed dumbly. I'll wait for you right here, just in time to serve you. Come on, I'll help you brush your teeth and wash your face properly. Mu Qiuyan said with a smile, and as she spoke, she took Liemo's hand and walked towards the bathroom. Sweat. Liemo was speechless. He had never received such treatment before. They soon arrived at the bathroom. After arriving here, Mu Qiuyan casually placed her bag on the side cupboard. Then she unpacked the toothpaste and toothbrush that she had taken out yesterday, and then rinsed the toothbrush with water. Next, she squeezed some toothpaste onto the toothbrush, before handing it to Liemo. At the same time, she also rinsed the toothbrush cup next to her with water, and then poured a glass of water, handing it to Liemo. Liemo received the toothbrush and water with a strange expression on his face. He really had never enjoyed such treatment before. Although he had dated a few girlfriends before. None of them had ever done this for him. On the contrary, he had done this for one of his ex-girlfriends because she was being so spoiled. But despite his strange expression, Liemo didn't waste any time and started brushing his teeth and rinsing his mouth. He finished rinsing his mouth quickly. Then he rinsed the toothbrush and toothbrush cup. After he finished rinsing, he saw Mu Qiuyan open the facial cleanser next to him and take out a pack of facial tissues. Then he took out a tissue and moistened Liemo's face first. Then he got the facial cleanser for Liemo. He gave Liemo a facial massage. Then he washed the facial cleanser off Liemo with water. Then he took out another tissue and gently wiped the water droplets off Liemo. Your actions make me feel very strange. Liemo said to Mu Qiuyan, who was letting him do whatever he wanted, while his face couldn't help but look weird. What's so strange about it? Mu Qiuyan asked, puzzled. You make me feel like a little kid, and it reminds me of when I was little and my mom washed my face, Liemo said with a smile. In his memory, he had indeed been washed his face by someone when he was little. However, as he spoke, Liemo fell silent. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly become silent? And what did you mean by what you just said, that I'm like your mother? Seeing Liemo suddenly silent, Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but ask with a smile while continuing to help Liemo. It's nothing, I just feel a bit strange. Liemo smiled, looking like he didn't want to talk about it. Oh. Mu Qiuyan responded, although she felt that Liemo's mood was suddenly a bit off, she didn't ask anymore. She quickly helped Li Mo completely wipe off the water droplets.
Then he took out an unopened roll of garbage bags from the closet. From the roll of garbage bags, he tore off a piece and threw all the used facial tissues into it. Then he put the garbage bag over the unused trash can next to it.
I have to say, you're really well prepared. You said you're not going to live here, so why are you so well prepared? Seeing this, Li Mo couldn't help but ask Mu Qiuyan again out of curiosity. It's better to be prepared than to worry.
Just like now, if I hadn't prepared these in advance, you would have had to shop for them yourself when you took over the villa, and you wouldn't have been able to use them right away.
It would be inconvenient in every way, Mu Qiuyan said with a smile. After saying that, she took her bag down from the side cupboard again, and then said to Li Mo, let's go to my place for dinner now. Okay, but you're not going to serve big fish and meat again, I can't handle it in the morning. Li Mo nodded, and then asked Mu Qiuyan with a smile. Don't worry, there's no big fish or big meat, it's all very simple breakfast. Mu Qiuyan answered with a smile. Oh. Li Mo responded, and then followed Mu Qiuyan downstairs and out of the villa to Mu Qiuyan's villa. After arriving here, Mu Qiuyan casually threw her bag on the sofa. Then she said to Li Mo, are you going to eat in the dining room or here at the living room coffee table? You just arrange it. Li Mo. Let's go to the dining room, it's more atmospheric. You go ahead, I'll go get the food, Mu Qiuyan said. Let's go together, Li Mo said with a smile. That's fine. Mu Qiuyan nodded and led Li Mo to the kitchen. When they arrived, Li Mo noticed that there was a steamer on the gas stove. The steamer had several tiers. What are you steaming? Li Mo looked at the steamer and asked Mu Qiuyan curiously.
Buns, steamed buns, and flour rolls.
Mu Qiuyan said with a smile.
Then she lifted the lid of the steamer. Immediately, a number of steamed buns and flour rolls caught Li Mo's eye.
What time did you get up? How did you have time to make these? Li Mo looked at Mu Qiuyan in surprise. He was really a little shocked. Although he could only make instant noodles, it didn't mean that he didn't know that making buns, steamed buns, and flour rolls would take time. Chapter 35, basically all showy shelves. It wasn't that early, I got up at 5:30, Mu Qiuyan said with a smile. You call 5:30 not that early? You're not afraid of getting dark circles from getting up too early? Li Mo opened his eyes wide and couldn't help but take a closer look at Mu Qiuyan's eyes. Ha, this is my normal schedule, I'm used to it. You little brother, you don't think I got up this early just for you, do you? Mu Qiuyan smiled. Okay, I was being self-absorbed. Li Mo shrugged and then looked at Mu Qiuyan with curiosity. So why do you usually get up so early? You are a landlady, and except for the regular monthly rent collection, you don't have much to do. What do you do getting up so early? Isn't it better to just sleep until you wake up naturally? Li Mo was really curious about this kind of thing. Exercise, otherwise how do you think I learned all these fighting skills? Whether it's Muay Thai, kickboxing, or Sanda, all of them require long hours of practice. And not to mention this, even yoga is like this. Mu Qiuyan answered with a smile, and after answering, she looked at Li Mo again. It seems that you, my smelly little brother, are not usually this hardworking. You're really a genius. Mu Qiuyan was truly moved. Although she was able to have such combat abilities at such a young age, it could be considered a good talent. But this is also due to a lot of money consumption and hard training. Compared to Li Mo is really a genius. It's okay. Li Mo laughed. In fact, he was ashamed. After all, he was cheating. Before this, although he knew that Mu Qiuyan's combat abilities were very good, but he never imagined that Mu Qiuyan would get up at 5:30 every day to practice martial arts. This is really not something that an ordinary person can do. After all, Mu Qiuyan is a beautiful, rich girl. She doesn't need to practice martial arts so hard at all. How can you say that's okay? You really are a bit of a snob, you little brother. Mu Qiuyan gave Li Mo a cold stare. It really is okay. Li Mo smiled and then asked curiously, it's you, Qiuyan, I don't understand, why do you practice so hard? What do you hope to achieve? Practicing martial arts strengthens the body, and I'm usually so bored that I need a hobby. Mu Qiuyan smiled and said. So why don't you practice traditional martial arts? Li Mo asked again. I would like to, but there are too many frauds in traditional martial arts. Basically, I only need people who are all showmanship, and practicing is useless. A true master can't be found easily. Mu Qiuyan smiled and said.
Plus, when I first started practicing martial arts, I didn't think about it that much.
I just practiced on my own.
My parents didn't approve of me practicing martial arts, so I started secretly practicing after I was discharged from the hospital. In addition, in traditional martial arts, even if you really find a master, if you want to learn the core martial arts, you also have to become a disciple.
This becoming a disciple is not as simple as calling someone a teacher.
Once you become a disciple, you have to obey the master's orders.
There are too many rules, and I'm not used to it.
And my parents would never allow me to become a disciple at will.
I see, I understand. Li Mo nodded in realization. He nodded along with the flow. At this point, Li Mo was looking forward to meeting Lin Yanran today.
Before, he was surprised that Lin Yanran had learned Wing Chun, a traditional martial art. And she had even reached the proficient level.
However, he also believed that there shouldn't be much of a difference between proficient level Wing Chun and proficient level Santa, free fighting, and so on.
But it seems that there is a gap between them. Otherwise, Mu Qiuyan would not have been so emotional when he said that learning traditional martial arts requires apprenticeship.
Of course, the main reason why Li Mo did not immediately extract Lin Yanran's Wing Chun yesterday was that he wanted to test it at the time.
He had some expectations for the abilities of the virtual character. But now, he has determined that he simply cannot extract the virtual character at all. At least for the time being, he simply cannot extract it at all.
Then he doesn't need to think about anything else.
Naturally, he extracted the skill. After all, for the time being, he had only seen Lin Yanran as the only person with Wing Chun, and she was also proficient in it.
What was the difference between this traditional martial art and ordinary combat capabilities? After he extracted it, he would know.
While the two were talking, they began to carry the breakfast to the dining room.
Although Mu Qiuyan said that breakfast was simple.
But in reality, in addition to buns, steamed buns, and rolls, Mu Qiuyan also made omelets, and there were also boiled eggs.
It wasn't exactly simple. Moreover, even the staple food was not simple. It looked like congee.
But it was 8 treasure porridge.
It was completely different from the plain congee that Li Mo was used to. After the meal, Li Mo was once again rubbing his belly and leaning back in his chair. He looked like he was in a daze. He was really full again. Sister Mu Qiuyan, how am I going to live after this? Li Mo said to Mu Qiuyan with a smile. What do you mean? Aren't you going to live normally? Mu Qiuyan asked in puzzlement. If you let me eat like this every day, what am I going to do if I suddenly can't eat anymore? Li Mo said with a pensive look. How can you not be able to eat?
We live so close to each other, and you're also paying for my food, so of course I can eat like this every day.
Mu Qiuyan said with a smile. What if I don't pay in the future?
Li Mo changed the subject abruptly, and then his eyes did not blink as he looked at Mu Qiuyan.
Of course you will eat. You're siblings and you're still arguing about money, let alone that we're not. You're not going to trick your sister, are you, you rotten brother? You can't just let you make money and not let me get my money back. Mu Qiuyan spoke in a righteous manner. Of course not. Li Mo laughed.
And so the two continued their conversation.
Li Mo's phone suddenly rang. Li Mo picked it up and saw that it was an invitation for a video call.
It was a video invitation from Lin Yanran.
Seeing this, Li Mo chose to connect. Hey, Li Mo, you're up. I thought you weren't up and was about to wake you up. As soon as Li Mo connected, he heard Lin Yanran's voice coming from the video, accompanied by the sound. Li Mo also saw Lin Yanran's appearance.
I saw Lin Yanran at this moment, wearing yoga clothes and yoga pants, practicing yoga on a yoga mat in a straddle position.
Lin Yanran was dressed like this, and with her movements. Instantly, she couldn't help but attract Li Mo's attention. Chapter 36, Death Note. Lin Yanran's behavior like this, in Li Mo's eyes. That is completely treating Li Mo as one of his own. This is really not polite at all. But Li Mo just looked at it for a moment and didn't look at it anymore. Instead, he asked, do you have anything else? I just wanted to see if you got up. Since you're already up, I'll come find you right away. Lin Yanran answered with a smile. Then come over, you should know where I am. Li Mo casually replied. Tianhe 3 or Tianhe 4?
Lin Yanran blinked her eyes and then asked with a smile.
Yanran, you come to Tianhe 3.
Without waiting for Liu Mo to reply, Mu Qiuyan, who was sitting opposite, smiled and spoke up.
Okay. Lin Yanran responded. Then Liu Mo didn't waste any more time and ended the call directly.
It seems that Yanran really believes in you completely, otherwise she wouldn't have said she was coming to see you so early in the morning.
As Liu Mo ended the call and put the phone aside, Mu Qiuyan followed up with a smile and said to Liu Mo, "Well, I guess so." Liu Mo smiled and answered, "Then can you tell me what will happen to Yanran? And what is her ominous omen?" Mu Qiuyan suddenly changed the subject and asked Liu Mo curiously.
When asking such words, she was fluttering her eyes.
She was quite looking forward to it.
In theory, I can't tell you, but after all, you overpaid me yesterday, plus you did a good job with this, and besides, it didn't happen to you.
It's not that I can't tell you. But, I can tell you, but you have to keep it a secret.
Liu Mo looked at Mu Qiuyan, then at her beautiful face, and then smiled and answered.
Really? Hearing Liu Mo say this, Mu Qiuyan's eyes instantly widened. Well, it's possible, but are you sure you can keep a secret? Liu Mo nodded and then spoke again. Of course it's no problem, I'm sure I can keep a secret. If I can't keep a secret and cause you to not receive the final payment, then I'll double compensate you. Mu Qiuyan nodded like a little chicken eating rice. Gee, if you put it that way, then I'd rather hope that you'd leak the secret.
After all, this is more than the money I'll get from Lin Yanran. In this way, 10 million won't suddenly become 20 million.
Liu Mo ran his hand along his jaw and looked at Mu Qiuyan with interest. Shouldn't it be 5 million becoming 10 million? Mu Qiuyan's eyes widened. If you reveal such things in advance, won't you be able to give Lin Yanran such a big shock?
By then, she may not hesitate to ask me for my first installment back.
In that case, aren't you causing me to lose 10 million?
If that's the case, then doubling it would be 20 million, Liu Mo said with a smile.
Bah, you wish.
You really are trying to find ways to make money off your sister, and your sister won't leak any secrets.
Mu Qiuyan glared at Liu Mo.
So, what you're saying is that you don't want to know what's going on?
Liu Mo said with a smile.
Of course not, I still want to know, I'm just saying that I won't tell anyone.
Come on, just tell me what's going on. Don't worry, even though I don't want to be taken advantage of. If I did tell anyone, I would definitely give you the 20 million as you said.
And if you don't trust your sister, I can transfer 20 million to your account right now. Mu Qiuyan shook her head, and then smiled and said to Liu Mo. After saying this, she picked up her phone and pretended to send money to Liu Mo.
No need to send money. I trust my sister. Liu Mo smiled and stopped Mu Qiuyan's actions. Do you really believe it? Mu Qiuyan. Well, I really believe it. Liu Mo nodded. That's more like it. Then hurry up and tell me what's going on.
I'm really curious about what happened to Yanran's ominous omen, which caused her to lose her life.
Mu Qiuyan looked at Liu Mo with satisfaction, and then hurriedly asked curiously.
She was really quite curious about this matter. After all, Liu Mo had perfectly solved the sad thing that she almost experienced. Although, at first when she heard Liu Mo talk about this matter, she thought it was nonsense.
But then as Liu Mo gradually revealed his methods, she became completely convinced. Especially after she almost had a shock, she became completely convinced of Liu Mo.
Under these circumstances, she really knew very well that Liu Mo would not say anything for no reason.
Since Liu Mo said that Lin Yanran would have a bad omen, she would die. Then it is really very likely that it will be like that.
Before I tell you, I still have to warn you again, you really have to be careful not to let it slip. Although in reality it doesn't matter if you do let it slip, after all, I won't lose out.
But it really won't have the same shock effect on Lin Yanran. Liu Mo said to Mu Qiuyan seriously.
Aha, don't worry, my sister's lips are sealed, she definitely won't blab.
Mu Qiuyan nodded without hesitation.
Seeing this, Liu Mo also stopped hesitating, and then said with a smile, according to my calculations, at 8 o'clock tonight, Lin Yanran will be racing with someone in Tianyun Mountain. When passing through the 426 consecutive bends, the car's rear wheel will suddenly burst due to a nail puncturing the tire, causing the car to lose control and veer to the left, crash through the highway guardrail and fall off the cliff, killing her instantly.
No way. Drag racing in a flat tire?
Then he crashed through the guardrail, fell off a cliff, and died.
Mu Qiuyan's eyes widened at these words. What, you don't believe me? Liu Mo smiled at Mu Qiuyan.
No, it's not that I don't believe you, but you little brat, you've gone into too much detail, even saying exactly when and where it happened and how it happened. It's also a bit too scary. It's a bit like the Grim Reaper coming. Or, the Grim Reaper's notebook. Mu Qiuyan looked at Liu Mo with wide eyes and a shocked expression. You're just over-imaginative. My abilities aren't as strong as the Grim Reaper's notebook. Besides, the actual time and everything else may change. Liu Mo said calmly. What do you mean? Mu Qiuyan looked at Liu Mo puzzled. Just like your situation, the time of your accident was 10:20 p.m. at first, but with my constant contact with you, the time you ate the dragon fruit kept advancing, and eventually the time of your accident also advanced. Liu Mo answered with a smile. What you mean is that according to the original situation, Sister Yanran did have an accident at this time, but now she is preparing to come to you, so you have intervened in her accident. Then the time of the accident may be advanced or delayed. Even more so, it is possible that it has already been completely reversed and such things will no longer happen. Mu Qiuyan said with a serious expression. Well, that is correct. Liu Mo nodded in reply. Chapter 37. It's not simple at all. If that's the case, then why did you agree to let Yanran come find you in the morning, you stupid brother? You shouldn't have agreed to it. After all, once she came to find you. What if she didn't go drag racing at night? In that case, none of that would have happened. How would she be shocked? Mu Qiuyan frowned, and then solemnly said to Liu Mo. Eh? Hearing Mu Qiuyan say this, Liu Mo couldn't help but look at Mu Qiuyan with a surprised face, his expression strange. He really didn't expect Mu Qiuyan to say this. After all, no matter what, Lin Yanran should have known Mu Qiuyan before him, right? Moreover, the two of them might even be best friends. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? In Yanran's situation, you really shouldn't have contacted her so early in the morning. Seeing Liu Mo staring at her with a strange expression, Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but look at him doubtfully, and then said seriously. Under normal circumstances, it's true that you shouldn't contact her, but after all, she is not only your tenant, she is also possibly your best friend. I have to think about you, even if I don't think about her. What if something happens to her early? I have to keep an eye on her today. Liu Mo said with a smile. You stinking little brother, you're doing this for me? Mu Qiuyan blinked her eyes in surprise. Yes. Liu Mo said without blushing. Bah, as expected, you are a stinking brother, very good at lying, sister will not fall for it. Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but glare at Liu Mo again. I'm serious, how would sister think that I'm lying to you? Liu Mo shrugged. You were lying in the first place. If you really wanted what was best for your sister, you wouldn't still want to scam your sister out of 20 million. Mu Qiuyan said in a quiet voice. Cough cough. Liu Mo coughed a few times. Tell me what you really think. Are you really not afraid that once she gets in touch with you, things will have changed completely? And if they have changed completely, how will you be able to shock her? After all, Yanran's situation is completely different from mine. I will eat dragon fruit no matter what. But if she delays, she may not go racing again. In addition, I am also very curious about how you are going to resolve this kind of situation for her. You want to shock her, but also to resolve the danger for her. It is difficult to do both, I'm afraid. Seeing Liu Mo coughing, Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but glare at Liu Mo again, and then asked curiously. She really doesn't understand this. Although Lin Yanran's situation and the situation where she had an accident were both fatal in the end. The experiences of the two things were really completely different. It is indeed a bit difficult. Liu Mo did not deny this. So what do you want to do? Wait until she gets a flat tire and then save her? If that's the case, then you need to make some arrangements in advance at the curve where she will have an accident. But once you have made the arrangements in advance, when Yanran finds out about this kind of thing, she may not believe you, and may even think that you deliberately set up a danger there to cause her car to get a flat tire. By that time, not only will she not believe you, she will also hate you. Mu Qiuyan said to Liu Mo solemnly. I just need to tell her to slow down when passing that curve at that point in time and then look at the ground, Liu Mo said with a smile. But in that case, won't she be less shocked? Mu Qiuyan frowned and said. Although it won't be as shocking, she obviously isn't going for a joyride for the first time. Her driving ability is quite good. When she sees the nails and then reviews the situation, she should still be able to understand how she could have an accident.
Moreover, I will send her the exact time she will arrive at that corner in real time via WeChat on her phone.
With these two things combined, she will still be shocked. After all, no one can pinpoint exactly where you will be at a certain time.
Li Mo laughed. Can you pinpoint the second? Mu Qiuyan's eyes widened. You will know then. Li Mo laughed. Although Lin Yanran's personal information showed that she would have an accident at 8 o'clock. It did not show the minute or second.
But don't forget, Li Mo's scanning code can not only scan people, but also scan objects. At that time, just scan Lin Yanran's car again, and you will naturally be able to lock in the exact time. Just like when she scanned the code to Mu Qiuyan's dragon fruit, and the medicine she bought later. They were all supplemented with more accurate times.
Okay, then I'll wait and see. Mu Qiuyan's gaze flickered, followed by a nod. With her nod, Li Mo also stopped talking about such things.
Instead, he changed the subject and asked, "How did you and Lin Yanran meet anyway?"
I'm really a little curious about this. You can't figure this out either? Mu Qiuyan looked at Li Mo in surprise.
I told you, I'm not omniscient, I'm still a novice.
Li Mo shrugged, and there was no hint of embarrassment on his face. Really? In the end, can't you calculate it, or don't you want to? Mu Qiuyan blinked her eyes, a little disbelieving. After all, Li Mo can even calculate fortune and misfortune, but it's strange that he can't calculate ordinary things. Logically speaking, isn't it easier to calculate ordinary things? It's really hard to calculate.
After all, fortune and misfortune can be seen in one's face, and ordinary things, this person's life is changing every moment, not specifically fortune and misfortune, it's really not easy to calculate.
Li Mo shrugged. Okay. Mu Qiuyan nodded in understanding. So how did you two meet? Li Mo asked curiously again.
We rented a house together, and as we got to know each other, we naturally became familiar with each other.
Mu Qiuyan said with a smile. So does she know your real appearance?
Li Mo's gaze flickered.
Yes, she has seen my real appearance. Mu Qiuyan said without hesitation. How did you reveal it? Did you tell her yourself, or? Li Mo asked again.
It's strange to say, but the first time she saw me, she immediately recognized my makeup. It made me curious about her, so I got to know her a bit more. For a while, we often hung out together and naturally became familiar with each other. Mu Qiuyan recalled the situation at the time and then smiled.
So do you know what she does? Li Mo asked again with a smile.
Speaking of which, it's similar to your previous occupation, also dealing with the internet, making money from the internet, except that you write online articles, and she runs an online bookstore selling books.
Mu Qiuyan said without hesitation. Just that? Li Mo looked at Mu Qiuyan with a smile. Isn't there more to it than that? Could it be that Sister Yanran has other identities? Mu Qiuyan's eyes filled with surprise. Take a guess. Li Mo laughed. Chapter 38, Climbing the Mountain in Yoga Pants. Stinky brother. Upon hearing Li Mo say this, Mu Qiuyan's eyes widened, and then she looked at Li Mo rather unkindly. I already said it doesn't stink. Li Mo. Bah. Mu Qiuyan's pretty face flushed. It seems that Yanran has other identities, right? After her pretty face flushed, Mu Qiuyan spoke up again. Well, yes. Do you want to know? Li Mo nodded, and then spoke again.
I want to know, but judging from your attitude, you won't tell me easily.
You're not going to charge me again, are you? Mu Qiuyan nodded without hesitation, but then looked at Li Mo with some wariness. Although she really didn't lack money.
She was always being taken advantage of by her brother.
The feeling of always losing in these confrontations also made her unhappy.
What she cared about was not the money, but to win against her brother once.
You're so smart, sister. Li Mo laughed. Don't even think about it. I'm not falling for it this time, stinky little brother. You can just keep your secrets to yourself. Mu Qiuyan pouted.
Fine, if you don't want to know, I'll just forget it.
Li Mo shrugged, acting like he didn't care. Stinky little brother. Seeing Li Mo like this, Mu Qiuyan was suddenly speechless and couldn't help but glare at Li Mo again.
This stinky little brother really won't let her.
Sigh. Clearly, before yesterday, she was teasing this stinking younger brother in every way.
She had him at her mercy.
But then.
After the stinking younger brother suddenly revealed his fortune-telling skills and learned her true appearance, it all changed.
It really is a good cycle of the heavens. You're the one who doesn't want to pay. If you pay, I'll tell you. Don't look at me with such a pouty expression. Liemo winked at Mu Qiuyan.
Or, if you call me a good brother, I'll tell you.
Bah, stinky brother, don't even think about it. Fine, you're waiting for me here. I don't want to.
Stinky brother, blah, blah, blah.
Mu Qiuyan opened her eyes wide, followed by an unhesitating rejection. After rejecting, she even made a face at Liemo.
A pretty young lady suddenly made such a childish move.
I have to say that this contrast is quite big. Even Liemo couldn't help but stare. Mu Qiuyan's pretty face flushed red.
I'll go wash the dishes first. Then Mu Qiuyan fled, stood up from her seat, quickly gathered up the dishes and utensils, and ran towards the kitchen.
Slow down, don't fall. Seeing this, Liemo couldn't help but smile and say, what a stinker.
On the other side, after Mu Qiuyan ran to the kitchen, she only felt her heartbeat accelerate. She leaned against the door, her pretty face flushed red.
An hour later, in front of the gate of Villa Tianhe 3, Lin Yanran was seen sitting astride a motorcycle.
She then took off her helmet, revealing an incredibly beautiful face.
At that moment, Liemo and Mu Qiuyan also walked out of the villa. When Liemo and Mu Qiuyan walked out, they couldn't help but glance at Lin Yanran.
When he saw Lin Yanran, Liemo's eyes brightened slightly.
What a sexy wildcat.
Although he had known before that Lin Yanran was very beautiful and rode a Harley,
Liemo still did not expect that Lin Yanran's usual attire was like this. Her upper body was covered in a black, tight-fitting, midriff-revealing yoga top, her lower body in black yoga leggings, her legs adorned with a calf bag, and her feet in a pair of sports shoes. Her long hair, like a waterfall, naturally flowed behind her head. The whole person looked quite sexy and full of wildness. Although in fact, Liemo had already seen Lin Yanran wearing yoga clothes when he had a video call with her before.
However, the yoga clothes Lin Yanran was wearing at that time were different from the one she was wearing now.
Moreover, Liemo also didn't expect that Lin Yanran usually wore such clothes when she rode a bike.
This made him can't help but want to take Lin Yanran to the mountains.
Sister Yanran. As Liemo and Mu Qiuyan surveyed Lin Yanran, they saw Mu Qiuyan smiling and greeting Lin Yanran. Well, Qiuyan's sister. Mu Qiuyan responded with a smile. After responding, she fixed her gaze on Liemo. Liemo brother, what are you looking at? Are you so mesmerized by your sister that you're not looking?
Be careful, Qiuyan's sister, don't get jealous.
Sister Yanran is joking.
I would never be jealous of this stupid brother. Without waiting for Liemo to reply, Mu Qiuyan said with a smile.
Afterwards, she added, and since Sister Yanran is so sexy, it's only natural that stupid brother would be mesmerized by her. Haha, really? Lin Yanran smiled. Then she said to Liemo, Liemo, do you have anything you want to say to your sister? I just want to ask, sister, would you like to go hiking with me? Liemo said with a smile. It depends on whether someone is willing to let me follow you.
If so, when sister comes down the mountain, you can consider wearing your yoga pants inside out.
Lin Yanran winked at Liemo. I'm willing, of course I am. Brother Stinky, I'd also like to see if you can make Yanran wear her yoga pants inside out. Mu Qiuyan said with a smile. Really? When are we going? Why don't you go change your clothes too, and we can go hiking together? Liemo's eyes lit up, and he followed up by looking at Mu Qiuyan next to him, then said with a smile. You stinky little brother, always thinking about pretty things. Mu Qiuyan glared at Liemo. You're the one who said you wanted to see it, so how is it that I'm the one thinking about pretty things? Liemo shrugged, looking very innocent. Let's go, Yanran, we'll ignore him, let's go to the nearest car city.
Hearing Liemo's reply, Mu Qiuyan stopped talking and looked at Lin Yanran next to her and immediately sat on the back seat of the scooter. Since she was wearing a skirt, it was naturally inconvenient to straddle. She sat sideways, and after sitting down, she put her arms around Lin Yanran's waist and leaned her head on her shoulder. Then she smiled and waved to Liemo, Stinky brother, we'll go to the car city first, you ride an electric car by yourself, or take a taxi to come over. Hearing Mu Qiuyan's words, Lin Yanran couldn't help but look at Liemo. It looked like Liemo was in charge. After all, Lin Yanran didn't have anything to do this morning or afternoon. As long as she followed Liemo and the two of them.
Of course, it was mainly following Li Mo. See how Li Mo arranges. And as she looked towards Li Mo also fixed his gaze on her. Scan the QR code. Li Mo muttered to himself. As he spoke, Lin Yanran's personal information suddenly appeared in Li Mo's line of sight. Seeing this familiar personal panel, Li Mo's attention was still focused on the special circumstances. He wanted to see if Lin Yanran's special circumstances had changed at all. Chapter 39, Extracting Wing Chun. Special circumstance. At 8 o'clock tonight, Tianyunshan was racing with someone, passing through the 426 consecutive bends when the car's rear wheel hit a nail and suddenly got a flat tire, causing the car to lose control and veer to the left, crashing through the highway guardrail and falling off the cliff, killing him instantly. When his eyes fell upon it, Li Mo discovered that the special circumstance was more or less the same as the one displayed yesterday. To be more precise, it was almost exactly the same. The reason it was almost the same. That's because yesterday's display was for 8 p.m. tomorrow. And now it's showing 8 p.m. today. It seems that although she contacted me in advance, it's not yet night, so will the situation still develop as it originally did? Is it that as long as I don't stop her from going drag racing at night, she will definitely go drag racing and then have an accident? Seeing such a special situation, Li Mo's thoughts immediately turned. After his thoughts turned slightly, Li Mo looked at Lin Yanran's skills again. His gaze fell on Wing Chun Proficient Extractable. After his gaze fell on it, there was a slight hesitation, and then a decision was made in his heart. Then he was about to close this information panel. He had tested it out long ago. He scanned the QR code to bring up the personal information panel. As long as he didn't want to read it, he could close it with a thought. But just as he was about to close it, he, for some reason, looked at the information in one of the columns again. Favorability, 65. Well, if Li Mo remembered correctly, the last time he saw it, the favorability rating was 15. Now it had suddenly increased to 65. An instant increase of 50 favorability points. Of course, 65 should be considered a passable favorability rating. Just that favorability. Li Mo then confirmed that saying. You should never try to guess a woman's mind. You never know which of her words are the truth and which are lies. She really is fickle. Certain words. If you take them seriously, you'll lose. With such a favorable impression, it is simply impossible to get her to go hiking with him and wear yoga pants inside out. Of course, just hiking should be fine. With such thoughts in mind, Li Mo once again set his sights on the motorcycle Lin Yanran was riding. Item, Harley-Davidson Flagship Glide. Date of manufacture, March 27, 2020. Item owner, Lin Yanran. Special circumstances. At 8 p.m. tonight, 12 seconds into the ride, the motorcycle will hit a nail and blow a tire at the 426 consecutive curves of Tianyun Mountain, crash into the guardrail, fall off the cliff, and cause the death of the driver, Lin Yanran. Sure enough, with the help of the object, this specific time came out completely. Seeing this information panel, Li Mo couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. And as he smiled like this, he didn't say anything. Both Lin Yanran and Mu Qiuyan were very puzzled. Stupid brother, why aren't you answering? What are you smiling at? Under her confusion, Mu Qiuyan couldn't help but ask Li Mo. It's fine, I've looked at Yanran's situation. You guys didn't have any problems along the way. Since you want to go first, just go ahead, I'll come later. When you get there, just give me a location. Li Mo smiled and replied to Mu Qiuyan. Oh, I see. Mu Qiuyan suddenly realized. And while Mu Qiuyan was in a daze, Lin Yanran couldn't help but glance at Li Mo again, and then said to Li Mo, since that's the case, I'll take Qiuyan over there first. Li Mo responded. Then he saw that Lin Yanran didn't waste any time, and she directly turned the car around, then beckoned to Li Mo again, and directly started the car and left. And as she left, Li Mo also scanned Lin Yanran's QR code again. Lin Yanran's personal data suddenly appeared in Li Mo's vision again. As soon as it appeared, Li Mo's eyes fell on Wing Chun Proficient Extractable. Then he confirmed the extraction of the skill. Suddenly, a large amount of information rushed into his mind. What's more, as this information flooded into his mind, Li Mo only felt that his body was suddenly infused with a strange power. It was rapidly transforming his body. This allowed him to further improve his physique, which had already been enhanced by the extraction of Muay Thai proficiency. And it wasn't just a simple improvement of his physique. He could clearly feel that his spirit and vitality had also undergone some changes.
It seemed that he had become more perceptive. Or, to put it another way, he was more energetic. In addition, the blood circulation in his body seemed to have improved. And it seemed to have become more robust.
Is this what is meant by an increase in vital energy? Upon noticing this, Liam couldn't help but reach out his hand and take a closer look. To the naked eye, there wasn't much difference between his hand and before. But when he shook his hand, he could clearly feel that his strength had increased. This is really interesting. Is this martial arts? It is completely different from ordinary combat. After clenching his hand a bit, Liam couldn't help but move his body directly and punch the air in place.
If Lin Yanran were here at this moment, she would be able to tell that the boxing style Liam was using was Wing Chun. And it was the same level as her Wing Chun.
Bang bang bang.
Accompanying Liam's movements, there was a roaring sound in the air. This was the roaring of the boxing style.
Liam continued boxing like this for more than 10 minutes before he stopped. When he stopped,
there was a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. When I was writing my book, I looked up information on Wing Chun and saw that it mentioned inch power. At that time, I naturally felt that it was impossible. A long time ago, Wing Chun did have inch power. But in reality, it is a bit far-fetched to actually reach the level described in the information.
But now, it is actually true. Although I haven't tried it yet.
But if I were in my current situation and exploded inch power at a tree, it should be able to unleash a lot of power.
Since Wing Chun has punching power, what about other styles of Kung Fu? In this world, can some really powerful people from other styles of Kung Fu also achieve the level described in the data? And there's also standing in one place.
Among the information I've received today, there is a clear method for standing in one place.
This standing in one place can increase strength and vital energy, and it's really amazing.
No wonder, throughout the ages, many styles of Kung Fu have required squatting in one place first.
This horse stance is really not just made up. After stopping practicing Kung Fu, Liam couldn't help but feel a little emotional.
However, he only felt a little emotion, and then he didn't waste any more time, and directly took out his phone to call a taxi. While waiting for the taxi, he also walked towards the entrance of the villa area. He did not forget that Mu Qiuyan and Lin Yanran had already gone to the car city to wait for him.
Chapter 40, Seeing a Special Situation Again. I don't know if it was a coincidence or for some other reason. After Liam used the app to order a taxi, someone quickly accepted the order. Moreover, the person who accepted the order was right in front of the Tianhe Villa community gate. Liam looked at the display on the app. It was a black Volkswagen Magotan. After noticing this, Liam slightly quickened his pace. Soon he completely exited the villa community. Then he arrived at the entrance of the villa community. However, when he arrived here, he discovered that there was no black Magotan in his line of sight. There was a black Korean instead. Seeing this, Liam frowned. "Hey, buddy, want a taxi? Over here." Just as Liam frowned, he saw the window of the driver's seat of the Korean drop, and a young man wearing black horn-rimmed glasses, a white t-shirt with a skull pattern and purple hair, with a watch on his wrist, was waving at Liam. Hearing this greeting, Liam's face suddenly became strange. Although he often sees videos on the internet of so-called rich and handsome guys who moonlight as chauffeurs, they are just videos after all. Could it be that today he has really met such a show-off? With a strange expression on his face, Liam also fixed his gaze on the other person and proceeded to scan the QR code. Immediately, a personal information panel appeared in Liam's line of sight. Name, Lin Xiaofeng. Age, 23. Gender, male. Face value, 89. Height, 1.73 meters. Skills, motor vehicle driving entry-level, non-motorized vehicle driving entry-level, video games proficient, Sanda entry-level, surfing entry-level, rock climbing entry-level. Occupation, second-generation rich, part-time happy taxi driver, owner of Shengyuan Internet Cafe, owner of Sanctuary Bar. Real estate, Villa Number 5 in Tianhe Residential Community. Liquid assets, 189,486,542 yuan. Mount, Cullinan, Volkswagen Passat, McLaren GT, Wrangler, Mercedes-Benz G. Relationship status, Zhao Qingsheng, the eldest daughter of the Zhao Group, is the full-time dog licker, but she is not loved in return. Special circumstances, at 9 hours 32 minutes and 15 seconds this morning, on the 215th section of the Ring Road, a large piece of plastic film suddenly fell from the truck in front, covering the front windshield.
Unprepared, he swerved violently, crashed into the guardrail, and was instantly involved in a car accident. Although he did not die because of the airbag, he suffered multiple fractures all over his body and his left leg had to be amputated. In addition, he also seriously injured the passenger in the taxi, Wang Xiaoyu, who is in a coma and also has multiple fractures all over her body.
Seeing this situation, Liamo could not help but laugh. He really is a rich second generation like in the video clip. But this rich second generation is a bit miserable. He would actually encounter a car accident today. Of course, although the other party is miserable. But at the same time, this was also a skill point that came knocking on the door. With a smile, Liamo followed suit and scanned the black Cullinan.
Immediately, another information panel appeared.
Item, Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Production date, March 7, 2020. Item owner, Lin Xiaofeng. Mileage, 54,365 kilometers.
Special circumstances, at 9 hours 32 minutes and 15 seconds this morning, on the 215th section of the Ring Road, a plastic bag suddenly fell from the truck in front, covering the windshield. Because the owner, Lin Xiaofeng, did not have sufficient experience, he chose to swerve violently and instantly lost control of the car, which crashed into the guardrail. As a result, Lin Xiaofeng suffered multiple fractures throughout his body, and his left leg was at risk of amputation.
Lin Xiaofeng's temporary passenger, Wang Xiaoyu, was also seriously injured and in a coma, with multiple fractures throughout her body. Hey, buddy, come over here quickly. Did you hail a black Magotan? That's me.
As Liamo scanned the QR code for Lin Xiaofeng and the Kulin, he saw Lin Xiaofeng smiling and waving at Liamo.
He signaled Liamo to hurry over. Coming. Liamo calmly responded, and then walked over. After walking over, there was no inkiness, and he simply opened the passenger seat and got in, then sat down. After sitting down, Liamo closed the door and then quickly fastened his seatbelt. Brother, judging from your destination, it looks like you're going to buy a car? As Liamo fastened his seatbelt, the driver Lin Xiaofeng also smiled and said to Liamo for the first time.
While talking, he skillfully started the car and drove forward. During the drive, he also casually operated the Hualong mobile phone on a bracket in the center console.
Well, I am indeed going to buy a car. Liamo calmly replied. So, brother, what kind of car are you going to buy?
I know quite a bit about cars, so if you tell me, I can give you some advice.
By the way, are you also a resident of Tianha community? You look very unfamiliar, I haven't seen you before.
Lin Xiaofeng is quite familiar with Liamo and asked him. There was obvious curiosity when he asked these words. Although not everyone in Tianha community is known to Lin Xiaofeng. He has lived in Tianha Villa community for a long time. After the building was repaired, he lived here.
But he had never met Liamo before. You have to know that Liamo is very handsome.
If he had met him, he would definitely not have forgotten. What's more, no one in the group of villa owners has ever mentioned such a handsome guy. You should know that the owners of the villas in their Tianha community have a group. Although not everyone in it is young. But most of the people chatting are mostly young people. I just moved in yesterday. Liamo answered casually. I see, that's what I'm saying, bro, you're so handsome, how come I didn't have the slightest impression of you before? Lin Xiaofeng suddenly responded.
Compared to my situation, I'm quite interested in you.
How come you, the owner of a holy internet cafe, came to work part-time as a happy taxi driver?
Liamo calmly looked at Lin Xiaofeng and asked. Buddy, do you know me? Hearing Liamo say this, Lin Xiaofeng was suddenly surprised and glanced at Liamo.
If you know me, then why didn't you come over right away when you saw my car? You know, in this Tianha community, everyone who knows me also knows that I drive a sports car part-time.
And they also know that I have a Cariana.
Without waiting for Liamo to answer, Lin Xiaofeng followed up with a curious question.